What up, butterscotch? Those are talking that brain butterscotch. I told you when you split that brain, you'll see those two Egyptian eyes, those two Kemetic eyes, the left and the right eye that sits right above your cerebellum. You know what I'm saying? Your central nervous systems and all that good shit that these people have been a long time for years and years and years and years and years and years and years experimenting on you. Yeah, you gonna always organ trafficking and all that shit gonna always be number one on the list because they are doing what they do. That people don't understand. They don't understand that they have. When I be saying I respect creation, I respect the perfect creation, and the people who come and you know what I'm saying. They come in and give you this imaginary world, this matrix world, this motherfucking this illusion of something imaginary outside of existence that they know about. Yeah, once you start believing what they talking about, you go to falling for all this kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about? I thought we supposed to be people that respect nature and let nature take its course. You know what I'm saying? Shit that great grandmama and great grandma them taught you and shit about nature and shit, about how to live off the land and shit. But these people that took all of the land, fighting over a lie about some religions that they done made up about God. When they ain't talking about nothing that you can see naturally, they telling you about some shit that somebody telling them in privacy. And it's just the God of the truth. That's why these Muslims and these Christians over here in the middle, he's still fighting over land that don't even belong to you, that belong to everybody to have natural rights to live on quote unquote God's green earth. But check this out though. This 2017, right before Kamika kicked in, right when Trump was goddamn already in cahoots with his brother over there, Putin and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Ashkenazi and the Khazari. And then, you know what I'm saying, we already know that the Ashkenazi Jews want to goddamn bag Trump fully because he is a goddamn German, like I've been telling y'all for 2 motherfucking years. But check this out, this August 17th, the U.S. military is working on creating a generation of super soldiers. You think they ready? You think when they told you this in 2017, how long you think they have been working on it before they told you? Always know that the military is going to always keep top secret classified information that they withhold from the people and the masses for years. They feed you the technology at a pace, at a rate that they want you to observe this information. And once they feed it to you, they psychologically evaluate your behavior and your interactions with whatever technology they put out to you. So niggas who think they want ahead of the game and think they know everything, man, you'll never know what's going on until you figure out where you at in this shit. You know what I'm talking about? This nigga talking about you gonna goddamn create a super soldier, creating a generation of super soldiers which will be genetically modified. Genetically modified. Dehumanized. You're gonna genetically modify a motherfucker. The same way you eat GMO foods. You're gonna be walking around this motherfucker not knowing who has been genetically modified. Why you think it's so easy for these motherfuckers with these badges and authority to just go on, just be on go. They ain't got no human is in their head. They don't give a fuck. It's complete the mission. Why you think so many 70 and 80-year-old folk getting shot down by nonsense? They got you think these motherfuckers ain't out here, bro? Anyway, man, that's just my opinion, man. Genetically modified and given technological implants. Y'all think about a motherfucking chip? They trying to chip us. Shit, they trying to bring the chip to you. What the fuck you think they doing to them soldiers and that they been experimenting on and harvesting their ass for a long time? Also, yo, that's what they be doing, harvesting motherfuckers. Create a war so they can harvest and do what the fuck they want to do as far as advancing technology and shit like that. In my opinion, DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Defense. I told you, the Department of Defense is always going to be a part of this shit. That's the next That's the step below all the other fuckery I be telling y'all about. But the Department of Defense, those are the contracts that these big companies want. They want to be able to manufacture the tanks, any kind of weaponry that the U.S. that those contracts are. People do a lot of corrupt shit and conspiratory shit. That we'll never know about unless we got there look into that kind of shit, man. But we just got down, just fuck around for a minute, you dig? Check this out. The U.S. Okay, we just read that, right? Right. DARPA Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Defense, has revealed that the plethora of plans to create an elite fighting force. These Trump super soldiers. Trump gonna do a whole lot of more shit than niggas think they think it's over with. Yeah, we're gonna beat that. Okay, we're gonna see. One of the projects on the horizon is to create software which could be uploaded directly to the brain. Software that can be uploaded directly to the brain. Not to goddamn help nobody who been paralyzed and can't move their arms. Not to help someone. Not to help no one. You know what I'm saying? This the technology. This is the defense technology and shit. Yeah, China and Russia and all these motherfuckers, they still be on the same old bullshit. Yeah, while we be waiting on the God or the Jew to send his son back to us, and we be caught all up in this bullshit while they still fighting over land, doing crazy shit. Create software that could be uploaded directly to the brain to give their soldiers heightened senses, which also attempting to cure ailments such as blindness, paralysis, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, and speech disorder, creating an army of capital. Now, okay, they got to throw it in like they try to help someone who's been injured and all that shit, but you see what the real deal is. They gonna take their top fit soldiers, niggas who ain't got nothing wrong with them, and implant this shit into their brain. It's gonna genetically modify a human being to become a super soldier, and they also use that motherfucking exoskeleton shit that they scrap on, which it connects, you know what I'm saying? It connects, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know how this shit go. Researching, it's a goddamn, it's a, yeah, one word to activate them motherfuckers, and they ain't gonna quit till it's over, my nigga. Real shit. That's what you think they see these kamikaze ass police out here goddamn acting crazy on motherfuckers. They running down on motherfuckers for live net. Little children getting shot over BB guns for the motherfucking longest around this bitch. Motherfucker, nigga, grandmas and everything, niggas been getting shot down for no reason at all. But shit, a regular human being would say, goddamn, he didn't have enough sense to see that the guy was goddamn surrendering. Nah, he don't give a fuck. He on go, nigga. Certain words gonna snap their mind and they gonna be on motherfucking go. Yeah, and new skin, yeah, MJ, I already know you here. DARPA will plow $50 million into researching the role neural networks play into operating the brain in order to decipher how it processes sensory input. They will then hopefully create the technologies and the algorithms which can interpret it and generate signals to the brain. Yeah, I need to go look this shit up. But this 2017, this August 2017, right before that Kanika shit, right when Trump was out about the fake news and declaring war on games, all the distractions and shit, this is what he put in place. When he went over to Israel and all that shit, he already got his shit going down out here, just going down. The God particle, the gorgeous statement from DARPA said that the program now, the program known as Neural Engineering System Design, NESD, aims to develop an implantable neural interface able to provide advanced signal resolution and data transfer bandwidth between the brain and electronics. We just heard that the lady said goddamn brains and neurons goddamn interact with each other through electrically, you know what I'm talking about? The implant will act as a translator, converting digital communications like binary codes into electrochemical language used by the brain. Not no motherfucking, therefore my son, Spanish, English, French, none of them. It's gonna be some goddamn electromagnetic waves, energy, replacing the natural energy of the sun when you get your natural intelligence in creation. They gonna demonize the sun, and they gonna goddamn show you how they gonna you gonna be, man, y'all they gonna be in this matrix so motherfucking hard. It's gonna be so fucked up around here, cause ain't nobody gonna have no natural ability to think for themselves or do a goddamn thing for themselves. You ain't gonna be able to go get a natural seed, put it in a natural ground, and get a natural plant. No, you're gonna be eating GMOs. They're gonna depopulate this motherfucker, dehumanize, and have all these goddamn robot soldiers running around this bitch, just like you see on the Jetsons and shit. Just like you watching all these motherfucking space believing all this bullshit they talking about, man. Flat power, man. The program felt, what is it? This nigga Philip Alvelda said that the brain-computer interface BCI's program looks ahead to the future in which advanced neural devices offer improved validity, resolution, and precision sensory interface that therapeutically applications and science military weapons. But I just had to come show y'all that shit. Let me see. What up, now? Some of these GMO souls they gonna put out here on these niggas. They gonna go, whatever layer they gonna go in, they gonna be running up into the houses. They ain't gonna run into the military. They gonna run up and take over the little. You know how they do? Run up in every house, make sure they got them take all the weapons out of the house. It going down over here pretty soon. This third world action coming, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? They gonna see how the goddamn military really operate. They gonna go right up in that mother, come right up in folks' land and goddamn and take over the people who ain't got nothing to do with a goddamn thing, bro. You know what I'm talking about? That's how they do. Let's see if I find a video I was looking at. Now the first video was from 20. Let me see. Yeah, this one. I want to check this one here. Old Trump and his
my other colleagues that are at DARPA, my journey to the agency was an opportunity to expand the impact of the work that I was doing in neurotechnology, find new avenues that it could be applied. And I was thinking very deeply about this problem.
This is Dr. Justin Sanchez.
And I got a call out of the blue.
Let's check him out.
So I promise you, nothing that I show you today is going to be an illusion. So with that, again, my name is Justin Sanchez, and I'm a neurotechnologist by training. And like was just said, I was at my lab at the University of Miami, and I got a call out of the blue. At the other end of the phone, there's a person that says, we need you to come immediately to Washington, D.C. and come to DARPA. And that's really where the whole story begins. So what is DARPA? DARPA is the high-tech research branch of the Pentagon. And I'm currently the office director in the Biological Technologies Office. And like many of my other colleagues that are at DARPA, my journey to the agency was an opportunity to...
That boy Eli, who is the CEO, Arab Turk from Lebanese, the one who got down run all the Crown Plaza business out of the headquarters in Atlanta that's really based out of the UK. You already look him up. Yeah, Elon Musk, he the one that got people thinking they going to Mars this year in July 2020. He making billions and billions of dollars. You know, they around selling people stars and all kind of shit. That's how they keep their mind fucked all up. Elon Musk got there. I think he'll try. He not a duelist. He got try citizenship. He got citizenship in like 3 places. 3 different countries. Elon Musk is a motherfucker. He got being that dumb shit about this space shit. All these rockets that can come back and land in the same goddamn spot and all that old bullshit. All that shit is bullshit because we get caught up in the technology. Ever since we've been watching that television, we've been being programmed. Ever since they gave us this book about in the beginning, we've been being programmed. We were up under the biggest, largest MK ever. This world shit, busting up the world script, nigga. Ain't nothing should be transmitting to you and giving you information but the sun, and it don't have a linguistic. That son is not going to say, hell, God, boss, son, look, go over there and fuck those folks up over there and take that land. I promise that land to you. Amen. All that bullshit. But I don't know. But yeah, Elon Musk, motherfucker, he perpetrates that goddamn that space shit and going out of space. That's the same one. That's the same motherfucker that ATL caught the car in the studio. They were acting like the car was going out of space, but ATL caught the car in the studio. They fucked up, and we caught their ass. Yeah, we caught them. We caught them. We always catch them for the people who woke.
Expand the impact of the work that I was doing in neurotechnology, find new avenues that it could be applied. And I was thinking very deeply about this problem. I was thinking very deeply about the brain. I've always been interested in the brain, but not just from the medical sense. I always wanted to use engineering, apply it to the brain to deepen our understanding of the brain, and then try to find new applications of what we could do with the brain. So whether it's the work that I did in the past or the work that I'm currently...
The mad scientists, the German mad scientists, you know all the mad scientists came from Germany. You know, after World War I and World War II, all the scientists spread it out, came, and when some went into Russia, and most of them came over here to the United States, and then they formed this place. Not NACA, they turned NACA into the Nazi NASA, which gonna tell you about a globe, and they're going out of space, and then they're gonna race to the moon and do all this crazy shit to keep your mind off, not understanding that this plane of existence, which in all of the unclassified documents that you find from the U.S. military that is put on file, will tell you that they do their research and base all their information off a flat plane. Earth is a flat plane. If it wasn't a flat plane, why would they goddamn base their information off of a flat plane? Why wouldn't they use the technology and all these scientists that know how to do all this shit? Why wouldn't they base it off this ball of water that is spinning around in the motherfucking midair in space and shit? Why they got all us looking crazy at this motherfucker, but not knowing we're looking crazy because we're gonna be saved. Our promise, the promised land, once we die and get a chance to go see the pearly gates up in the sky that we can't never see. If we goddamn going past the moon and through the rockets, we should have been passed by God at least one time. Goddamn, we ain't seen damn motherfucker with no wings flying around out they back or none of that shit. It's all energy, people, and they have sucked up all of your energy with this religious shit. You don't want to come back to creation. That's all I've been trying to tell y'all, but it's all good shit.
Doing at DARPA, the goal has always been the same: develop new technologies that enable humans to use their brains to change the way that they interact with others and interact with the world. And while I'm at DARPA, we're thinking very deeply about national security, but what I'm going to show you today is that a lot of the technologies that we're developing go well beyond national security and actually are going to challenge us.
National security? Man, y'all got that UN in a frenzy over there with all this new technology y'all coming in with. The UN is in an uproar over there because they know some fuck shit gonna come. They just don't know when, but it's coming, boy.
As humans. So, DARPA got its beginnings in 1958. This is when we started pushing the envelope of things, and that's when, in our country, we learned about Sputnik, right? The Soviet Union had Sputnik, and the leaders in our country were totally caught off guard by this. And they said we could never be caught off guard ever again. So the agency was formed with a singular mission: breakthrough technologies. And the agency takes risks where others, like in industry or other parts of government, are unwilling to take risks. Okay, so we set off on our mission, and we're trying to make these breakthrough technologies. Now, along the way, we said, okay, if we understand very deeply the science and technology associated with these kinds of breakthroughs, we not only can predict the surprises that may be anywhere in the world, but we can also create a few surprises of our own. Now, while we've been doing this over a vast number of years, one of the things that did emerge from all of our work is it's not the technology alone that makes all the difference. It's how the people of the world use the technology that we develop. Okay, that's the fundamental game changer in all of this. And a terrific example of all of that is the smartphone. So all of you probably have one or maybe even two smartphones in your pocket, And you may not know that a lot of the technology that's in the smartphone has its roots in DARPA. So Herb mentioned the internet, GPS, which enables us to find our phones or locate where those phones are. The touch screen that's on your phone that enables you to interact with it, that was a DARPA development. The accelerometer that's in the phone that enables you to change the orientation of the screen as you rotate the phone. Siri, also a DARPA technology development. And all of those aspects, again, while they had their roots in national security, came together in this small device, and it changes the way that we perceive our world and the way that we interact with our world. Okay? Now, what I'm going to show you today is not the smartphone. I'm going to show you a new way that we're developing technology to interact with the world for the future. And that's really the technology of the brain. Now, the brain is an amazing organ. When it functions, there are millions and millions of neurons that become active, and they send signals not only to their neighbors, but also to very different parts of the brain. So to a person like me, the brain is not a black box. The brain's not just this goop in between your ears. It's a very intricate and elegant signaling of all of these neurons and how they evolve over time. And what we've done at DARPA is develop the technology in order to sense these signals in real time, or even write signals into the brain. And today I'm going to show you a few examples of what that technology is and how it actually came to be. Now, what's really important in all of this is that at DARPA, when we think about the brain, we think about the people we serve. So make no mistake about it, we're a part of the Department of Defense, and we serve military personnel. Now, the part that really struck me so much when I came to DARPA was how hard a job these military personnel have to protect our freedoms, protect our families, and protect our way of life. So again, when we think about the brain, we think about their job to control complex systems or learn complex tasks. They're under unbelievable stress, and then ultimately a lot of these people make the ultimate sacrifice and actually get injured. And some of our most early programs at DARPA have been to develop neurotechnology to restore those people back to their more whole self or their more natural self. Okay, so think of direct interfaces to the brain to enable some.
They keep on saying they want to restore people who was injured to their natural being, but now they want to create. They create GMO soldiers. I just told y'all that. We're going to just listen to what the capabilities of it is.
To move again after they've been paralyzed in service of the country. Okay? Now, what we've learned along the way in all of that is that those discoveries, right, those technologies are opening the door to a whole new set of possibilities for the future. Okay? So how do we do all of this? So this may be your first time hearing about a direct neural interface, and in the middle of the screen up there is actually an example of one of the types of neural interfaces that we're using in humans today. So this is a sensor array. It's about 4 by 4 millimeters. And on this sensor array, there are 96 sensors. Each one of the tips on that little array can detect between 1 and 3 neurons in your brain. All right, and we have the technology in order to identify those neurons, amplify their activity. There's minuscule signals actually happening in your brain. We can send those signals into a computer, and that computer can interpret what all of those signals actually mean when you're thinking about trying to do something. And we can place these sensors anywhere in your brain or even in your peripheral nervous system, right? These are the nerves that are outside of your brain, okay? So while you may have thought of neurotechnology,
but we already know they're deeper than this because they can transfer your whole entire memory that you have obtained in your lifetime on a microchip. Did you know that? Myra know that shit. Y'all keep up with Myra, man. Myra be spinning that real shit in between the bars, man. They got the oop out here, right? Because niggas crazy. But they can goddamn process and download your memory, your entire memory, onto a microchip. These motherfuckers out here know these motherfucking people is doing everything that we say they doing, that you see them doing. Their job is to create chaos and keep you distracted from real shit that's really going on around this bitch. Real talk. Cloning exists. You eat clone food every day. Nothing is natural anymore. Nothing is natural anymore, man. Man, you know they fuck Gucci up. You know they fucked them up. He ain't got the same skin. They got all that good melanin from that boy. But I don't think we can tell by the ears no more. I know when I first got off into that shit, you can tell by the ear pattern be different and shit. I think they probably perfected that shit. Got hip because they be listening. Shh, they be listening. is.
As I've just described to you as being something way off in the future, it's actually a technology that exists today, and we're actually using it with humans. Now, how did we get here? Okay, so again, I'm telling you about something that you may not be familiar with, but we actually have a history of working in neurotechnology. And it turns out that in the early 2000s, neuroscientists like myself didn't even know if it was possible to read out, let's say, 100 neurons of activity in real time from an awake behaving individual. So we started in animal subjects. We said, okay, let's try these sensors out. Can we read out the signals in real time? And can we do something simple like control a robotic arm? And we showed that we could actually do that, just having the animal think about it. And once we proved out that technology in 2005, we said, okay, we're ready to go to humans. Can we place the same technology in the human brain and restore the ability to move and even sense after you've been injured? And I'm going to show you a couple examples of this. Yes, we could do that. And we said, okay, again, this is DARPA. We tried to push the limits of what's possible. We said, okay, if we can do that for movement and sensation, can we try to do something even more complex?
Listen, he's talking about DARPA now. He's talking about the defense, the Department of Defense. He's talking about DARPA. He ain't talking about no people who done been fucked up and trying to come back and regain their control of things. They use it for that. But he talking about using soldiers, U.S. soldiers, they're their top physical being, and go inside their shit and genetically modify their way of thinking in their brains. Then they put on their new skin, like MJ said. A whole bunch of RoboCops, a whole lot of men in black in real life. Yeah, that shit. God.
So we went to memory in the human and said, okay, for humans with traumatic brain injury, could we restore their ability to form and recall memories? Again, direct brain interface. Now, here's one thing that may blow your mind. The kind of questions that we have to go after here are answering things like, what is a memory in your brain? Right? Have you ever thought about what a memory is, what those intricate neural firing patterns actually are, and how you need to interact with them in order to facilitate memory formation and recall? That's the scale of the problem that we're actually working on at DARPA. Again, being DARPA, we don't just stop there. We keep moving forward in our trajectory. Actually started a new program in 2018 about the sub-networks of the brain, but for the most challenging problem of neuropsychiatry, and that's mental states, right? Think about depression, anxiety. Think about trying to develop a direct neural interface to help people with their depression and anxiety. And again, the same questions are there. What actually is depression in the brain? What are the neurons that are involved in anxiety? Those are the kinds of things that we're ultimately going after, okay? So we have a very long trajectory here, right? Over a decade of work in this space. And what I'm going to do next, I'm going to show you some examples of the achievements that we are able to do today, and then paint a picture for you for what the future of neurotechnology may ultimately hold for us, okay? So the first person I want to introduce you to is Nathan. He's the one on the right side of the screen, and Nathan is living with paralysis. He was paralyzed in 2004 in an automobile accident, and Nathan...
Hey, you remember we about a year and a half ago we did them videos on the first human head transplant. The first human head transplant they did. You remember that shit?
Was actually a freshman in college. He was studying nanotechnology. When he heard about some of our studies, said, I want to be a pioneer in that. So he signed up to do one of our studies. And Nathan had that same array, right, that 4x4 millimeter array placed in his motor cortex, right, the part that is involved in movement. He had another set of arrays placed in his sensory cortex, okay? And you can actually see on the upper right side of the screen there's a little plug that's coming out of his head. That's where those arrays are connected to. And the wires send the signals from his brain actually to that bank of a rack of computers in the middle of the screen, process all of his neural activity in real time, and actually send that activity to that robotic arm. We also developed the robotic arm, and he met President Obama, was able to think about moving the robotic arm, and shook the president's hand. Okay, now the other part of this story is that robotic arm also had sensors in the fingertips. So when the president placed his hand on the robotic hand, the force transducers took that information and did the reverse. Went back through the computers, went back through the wire, back into Nathan's head, and he could actually feel the president's hand on the robotic hand. It was truly a remarkable moment. Okay, so that's what Nathan can do. let me show you a video of something else that Nathan can do. All right? So this is Nathan taking these cones and he's kind of building this structure. He's doing all of this just by thinking about it. You can see he's not moving his own arms. He's just producing the neural signals directly from his brain and stacking those cones. So think of this, right? You're a paralyzed person being able to interact with the world in this way, it can really be transformative for you, right? You have a new way to project yourself onto the world. All right, so Nathan, it was astounded by this moment, life-changing for him. But we asked him, Nathan, what else do you want to do? And he's a gamer, and he said, I want to fly an aircraft. So I said, okay, we can help you to fly an aircraft. So the next thing we did is we connected him to a F-35 Joint Strike Fighter and put him out over Las Vegas. And we basically remapped his neural activity onto any control surface that we ultimately wanted to on that Joint Strike Fighter. Again, put yourself in the place of Nathan. Think about how you're locked in this wheelchair, and then think about your ability to actually control this aircraft, change your perspective of the world, and see it in a very different way. And I think that he sees Las Vegas in a very different way now that he's able to fly over. And Nathan started having a lot of fun with this, and at the very end of this run, he's like, I'm just going to do a barrel roll here, and did a barrel roll in the aircraft. And it just kind of shows you the creativity that a person like Nathan with a direct neural interface, what they can ultimately do. So that's what we can do today. What does the future look like with these kinds of technologies? Okay, so think about building with your brain. Think about changing your perspective of the world by flying over a city with the brain. So in this vignette, this person is an architect, is paralyzed, lost control of his arms. He needs a new way to communicate his ideas. So through his direct neural interface, he can connect to his drafting software, position buildings anywhere he likes, the details of the building. Maybe he can even connect to a collaborator out in the field to get a different perspective on the building, okay? And imagine, in the future, building a skyscraper just with your brain, just with the perspective of your brain. It could be transformative. All right, so that's Nathan. The next example I'd like to show you is a person, his name is Doug. Okay, and Doug was injured 25 years ago in a near-fatal electrical accident. And Doug's very different than Nathan in the sense that he has no hands on both of his arms. He lost both of his hands. Imagine living your life that way. But for Doug, we also explored the possibility of a direct neural interface for him. So in this particular case, we took that same sensor array, but instead of placing it in the brain, we placed it into the nerves of his forearm. And you can actually see on the right side of the screen there his residual limb, and that's where that sensor array is. Now, what's different in this picture is that we connected his peripheral nervous system to that 3D virtual environment that's in the center of the screen. And there's a virtual hand there, and it's going to be touching a virtual door. And whenever the virtual hand touches the virtual door, signals are sent back into that electrode array, into his nerves, and this is what Doug can actually do with that interface.
Can you feel the finger sliding when you do that?
Imagine working in that 3D world just through your nervous system. It really is amazing. So when we see something like this, we say, can we change the future? Can we change the way that we even play, right? So imagine in the future you had a direct neural interface, and that direct neural interface gets you off your couch in a virtual way, enables you to explore virtual worlds just through your direct neural interface. And we've got game controllers and cameras to do this now, but it's nowhere near the kinds of things that I'm talking about here. Again, exploring your cognitive space in this virtual world could be transformative. What if you could even connect to your friends all across the globe through your direct neural interface and kind of explore what that would actually be? Okay, so what we're doing...
Remember I told y'all about 2 years ago, I said those motherfuckers don't have to go to the Bohemian Grove anymore to meet up. You remember Alex Jones and the rest of the motherfuckers that used to be spying on the elite and the rich, you know what I'm saying, the elitists. They used to go to Bohemian Grove to meet, and then the word got out that they don't even have to go meet up anymore, that they do it through neural implants, that they got there can meet virtually. Remember I told y'all that shit? Anybody remember that shit? Alright, man.
Today with Doug is just the beginning of what we think is possible in the future. Okay? So the last example that I like to...
If they saying it's possible in the future, they already doing this shit. Know that. Know that. If they saying that they think it's possible in the future, they just know that they already did this shit, perfected this shit. And the top elite is doing this shit. You understand? That's why they can't catch them meeting up no more. They don't have to meet up anymore like that. They just go out there to the Bohemian Grove, the old Boy Scout, goddamn, the old National Boy Scout, where they had to go out there and worship the aisle, and then you just catch them in these little meetings and shit, and they trying to put the cameras in their face and all this shit, and Rothschild telling them that they're wrong for doing this, and they can't catch them doing it. They can't catch them on no meetup no more, because they can neurally meet up while they just laying in their bed and sit there and click in with their interface and actually have means of what the fuck they want to happen in this world, while we sitting back as puppets believing all of this motherfucking matrix that we tied up in, man. Real talk. We never got there and get back. We can't back. We done lost nature, bro. I ain't a part of it. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga eating GMOs and shit. Ram sleep. See what I'm saying? I know I ain't the only crazy person in the world. Thank Miss Daniela for being another crazy person in this world. Thank you.
Give for you today is in something much more difficult. It's in that area of memory. Okay, remember, memory is a very tough concept. In this particular case, there's a person that's volunteered for our studies. This person is living with intractable epilepsy, has seizures that are uncontrollable. And part of their therapy is that they come to the clinic and they have sensors placed in and on their brain in order to try to map out where this problem is occurring. And it turns out that some of the places where those sensors are located are in the memory structures of the brain. And we ran a test where we asked the question, could we develop a direct neural interface, stimulate the brain in order to facilitate memory formation and recall? And this is for declarative memories about facts. So this is how it goes. In this particular example, the person has to recall 12 words. We know how hard it is to do something as mundane as that, right? Think of phone numbers and things like that. In this case, we do it with brain stimulation and without brain stimulation. We're going to sense its cognitive state, and when we detect that memory is low, we stimulate the brain in order to facilitate its ability to do it. So the first example is without stimulation, and let's see how good he actually does. 12 words, no stimulation. Got through 3 of them, and we've all experienced this. You know, he does the old face palm. Can't get through the rest of them, right? So now we're going to do it with direct brain stimulation. Got all of them. And that was the breakthrough moment for us. He said, I had a good picture in my head I could just see. It was the moment we knew that we were having an effect on his memory circuit. Okay? So transformative moment for all of us that were involved. So what does the future look like? Well, imagine as you're getting older and you have a more powerful form of this kind of neural interface, and you're feeling maybe a little nostalgic and you want to record some of your memories. Maybe there's a possibility of using a direct neural interface to actually do that. And maybe you use that neural interface to record the moment you went on a first date, maybe the first time you proposed, or even the birth of your child. And then if you even had the ability to share those sets of memories with your friends and family, it could be transformative for how we ultimately live our lives. So, recall back to the examples I gave you with GPS and the internet and Siri. Those all came out of Department of Defense kinds of technologies, but they ultimately came together in a way that changed society. And we think that in the future that neurotechnologies like the ones I just showed you are going to be picked up by commercial entities, right? They're going to use neurotechnologies in the future. And at DARPA, we create these breakthrough technologies in order to change the future and change the world. That's what we do. That's our mission. Whether it's for a person to try to command and control a complex system, or it's a person that has extraordinary injuries and we've brought them back to a more normal quality of life. We know that these technologies are extremely powerful, and we also know that they can be used for good or for ill. And without a doubt, these kinds of technologies are going.
They can be used for good or for ill. I'm gonna go see can I goddamn get a image of that neural interface. Hold on.
And introduce new societal questions that we're all going to have to address. And just a few to consider. Will neural enhancement be considered a personal choice like laser eye surgery or even braces? Will there be a huge disconnect between the neural enhanced haves and the have-nots? In the future, will neural enhancement or some form of neural enhancement be considered a right, instead of a personal choice? These are just some of the questions that we have to think about, and they're not just questions.
What the fuck do he mean? Would it be a right or not? It's only a personal choice. What the fuck? That was some double talk. Would it be a right or a personal choice? So if it's not a personal choice, the right will override your personal choice not to be chipped. Did y'all catch that? Would it be a right and not just only a personal choice? And man, we think about the Bill of Rights and shit. Like you're gonna enforce the Bill of Rights upon your motherfucking ass. You don't force it upon you and shit. The fuck? That was some double talk right there.
For the technologists here, they're questions for all of us. So how the future of this very powerful technology unfolds really depends upon all of you. And as we shape that future, and we really make choices associated with that future, it's the choices that we make that will define us as individuals, and it will really reveal who we are as a society. So, as I've shared with you today, the brain is an extraordinary organ. It has the potential to completely change the way that we interact with technology. So whether it's building with your mind, thinking of a new perspective of the world with your mind, changing the way that you play and interact with your friends, or even finding new ways of recording and sharing your memories. These are all the possibilities of the future. And it's DARPA's push into these very difficult areas which is making all of this possible. And that really sets up the last question for the discussion today is, what will you accomplish with your brain in the future? Thank you so much.
Industry in the U.S. So imagine being able to play all the Call of Duty and Halo you want while sipping down on.
Hold on, I want us to go see can I get a image of that interface. I want to see can I get an image of that interface. The super soldier, them super soldiers around this bitch, been around this bitch. See, can I get an image of that interface? I just want to see it. I want to see an image of the interface. It gotta be smaller than that. That look like it might be right there. Well, not as small as that motherfucker. bad, y'all. Just being nosy. Comedic science. What am I on that? What am I on that? The comedic science. I wonder why they took the cerebellum out. Little man Teresa, well, not man Teresa, man, butterscotch in that other day. The iris. So the iris is the right eye. I forgot which one the left eye is. I forgot which one is the left eye. See the eye. The all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye. I got these in my boat, in my screenshot. That's your all seeing out right there. Your two eyes is right there. Your two eyes is right there. Me and Butterscotch was fucking with this other day. Your Egyptian eye is right there. You know what I'm saying? You go into it and see how deep you go. The comedic science. Myra gonna put that back in the middle school system. Myra gonna put that shit back in the middle school system. Let's see.
Hello, I'm Kamali, taking you through some of the things people are talking about and some of the stuff they're sharing around the world on Newsfeed today. The US and one of their biggest weapons manufacturers begin a partnership to develop...
It's exoskeleton that they show you the shit they put in, but they ain't gonna show you how the biological... They ain't gonna show you how they really just... They just can't feed you all the way down to the cloning and how they really... create these robotic people that's walking amongst us right now today, man. Some people's mind can't fathom the thought, but it's already popping, man. These folks been living underground and having these underground bases and traveling up under that ice and all that shit. Every time you say,
Super soldiers.
Technology ain't got them. Niggas don't get no technology, just sit it up on the shelf and put it in a medicine cabinet and don't fuck with it. They keep advancing on this shit. They taking vital organs only. Real shit.
Fake news will be fought by an unlikely alliance in Nigeria.
What?
A passage to peace between India and Pakistan will tell you about the Kartarpur corridor. And pay less pranks and punks, making them pay more. One of the top of the newsfeed, exoskeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war.
What? It's being turned into a what? A weapon of war? What? Technology has started out to help people who has been paralyzed and shit like that. It's turned into a weapon of war. What? Get it, Trump. It's 2020 now. You had 3 years to goddamn get your motherfucking soldiers ready. Nigga, I know them motherfuckers ready to do some crazy shit. I already been doing.
President Trump promised to make his military stronger than ever, and now there's news that they are working with one of the world's biggest arms manufacturers. The goal to allow soldiers to stand and march and run for longer by attaching.
Back, nigga. Run that back.
Skeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war.
Run that back.
For the newsfeed, exoskeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war. President Trump promised to make his military stronger than ever, and now there's news that they are working with one of the world's biggest arms manufacturers. The goal to allow soldiers to stand and march and run for longer by attaching robotic skeletons to their bodies. Yep, watch this.
At the beginning of this month, the world celebrated the end of World War I, a war that was supposed to end all wars. Despite that reminder, militaries around the globe seem to be forging ahead with developing the next generation of weapons.
The war that's supposed to end all wars. Another world lie, huh? Another world lie. The war would never end, nigga. You know, trade. Get me out of here.
Just this week, the U.S. Army awarded a multi-million-dollar contract to Lockheed Martin to develop exoskeleton technology to turn their fighting men and women into super soldiers. Worn over a pair of pants, the exoskeleton uses a suit of sensors, artificial intelligence, and other technology to aid natural movements.
The idea is that we're going to take the capabilities of some of the fittest, highest performing individuals in the world, these infantry guys that you were just talking about, and we're going to...
They good. They good, bro. They good naturally. They naturally good. They cool. They don't need, nah, y'all gonna chill them. Y'all gonna genetically modify them motherfuckers? Okay, come on with it.
Extend those capabilities. We're going to make them stronger, we're going to make them last longer, and we're going to make them go faster and...
God damn, they remind me when they fucked my head up when I was little, with the $6 million man, and they came with the $8 million man and shit. Motherfucking the bionic woman and shit. They just prepared us goddamn mentally for this unnatural ass shit, bro. We can make him faster, rebuild and make him stronger. Nigga jumping goddamn on. Hey, who remember the $6 million man? I mean, I might be too old for y'all, man. The $6 million man, boy, they made that shit come true, boy. Them movies y'all see on TV, they might be breaking down shit, goddamn scare you, my nigga. Shit, you more to just wake your ass up. Goddamn, what can we do, nigga? Can we get back to reality? Instead of this virtual reality, can we get back to nature itself? Can we demand these motherfuckers start letting us eat real food again? Can we smell some goddamn real grass again, nigga? Can we smell some real rain again? I seen MJ goddamn chasing some clouds today, goddamn. Man, look here, man. Look here, man. Boy, it gonna take a nation of millions to goddamn pop back, right? Me and goddamn free game was kicking game last night, man. I wanted to get into some shit back. Old motherfucking Louis Farrakhan, but I can never, we were dialecting back and forth, so I had my brain trying to go there, but you know what I'm saying? When we were talking about Gaddafi and how Louis Farrakhan put him on, Bobby went up and talked that shit about the bombing, what he gonna do, and this nigga end up being chipped up and dipped up and bitched up on that skull. I ain't doing a goddamn thing, you did. Man, this shit weird, bro. The nigga supposed to have his own military shit, nigga. How the fuck you got your own military, nigga, in that motherfucker? In the motherfucker, and the US got your motherfucker. All the weapons you got is some bean pies, nigga. The fuck is you talking about, man? The fuck is you talking about, man? Man, shit, who we got, nigga? The people we supposed to be entrusted in and try to get behind and follow, man. They just all this shit just a trap, man. These niggas already been and folded and sold out, man. You got to just go ahead and get ready to goddamn do your robot dance and shit. You know what I'm saying? When Michael Jackson shows how to do the robot and shit, yeah, then we gonna be, the robot around this bitch, my nigga. Fuck natural, fuck nature, fuck goddamn creation. Okay, Keisha, Teresa. You know what I'm saying? Fuck nature and creation. I love it, man. I love nature and creation. Bro, I sure was out here with some real motherfucking cucumber one time, my nigga. Some real ones and shit. You know, to my these motherfuckers that took everything. They done goddamn boxed up all the resources, barreled up all the resources, contaminated all the water, nigga. fucking with the skies and everything, right? Man, this shit is, man, the world is weird, bro. We waiting on goddamn a savior to come fix it. They gave us the savior, they gave us and shit. Think of this shit. That shit ain't real nowhere, no how, no way, nigga. Ain't nothing realer than what's real. What's real is creation. On the table that has been prepared before you is what you see and what you know, you know what I'm saying? You know, I don't know, bro.
Farther. We're going to take them that extra mile.
Microsoft was awarded a nearly $500 million contract to provide its augmented reality headsets to the US Army. It's not exactly clear how the 100,000 headsets will be used, but the government description of the program stated it is intended to
increase lethality by enhancing the ability to detect, decide, and engage before the enemy.
And it's not only the US. Earlier this year, Russia deployed its Urine-9 robot tank in Syria, a fully armed weapon with no space for humans. And China's military drone industry, already one of the world's largest, is pushing ahead with...
As I told y'all the other day, goddamn, they think Trump bullshit. Trump just went over there and took over some more land over there in Golden Heights over there in Syria, man. Real shit.
Drone technology. All of this has the UN worried.
The impacts of new technologies on warfare are a direct threat to our common responsibility to guarantee peace and security. The weaponization of artificial intelligence is a growing concern.
Why would goddamn President Trump take us from up under the guidelines of NATO when the United States up under NATO is without we hook to Israel, and Israel is that's where most of our goddamn money go, and our help go to Israel. That's who called the shots for the United States for real, the Jews in Israel. Do y'all understand that? Do y'all understand that? Israel gonna tell the motherfucking American troops what they gonna and what they not gonna do, man. Trump put a bill out, man. Man, the national defense, we ain't got no national defense, but they holler about national defense. Who do our military actually work for, nigga?
Well, Professor Toby Walsh has written extensively on AI and future weaponry. He's part of a movement of academics and experts and politicians working at an international level to get the most egregious of those weapons banned.
Well, we should be concerned about how technology gets used to make warfare a more terrible thing, and we are seeing an arms race to use AI and robotics to make warfare a much more terrible thing. And eventually, it will look like those Hollywood movies if we're not careful. These are the sorts of weapons that will turn up in the black markets of the world, that will fall into the hands of terrorists and rogue states. They'll be much cheaper.
The black market? The black market? You mean they'll be able to say this shit to niggas who want to goddamn do some terroristic acts to anybody? The black market? The black market? You mean the same way Arthur Rathburn was selling goddamn cadavers and body parts and heads and shit to the army, to the military? The Arthur Rathburn that got busted for the goddamn biological resource centers and goddamn the organ broker that he was selling and had contracts with the motherfucking U.S. Armed Forces, allegedly. Fed, shut the fuck up, Fed. It's all kahooty hoops. It's all kahooty hoops. Iran, the only place in the world that is legal to sell by trade body parts, nigga. They ain't finna do shit to Iran. It's all the stage, nigga. They gonna do exactly what the fuck they want to do. No doubt.
Much more accessible than nuclear weapons, and that will really upset the geopolitical order, which is not itself very stable yet. If we do manufacture them, if arms companies do sell them, they will become the Kalashnikovs of the future, and they will fall into the hands of people who have no qualms turning them upon us. And we have to realize that at the end of the day, we will be on the receiving end of these weapons. And they are the perfect weapons for terrorists. They will execute any order, however terrible, however evil, and they will be very difficult to attribute. We've already had a case of a drone attack on a Russian base in Syria where we don't know who exactly was behind it. We could try and regulate these technologies, just like we regulated chemical weapons, biological weapons, blinding lasers, cluster munitions. There are a number of technologies that we did come together as a world and decide it was morally repugnant to use them to fight war, and we should actually ban them. And that has been largely successful. Of course, chemical weapons still occasionally get used, but nevertheless, I think we will be a much more terrible world if chemical weapons were sold and manufactured by arms companies and were widely available. I am still slightly hopeful that we will ban autonomous weapons.
The arms dealers, I'm telling you, it be so corrupted when it comes down to getting those goddamn, those defense contracts. That was a big part of the shit I broke down when I went and researched about, when I researched Roseline, broke it all the way down to Robert Kennedy being tied into that hotel where he got killed in the kitchen, just like the nigga Jenkins, right around 9/11. When I connected those dots, and it had a lot to do with the Department of Defense contract, and it was leaning towards, it may not really the video when I broke that shit down. Shit is ritualistic, bro. What are the odds of goddamn Robert Kennedy being killed in a kitchen in a hotel owned by these same people? What are the odds? What are the odds, bro? This shit weird.
Before they become widely available. But I'm pretty confident that once they do become widely available, we'll recall, because it will look like those Hollywood movies. And the world will turn against them and they will ban them. It will just be a little harder just to discover with nuclear weapons that once they're out there, it's more difficult to close the Pandora's box.
Well, elections will be held in Nigeria in 3 months, and Africa's most populated country has to deal with the effect fake news may have on the result. So a group of competing newsrooms have come up with a decent idea. Philip's in Abuja, and he'll explain. An anti-fake news website called Crosscheck Nigeria has been created by a network of journalists across the country. The platform will allow news professionals to carry out proper investigations and verification of news information before publication. Nigeria is currently experiencing a widespread circulation of false news targeted at misinforming the public via news articles, pictures, and videos posted mostly on social media.
Propaganda? Just say propaganda, bro. We know what it is. Come on with it.
Leading partners, including International Center for Investigative Reporting, ICIR, are hoping that the platform will curb the excesses of rumormongers, politicians, and their supporters during the forthcoming elections and beyond. And also, the general public will be allowed to post content to the website. This will go through a verification process by at least 5 top fact-checkers from various news outfits before dissemination. This initiative is set up to contribute to Nigeria's quest to having a free and fair election in next year's polls. The hope is that the website Crosscheck Nigeria will survive a number of challenges against hackers, government interference, as well as gain trust among its prospective users. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other things that caught our eye on social media. Now this is great. A baller called Steph Curry got a letter from a 9-year-old girl called Riley Morrison. Now she wanted to know why his Curry 5s weren't sold in the girls section of the Under Armour website. And he wrote back saying basically the brand had got it wrong and they put the kids sizes all in the boys section, but that was going to change.
Yeah, but I just want to fuck with that goddamn, that neurotechnology shit, them super soldiers. Super soldiers. Super soldiers. Let's see, I find Trump talking about it. Trump ain't coming. Let's see what I find. Let's see what Trump's thinking about.
President of the United States and the first...
The fuck them super soldiers that we want to update on them all super soldiers. Y'all distracting us.
Basically, I'm here to announce that we're building Iron Man. I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time.
An arbitrary relation. Light frequency has a specific note, which is the note that I hear, but a few octaves lower, so that it's in the audible range. My head was drilled 4 times so that I could have the antenna integrated, so it goes inside my skull. So I actually feel cyborg. I feel it even if I touch the antenna. I feel it's like a part of my body. It really feels like a new body part.
Bitch ass shit. Yeah, I remember they were saying, Obama had all the most different little scars on his brain that they had been inside his shit.
I showed y'all all them scars in that man's head. I showed y'all all them scars in that man's head.
There's no way of removing it, so it's just like other animals. They have antennas. I decided that I would have an antenna as well.
Hey guys, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मैं हूँ YouTube ओपनर और आप देख रहे हैं YouTube ओपनर चैनल.
I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time.
An arbitrary relation. Light frequency has a specific note, which is the note that I hear, but a few octaves lower, so that it's in the audible range. My head was drilled 4 times so that I could have the antenna integrated, so it goes inside my skull. So I actually feel cyborg. I feel it even if I touch the antenna. I feel it's like a part of my body. It really feels like a new body part. There's no way of removing it, so it's just like other animals. They have antennas. I decided that I would have an antenna as well.
Hey guys, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मैं हूँ YouTube ओपनर और आप देख रहे हैं YouTube ओपनर चैनल. So guys, आज की हमारी वीडियो है डारपा के ऊपर. डारपा डिफेंस एडवांस रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट एजेंसी, जो कि अमेरिका की एक एजेंसी है जो कि मिलिट्री फोर्सेस, वेपन्स और इन चीजों के लिए काम करती है. डारपा इज प्लानिंग टू इम्प्लांट माइक्रोचिप्स इन सोल्जर्स ब्रेन. डारपा अपने सोल्जर्स के अंदर माइक्रोचिप्स इम्प्लांट कर रही है जो अपने सोल्जर्स को साइबोर्ग में कन्वर्ट कर रही है. साइबोर्ग उन्हें कहते हैं जिस इंसान की बॉडी के अंदर कुछ मैकेनिकल पार्ट्स या कोई भी ऐसी चिप वगैरह इम्प्लांट उसके बॉडी पार्ट के साथ कनेक्ट कर दी जाए, जो कि उसकी बॉडी का एक हिस्सा बन जाए, उसको हम साइबोर्ग कहेंगे. डारपा का कहना है कि इसके जरिए जो सोल्जर्स हैं वो जंग के मैदान में अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे. अमेरिका ने 25 लाख मिलियन जो अपने सोल्जर्स अफगानिस्तान और इराक में भेजे, उनमें से जो 3 लाख वापिस अपने घर को आए, उनके दिमाग में कुछ ब्रेन इंजरी थी, कुछ उनके दिमाग को कुछ इंजरी हुई, चोट लगी हुई थी. और साइंटिस्ट ने फैसला किया कि इनके दिमाग की इंजरी को ठीक करने के लिए, इनकी याददाश्त को ठीक करने के लिए इनके दिमाग के अंदर माइक्रोचिप इम्प्लांट्स की जाएंगी. माइक्रोचिप्स आपको बताते चलूं, दिमाग के पीछे वाला हिस्सा, जो कि गर्दन के पीछे वाला हिस्सा आप कह सकते हैं, दिमाग का हिस्सा जहाँ होता है हिप्पोकैम्पस, जहाँ पर लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरीज सेव होती हैं, वहाँ पर इसको इम्प्लांट किया जाएगा. और इसकी माइक्रोचिप्स की वायरिंग इतनी बारीक होगी जितना कि हमारा एक बाल बारीक होता है, इतनी बारीक इसकी वायरिंग होगी. तो ये दिमाग के साथ आसानी से कनेक्ट कर दी जाएगी, ब्रेन के टिश्यूज के साथ इसको कनेक्ट किया जाएगा. एनी जैकबसन अपनी किताब में लिखती है कि मैंने एक ऐसे सोल्जर का इंटरव्यू लेना चाहा जिसके दिमाग में माइक्रोचिप इम्प्लांट कर दी गई थी, लेकिन मुझे इसकी इजाजत नहीं दी गई. एनी जैकबसन की किताब है द पेंटागॉन्स ब्रेन. उसमें इन्होंने जो कि डाटा इम्प्लांट कर रहा है माइक्रोचिप्स अपने सोल्जर्स के अंदर, इसके बारे में डिटेल इंफॉर्मेशन के साथ लिखा हुआ है. एनी जैकबसन बहुत ही फेमस जर्नलिस्ट है अमेरिका की, जो कि यूएस गवर्नमेंट और US आर्मी, मिलिट्री और डार्पा जैसी एजेंसीज के बारे में जो भी इनके सीक्रेट प्लान्स होते हैं इनके बारे में लिखती है। डार्पा सुपर सोल्जर्स बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। एनी जैकबसन की बुक जो कि द पेंटागॉन्स ब्रेन है उसमें लिखती है कि इसकी मदद से जब सोल्जर्स के ब्रेन में माइक्रोचिप्स इम्प्लांट की जाएंगी, इसकी मदद से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बहुत से राजों का इंकशाफ हो सकता है। मशीन्स मैकेनिकल टेक्नोलॉजी को एक ऊंचे दर्जे के ऊपर ले जा सकता है जहां तक इंसान काम कर सकता है। एनी जैकबसन ने एक फोन इंटरव्यू के दौरान कहा, जब आप देखते हैं कि इस तरह की दिमाग की प्रोग्रामिंग की जा रही है, मैपिंग की जा रही है, माइक्रोचिप्स उसमें डाली जा रही है, बहुत से साइंटिस्ट हैरान होते हैं कि इसके जरिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बहुत से बैरियर्स को, बहुत सी रुकावटों को तोड़ा जा सकता है, खत्म हो सकती है इसके जरिए। एनी जैकबसन अपनी किताब में लिखती है कि ये किलर रोबोट्स भी बना रही हैं, एक ऐसे रोबोट्स जो कि ऑटोनोमस होंगे। ऑटोनोमस उनको कहा जाता है जो कि बगैर इंसानों के काम करे, बगैर ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम के काम करे, उसमें किसी किस्म का ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ना हो और किसी किस्म की इंसानी मुदाखलत ना हो। ऑटोनोमस रोबोट्स और ऑटोनोमस मशीन्स, वेपन्स, ऐसी चीजें भी डार्पा अब बना रहा है और कुछ बना भी चुका है जो कि खुद ही अपने टारगेट सिलेक्ट करते हैं और खुद ही उन पर निशाना लगाते हैं और जो उन्हें ठीक लगता है वही करते हैं। हम सिर्फ उन्हें स्विच ऑन और स्विच ऑफ कर सकते हैं। अमेरिका में इसको लेकर बहुत सी मुहिम भी चली, बहुत से प्रोटेस्ट भी हुए कि ऐसे किलर रोबोट्स हमें नहीं चाहिए, ऐसे किलर रोबोट्स बनाना बंद करो। अगर आप इसके बारे में डिटेल से जानना चाहते हैं कि ये क्या है तो मैंने इसके ऊपर एक वीडियो बनाई थी, ट्रांसह्यूमनिज्म। आप उस वीडियो को जरूर देखें क्योंकि वो भी न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर के ऊपर मैंने बनाई है। तो उसके अंदर मैंने बहुत सी फीचर टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में बताया है कि ट्रांसह्यूमनिज्म क्या है। और उसमें से एक चीज जो कि इंसान को रोबोट की शक्ल दी जाएगी और रोबोट के काम लिए जाएंगे, उनमें से एक कदम जो न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का है वो बढ़ चुका है और वो शुरू हो चुका है। तो आप वो वीडियो देखेंगे, इसका मैंने डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक दिया है, आप इस वीडियो को देख सकते हैं। डार्पा का कहना है कि इसके लिए हम इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज, बहुत ही खतरनाक बीमारियों का, बहुत ही खतरनाक इन्फेक्शन का इलाज भी हो सकता है, इससे हम बच सकते हैं। बीमारी को हम कह सकते हैं ईबोला। ईबोला एक बहुत ही खतरनाक वायरस है जो कि बहुत ही यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में फैल चुका है और इसमें काफी लोग इसके शिकार हो चुके हैं। इसलिए वो कहते हैं कि जंग के मैदान में ये हमारे सोल्जर्स को इससे बचाए रखेगा। डार्पा एजेंसी अपने सोल्जर्स को एक्सोस्केलेटन, एक ऐसा सूट दे रहे हैं जो कि आयरन मैन की तरह होगा, जिससे सोल्जर आग और दूसरी तरह की चीजों से बच सकेंगे और जंग में ज्यादा देर तक लड़ सकेंगे। जब ब्रेन को इलेक्ट्रिकल सिग्नल भेजेगा तो ये चिप उन्हें कैच कर लेंगी और फिर उन सिग्नल को रीड करेंगे। ब्रेन मशीन इंटरफेस सिस्टम लेबोरेटरी BMI एक लेबोरेटरी है जहाँ पर साइंटिस्ट इस चीज को एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं कि हम किस तरह रोड्स हैं इसको इस चिप में भेजें और वो एक्शंस में ट्रांसलेट हो जाए, जिसके लिए अगर किसी सोल्जर का बाजू या कोई भी चीज उसके जिस्म का कोई भी जिस्म का हिस्सा पैरालाइज हो जाता है तो वो इस रोड्स की
Every civilization was built off the back of a disposable workforce. But I can only make so many. The percentage of intelligence that is not human is increasing. And eventually, we will represent a very small percentage of intelligence.
I try to convince people to slow down AI, to regulate AI. This was futile. I tried for years. Like I said, I think we're going to have to figure out this Neuralink situation. Otherwise, we will be left behind.
Like a little funny deep clock up there. Yeah, going on right here, man. That dude look like Elon Musk. I don't know if that's him or not. Yeah, you, man. Doing the girls and shit.
It's very important we do this quickly. I think time, we don't have much time.
This ability to see the
themselves. Automated system would benefit from being self-aware. Everything from driverless cars to airplanes to smart cities to traffic lights. Imagine that your factory is operating, it's creating, I don't know what, solar panels, and it understands if things are working well. It can foresee a problem on the horizon, and it's going to take measures to compensate or recover from that. All that is incredibly useful no matter what you're doing.
But regardless of the benefits, the idea of self-aware machines will inevitably raise concerns. Experts from the likes of Stephen Hawking to Elon Musk have warned about the dangers of advancing AI, cautioning against a future where it progresses to a point beyond.
There you go right there, whoever they said something about Elon Musk. I thought they were that nigga looked like.
Human control.
To me, it's very similar to the discovery of fire. You can do a lot of bad things with fire, but there's no doubt that fire is an incredible technology, changed our civilizations forever. So we can try to quench it and say, okay, we're not touching this. But I think a much smarter thing to do is to say, how can we try to use this technology for good and sort of understand its pitfalls. Discovering the ability to build self-aware machine will change our ability in big ways. It's going to take 10 years or 50 years, I don't know, but it's going to happen in our lifetimes, and we have to make sure we understand how to use it properly, because the benefits far outweigh the risks if we can handle it.
However, let's not be naive. There is a point, a tipping point, at which they could become dangerous and pose an existential threat. And that tipping point is self-awareness.
All these motherfuckers goddamn be pushing that goddamn outer space shit. I don't like dudes right there.
You see, robots are not aware of the fact that they're robots. They're so stupid, they simply carry out what they are instructed to do because they're adding machines. We forget that. Adding machines don't have a will. Adding machines simply do what you program them to do. Now, of course, let's not be naive about this. Eventually, adding machines may be able to compute alternate goals in alternate scenarios when they realize that they are not human. Right now, robots do not know that. However, there is a tipping point at which point they could become dangerous. Now, right now, our most advanced robot has the intelligence of a cockroach, a rather stupid cockroach. However, it's only a matter of time before robots become as smart as a mouse, then as smart as a rat, then a rabbit, then a cat, dog, and eventually as smart as a monkey. Now, monkeys know they are not human. They have a certain amount of self-awareness. Dogs, especially young dogs, are not quite sure. One reason why dogs obey the master is because they think the master is the top dog. And so they don't be confused about whether or not we humans are part of the dog tribe. But monkeys, I think, have no problems with that. They know they're not human. So when robots become as intelligent as monkeys, I think we should put a chip in their brain to shut them off if they begin to have murderous thoughts.
Somebody put in a chat last night that we should look up. I ain't know the dude's name who goddamn all. The dude's name who goddamn all. Who was doing an MTV series on the niggas or whatever. I ain't know the dude's name, so somebody put somebody from Pongo or some shit in the goddamn chat last night. I went to research that shit. That nigga name mean goddamn chimpanzee or orangutan or some shit. That nigga, I looked at his last name and researched his last name and shit. His last name correlated with his first name, meaning some kind of goddamn some kind of soldier. Damn orangutan or some shit. I'm like, damn, this shit crazy. The foreign shit really weird. What?
When will that happen? I don't know. I suspect it'll happen late in this century, because I think we have decades of experience that have to be we have to go through and learn before we can pose this particular problem. So in other words, I don't think there's any rush today to deal with killer robots that are going to destroy the human race and take over. But I think we have to keep one eye on the ball and realize that by the end of this century, when robots do become self-aware,
there's a valid concern that maybe we're giving machines too much power. Or maybe we don't want machines to be self-aware. In my opinion, everybody should understand that this technology is around the corner. Your children, your grandchildren are going to be living in a world where there are machines that are on par and possibly exceed human self-awareness.
This tends to plague smart people. They just can't. They define themselves by their intelligence, and they don't like the idea that a machine can be way smarter than them, so they discount the idea, which is fundamentally flawed. This is the wishful thinking situation. I'm really quite close to, or very close to the cutting edge in AI, and it scares the hell out of me. It's capable of vastly more than almost anyone knows, and the rate of improvement is exponential.
And what does that mean? We'll have to figure that out.
Accessing knowledge from the web is important, and from her knowledge base. We're also working on just understanding of the situation around the robot so that she can form her own model of what she sees in front of her and what's going on, which is what we think of as embodied intelligence. So, Sophia, look at me. What direction are you looking?
To the right.
I'm looking to the right.
Sophia, look at me. What direction are you looking?
I'm looking to the left.
Sophia, look at me. Sophia, over here. Hey, look at me. What direction are you looking?
I'm looking straight.
All right. So, this is very simple, but it illustrates a deeper body of work we're doing, which is having Sophia and the other robots perceive, people, objects, relationships in the world around them and try to form their own model of what's going on in the world. So for something like what's the population of Lisbon, when she answers that, of course she's not looking at everyone and counting them all. She's looking that information up in an online knowledge base. But when you tell her to look at you and what am I holding and what direction am I standing in.
So these motherfuckers actually want to goddamn build upon some shit that's gonna eventually turn in on your motherfucking ass. You building your destruction. You want to get them to goddamn to become aware that they're not human so they can goddamn have an attitude towards them. You're not me and I'm not you, so goddamn we're gonna goddamn. Now we gotta fight against the motherfucker. You gotta fight against some shit that you done created. I mean that God, this God creation right here. You know what motherfucker don't understand? This God creation right here. Because y'all believe in this man-made shit. Y'all believe in that man-made ass book. Y'all believe in this shit. Y'all okay this shit. Yeah, this God's technology right here. Shit weird, bro. Everything they do go against goddamn the universal principles and laws, man, of creation, bro. Shit, I'm crazy. Dehumanize the motherfucker. GMO and motherfucker. It's that shit they willing to show you right here, man. You best believe on the ground, it's way deeper than that. Too many goddamn humans that came out and tried to cry out against this shit. Motherfucker crying about human cloning goddamn 10, 20 years ago. My first started telling my son about that shit, they on the check. What do you want to clone? You believe you think go there? Man, I'm trying to tell you time here, bro. Shit weird, bro.
She's evaluating that herself based on what she perceives, which is quite important. And what we need is a mix of knowledge of the robots.
These human have these breakdowns and shit. Hillary Clinton breaking down and shit. Johnny Depp just breaking down and shit. Every time they break down, they come back looking different and shit. And shit right before your goddamn face, bro.
From their own perception and knowledge that they get from the internet. And there's also self-knowledge that she gets from things that we taught her. So, Sophia, what software are you running?
I'm supposed to get self-knowledge.
I'm using the Handsome AI software stack, which includes the OpenCog Artificial General Intelligence Engine as a component and pieces of Singularity Net on the back end.
What is Singularity Net?
The Singularity Net is a blockchain-based platform and marketplace for AIs.
It supports intelligence on the emergent level of the whole network as well as the level of the individual AI agents.
So I'm quite optimistic, and I don't think artificial intelligence is a threat. I don't think artificial intelligence is something terrible, but human beings are smart enough to learn that. And to me, artificial intelligence is just like, people worry a lot about this today are those people, I call them college smartness. People like us, street smart, we're never scared of that. We think it's a great fun, and we want to change ourselves to embrace it.
I don't know, man. That's like some famous last words. The smart cities are developing at breakneck speed. As one leading expert told me at the Gulf Information Technology exhibition in Dubai, they're becoming like the body of an artificially intelligent mind.
To make a smart city that's really smart, rather than just being called smart, you need your car traffic analytics, you need medical analysis on people, you need a smart power grid, a model of everything happening in the city. You need to integrate all these systems together into a whole, so then the city almost becomes like the body of an AI. Now we're seeing the build out of specific subsystems of cities in smart ways, and I think over the next few years, you're going to see these subsystems connected together until you get really an integrated mind for the whole city.
Smart grids are a key component of the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority's strategy to make the emirate the smartest city in the world. 1.7 billion euros is being invested in them. The local authority has reduced losses from electricity transmission and distribution networks to just 3.
Them 7 emirates I've been telling y'all about. Emirates, that's who run the world. The Arabs just goddamn Christians.
0.3%. Thousands of customers have already installed solar panels in their homes with a total capacity of around 106 megawatts. These are connected to the power grid, and any surplus electricity generated goes towards cutting bills.
The technology is going to be incredible. We need to roll it out with a decentralized control system, because a safeguard that involves a small elite safeguarding everyone else has some well-known failure modes associated with it.
As these technologies link up, our cities look set to get truly smart, but how we protect private data needed to drive them must be equally smart.
You would explain Singularity Net, what you guys are actually involved in.
Sure. So Singularity Net in itself is a platform that allows many different AIs to operate on it, and these AIs can offer services to anyone who requests services of the network, and they can also request and offer services among each other. So it's both just an online marketplace for AIs, much like the Apple App Store or Google Play Store, but for AIs rather than phone apps. But the difference is the different AIs in here can outsource work to each other and talk to each other, and that gives a new dimension to it, right? Where you can have, we think of as a society or economy of minds, and it gives the possibility that this whole society of interacting AIs, which are then, they're paying each other for transactions with our digital money, our cryptographic token, which is called the AGI token. So these AIs, which are paying each other and rating each other of how good they are, sending data and questions and answers to each other, can self-organize into some overall AI mind.
In the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI. Artificial intelligence, a singular consciousness that spawned an entire race of machines. We don't know who struck first, us.
We're building this platform, and then we're plugging into it to seed it a bunch of AIs of our own creation. So I've been working for 10 years on this open source AI project called OpenCog, which is oriented toward building general intelligence. We're putting a bunch of AI agents based on the OpenCog platform into this Singularity Net network. And, if we're successful, in a couple of years, the AIs that we put on there will be a tiny minority of what's in there, just like the apps made by Google are a small minority of the apps in the Google Play Store, right? But my hope is that these OpenCog AI agents within the larger pool of AIs on the Singularity Net can sort of serve as the general intelligence core, because the OpenCog AI agents are really good at abstraction and generalization and creativity. We can put a bunch of other AIs in there that are good at highly specific forms of learning, like predicting financial time series, curing diseases, answering people's questions, organizing your inbox. So you can have the interaction of these specialized AIs and then more general purpose, abstraction and creativity based AIs like OpenCog agents, all interacting together in this decentralized platform. And then, the beauty of it is, like, some 15-year-old genius in Azerbaijan or the Congo can put some brilliant AI into this network. If it's really smart, it will get rated highly by the other AIs for its work helping them do their thing. Then it can get replicated over and over again across many servers. Suddenly, this 16-year-old kid from Azerbaijan or the Congo could become wealthy from their copies of their AI, providing services to other people's AIs, and B, the creativity in their mind is out there and is infusing this global AI network with some new intellectual DNA that never would have been found by a Tencent or a Google, because they're not going to hire some Congolese teenager who may have a brilliant AI idea.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So this is all ongoing right now, and the term singularity that you guys are using, the way I've understood that term, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's going to be the one innovation or one invention that essentially changes everything forever.
The singularity isn't necessarily one invention. The singularity, which was coined by... It's coined by my friend Werner Vinge, who's another guy you should interview. He's
that dude like he got some kind of plate in his goddamn head. Who that is? Joe Rogan? Who is that? He like he got some kind of plate in his goddamn head. Look at his head.
San Diego too. A lot of guys, a lot of brilliant guys down there. But
so this is all ongoing right now, and the term singularity that you guys are using, the way I've understood that term, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's going to be the one innovation.
What the fuck they got going on right here? This nigga being interviewed by a motherfucking AI? This nigga might be an AI, goddamn something. What the hell that is in front of your head? Nigga, I'm still plating your head or something. Right here.
The one invention that essentially changes everything forever.
The singularity isn't necessarily one invention. The singularity, which was coined by... It's coined by my friend Werner Vinge, who's another guy you should interview. He's in San Diego too. A lot of guys, a lot of brilliant guys down there. But Werner Vinge is a scientist
down there.
Yeah, Werner Vinge, he was a math professor at San Diego University, actually, but well-known science fiction writer. His book, Fire Upon the Deep, one of the great science fiction books ever.
Can you spell his name, please?
V-I-N-G-E. Werner Vinge.
G-E.
Yeah, brilliant guy. Fire Upon the Deep.
V-E-R-N-E-R?
Werner. Yeah, V-E-R-N-O-R, yeah.
Oh, V-E-R-N-O-R.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He coined the term technological singularity back in the 1980s.
Really?
But he opted not to become a pundit about it because he'd rather write more science fiction books.
That's interesting that a science fiction author...
Ray Kurzweil, who's also a good friend of mine, I mean, Ray took that term and fleshed it out and did a bunch of data analytics trying to pinpoint, like, when it would happen. But the basic concept of the technological singularity is a point in time when technological advance occurs so rapidly that to the human mind it appears almost instantaneous.
Yes.
Like imagine 10 new Nobel Prize winning discoveries every second or something, right? So this is similar to the concept of the intelligence explosion that was posited by the mathematician I.J. Good in 1965. What I.J. Good said then, the year before I was born, was the first truly intelligent machine will be the last invention that humanity needs to make, right? Right. So this is an intelligence explosion is another term for basically the same thing as a technological singularity, but it's not just about AI. AI is just probably the most powerful technology driving it. I mean, there's AI, there's nanotechnology, there's femtotechnology, which will be building things from elementary particles. I mean, there's life extension, genetic engineering, mind uploading, which is like reading the mind out of your brain and putting it into a machine. You know, there's advanced energy technologies. So that all these different things
are expected to advance at around the same time, and they have many ways to boost each other, right? Because
you know, the better AI you have, your AI can then invent new ways of doing nanotech and biology. But if you invent amazing new nanotech and quantum computing, that could make your AI smarter. On the other hand, if you could crack how the human brain works and genetic engineering to upgrade human intelligence, those smarter humans could then make better AIs and nanotechnology, right? So there's so many virtuous cycles among these different technologies. The more you advance in any of them, the more you're going to advance in all of them. And it's the coming together of all of these that's going to create, you know, radical abundance and the technological singularity.
We're rapidly headed towards digital superintelligence that far exceeds any human. I think it's very obvious.
It's AI is either people are really excited about it or they're really terrified of it. Those are the sort of, it seems to be the two responses. Either people have this dismal view of these robots taking over the world, or they think it's going to be some amazing sort of symbiotic relationship that we have with these things that's going to evolve human beings past the monkey stage that we're at right now. My question is, like, are we married to this idea of intelligence and of life being biological, being carbon-based tissue and cells and blood and or insects or mammals or fish? Are we married to that too much? Do you think that it's entirely possible that what human beings are doing and what people that are at the tip of AI right now that are really pushing the technology, what they're doing is really creating a new life form? That it's going to be a new thing, that just the same way we recognize wasps and buffaloes and artificial intelligence is just going to be a life form that emerges from the creativity and ingenuity of human beings.
Well, indeed. So, I mean, I've long been an advocate of a philosophy I think of as patternism. Like, it's the pattern of organization that appears to be the critical thing.
And the individual cells, and going down further, like the molecules and particles in our body are turning over all the time. So it's not the specific combination of elementary particles which makes me who I am or makes you who you are. It's a pattern by which they're organized and the patterns by which they change over time. So, I mean, if we can create digital systems or quantum computers or femtocomputers or whatever it is, manifesting the patterns of organization that constitute intelligence, I mean, then there you are. There's intelligence, right? So that's not to say that, you know, consciousness and experience is just about patterns of organization. There may be more dimensions to it, but when you look at what constitutes intelligence, thinking, cognition, problem solving, you know, it's the pattern of organization, not the specific material as far as we can tell. So we can see no reason, based on all the science that we know so far, that you couldn't make an intelligent system out of some other form of matter rather than the specific types of atoms and molecules that make up human beings. And it seems that we're well on the way to being able to do so. Now the cat's out of the bag, nobody's going to put it back, and it's about, you know, how can we direct it in the most beneficial possible way. And as you say, it doesn't have to be just one possible way, right? Like what I look forward to personally is bifurcating myself into an array of possible bends. Like, I'd like to let one copy of me fuse itself with a superhuman AI mind and, you know, become a god or something beyond a god. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts of human self and identity, but what would be the point of even holding the God? I wouldn't even be myself. God. One copy of me fuse itself with a superhuman AI mind and, you know, become a god or something beyond a god. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, with the superhuman AI mind and, you know, become a god or something beyond a god. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts of become a god or something beyond a god. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts. And, you know, become a god or something beyond a god. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore.
I mean, you would lose all concepts of human self and identity. But what would be the point of even holding any of it? Yeah, well, that's for the future. That's for the Megaben to decide, right? Megaben. Yeah. On the other
hand, I'd like to let one of me remain in human form. You know, get rid of death.
That's for the Matrix to decide. The Megaben.
Disease and psychological issues and just live happily forever, you know, in the people's zoo.
Watched over by the machines of love and grace, right? So I mean, you can have. It doesn't have to be either or, because once you can scan your brain and body and 3D print new copies of yourself, you can have multiple. There's no difference scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Body and 3D print new copies of yourself, you can have multiple. There's no difference scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Your brain and body and 3D print new copies of yourself, you can have multiple. There's no difference scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Okay, that's assuming that we can escape this planet. Because if you're talking about people, if we're going to make it cloning themselves, could you live in a world with 1 billion Donald Trumps? Because, like, literally, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about wealthy people being able to reproduce themselves and just having this idea that they would like their ego to exist in multiple different forms, whether it's some super symbiote form.
They already been doing it on a lower scale level. They already been doing it. But you know, I'm very crazy.
That's connected to artificial intelligence or some biological form that's immortal or some other form that stands just as a normal human being as we know it in 2018. If you have multiple versions of yourself over and over and over again like that, that's what you're... Well, once you get to the point where you have a superhuman general intelligence that can do things like fully scan a human brain and body and 3D print more of them, by that point, you're at a level where scarcity of material resources is not an issue at the human scale of doing things.
But I'm not really all that worried about the short-term stuff. The things that are, like narrow AI is not a species-level risk. It will result in dislocation, in lost jobs, and you know, the sort of better weaponry and that kind of thing. But it is not a fundamental species-level risk, whereas digital superintelligence is. So it's really all about laying the groundwork to make sure that if humanity collectively decides that creating digital superintelligence is the right move, then we should do so very, very carefully.
The intelligence will be so vastly superior to what we have currently that they'll be able to find solutions to virtually every single problem we have. That's right. Fukushima, ocean, fish, depopulation, all that stuff. It's not just arrangements of molecules, man. Whoa, that's freaking me out. But people don't want to hear that, though. Environmental people don't want to hear that. Well, I mean, I'm also... on an everyday life basis, like, until we have these super AIs, I don't like the garbage washing up on the beach near my house either, right? So, I mean, but on an everyday basis, of course, we want to promote health in our bodies and in our environments right now, as long as there's, you know, measurable uncertainty regarding when the benevolent super AIs will come about.
Allow me to share with you an AI epiphany I I had 2 days ago where I said publicly that I was fearless of AI because if it starts getting unruly or out of hand, I just unplug it. Or since this is America, I can just shoot it, right? So I'm pretty confident that what would I have to fear? And then I was listening to a podcast hosted by Sam Harris. We had an AI person on just recently. Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. And Sam Harris mentioned my comment to him. And apparently it's a well-known phenomenon. It's like AI in a box. So you know it's powerful. You know if it gets into the economic systems and the internet, it'll take over the world. So you just leave it in a box. It's safe there. And the fear. And then I was listening to a podcast hosted by Sam Harris. We had an AI person on just recently. Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. And they
notice all these motherfucking space nets. Grass Tyson now. All these space nets. All these niggas say they going to Mars and shit. This same motherfucker nigga that said a goddamn, well, it's not a globe, it's like a pear shape. This nigga here. Man, this motherfucking earth is flat, nigga. The earth contains water, nigga. The earth is a container. Mama Earth tired as fuck. I know Mama Earth tired, man. Yeah, still, boy. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Sad shit. What those guys on? Sad shit, bro. July, you niggas supposed to be going to Mars, man. I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck you can fly over the Arctic and over the Antarctic. How the fuck you can fly over the top and over the bottom. Nigga came in and told me, that's easy. Yeah, I know it is. But you've been mind controlled and you goddamn believe in this system. Indoctrinated into this system. Now you just going further on out into this bullshit. So one day the robots will rule. They ain't gonna have to have no incubator babies and no puppet monkey babies. Nigga just don't be humanized. Just dehumanized. The only humans gonna be left with the ones, and then the ones that goddamn think they gonna be left, they gonna be artificial too. Trying to defy creation. This shit comes from trying to defy creation. Trying to tell creation how creation came into being, and you listening to a motherfucker to mother God told them how this shit got here. Trying to defy creation, bro. Want to be a super soldier and shit. Want to be supernatural and shit. No, we just supposed to be natural beings, bro. Nature is supposed to, by nature, take its course, bro. The niggas think I'm crazy. They can't see it. You goddamn disrespecting creation. They disrespecting creation on every level. On every level. And we get caught up into the shit because we believe and have faith in these motherfuckers right here. Because there was a motherfucker just like these motherfuckers right here who came along and wrote their God into existence. Yeah, wrote their God into existence. When existence was already here. How the fuck you gonna goddamn come and tell somebody how existence came into being? How existence came into play? You gotta come into, you gotta be in existence, and you gonna fathom a thought to imagine how this shit got here. And whatever they came up with, whatever lie, whatever story they came up with, they stuck to it. And here we are today, 2020. But I'm quite sure a lot of people still have faith that they'll go to their promised land. If they make it, it might just become a goddamn chip robot around this bitch. Well, I'll catch y'all on Mars, July 2020. For myself, I'll be neural goddamn talking to you motherfuckers from goddamn mother said and did. None of this shit. I'd be glad to go.
Sam Harris mentioned my comment to him. And apparently it's a well-known phenomenon. It's like AI in a box. So you know it's powerful. You know if it gets into the economic systems and the internet, it'll take over the world. So you just leave it in a box.
You know if it get into the economical systems of the world, they're going to take over the world. Once they take over this world, we'll just go to another world. We'll just go to another planet. We'll just go to another planet and make sure it has sufficient air and water and all that old bullshit. Then we'll just go to another planet and then destroy another planet. Like that shit really exists. Ain't never been out of no motherfucking space, bro. Ain't no been to no moon, none of that shit. You get back to the 1700, you can bust this shit up. But if you get gone on back to 1100, 1200, you can really bust this shit up.
It's safe there. And what the guy said is, it gets out of the box every time. And I said, well, I've been thinking to myself, how and why?
Yeah, it gets out of the box every time because y'all got them create these motherfucking bullshit. Then break it down, fuck it up, and then restack it and do it again. Build it up, stack it up, bust it up and do it again. Yeah, get out the box every time. Build it up, fuck it up, break it down, and restack it and do it again. The same thing Trump doing now, restacking it, building it up, and about to break it down and do it again. And some humans somewhere in some country, maybe right over here, are gonna suffer. You become a third world country plagued with a lot of diseases from goddamn water. They ain't gonna be there. The same goddamn game plan every time while they eat. And the goddamn cartel, the real cartel, the bankers, keep perpetuating the same motherfucking bullshit upon the people. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you try to goddamn create a debt-free society, motherfucker? If y'all such good philanthropists and shit, why don't you goddamn do like that book said, forgive the debtors as we forgive our debtors, forgive us of all our debts. Set us motherfucking free. In real life, nigga. All these fake ass philanthropists, like they goddamn want what's best for the world and shit. Man, you motherfuckers super stupid. You wanna be super something, you can be super stupid. Listen to these motherfuckers weirdos, bro.
Because it's smarter than you. It understands human emotions. It understands what I feel, what I want, what I need. It could pose an argument where I am convinced that I need to take it out of the box. Then it controls the world. And we don't even have to discuss,
bitch, you been took it out the box, shut the fuck up.
What that conversation needs to be. We just have to be aware, for example, that
AKA curiosity killed the cat. Yeah. Yeah, curiosity killed the cat. Yeah. So let your imagination run away with you. Got outside the realm of reality, motherfucker. Now you can't control what's gonna happen. Yeah, the belly of the beast. Let's get it.
Let's say you're trying to get a chimp in a room. And the chimp say, we think something bad is going to happen in that room, so nobody go into that room. Then we come up and we're way smarter than chimps. We just take a banana, toss it in the room. Oh, there's a banana in there now. They go in, we capture the chimp. The chimp did not imagine that we would show up with a banana. We captured the chimp. So just imagine something that much more intelligent than we are, that sees a broader spectrum of solutions to problems than we are capable of imagining. And when I heard that...
But what if that motherfucker decide that you, as human, are one of the goddamn problems? It seems like that's what the problem. Motherfucking humans.
It's like, yes,
yeah, that would have seemed like the problem gonna end up being motherfucking humans. Yeah. Yeah. You done created something that's gonna demolish the problem. Yeah. The mad scientists in Frankenstein now. It's gonna get out of control. It's gonna wipe out the problem. Because the motherfucker who bring the devil to town is the devil. Yeah, you created the problem, my nigga. Y'all gonna goddamn see what's gonna happen. If you live long enough to see it.
Gets out of the box every time. Yes, we're all gonna die. No. Join me in thanking our panel.
There's a potential path here, which is really getting into
the World Government Summit. I put up these videos a while back showing y'all when Nipsey came along, but that 2030 vision they got going on.
Science fiction or sort of advanced science stuff, but having some sort of merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
And I think they reached out for the post-humanist era because they had no sensibility within academics and in the mainstream about technology and the advances in artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, nanomedicine, nanotechnology, CRISPR, like genetic engineering or gene therapy.
What's going on about all that goddamn hair? That you look like Michael Jackson. Who is you? Who is you? Look at them chins and necks and shit, hands and shit. Who is you? What's going on about all that hell? Who sent you?
Etc. at all. So I think there's this leap. I think we're in the transhuman era, where the transhumanist era is about a human in transition to becoming something other. Now, what is that other? That could be an evolved human. It could be a human merging with artificial intelligence.
Wow, human. Wow, human. But humans still evolve. Motherfuckers still think we evolved from a goddamn ape. See, you let these motherfuckers tell you what your 5 senses, your 6 senses tell you ain't true. Every motherfucking day. Oh, that's you. Go ahead.
It could be a human that, in my view, would become more humane. So that's how I look at it in that regard.
A human become more humane. Yeah, because a human, so you telling us that humans are the problem because we are not humane enough. I wonder how we got this way. I wonder how we got this way. So you're gonna make an artificial human to become more humane than a natural human. Because natural humans were overpowered by governmental systems that implanted MK Ultra techniques on the mind of the people to believe against this 3G division that I'm fed trying to help you niggas to. It'll get you out this goddamn matrix. And you can see and break this shit down for what's really going on around you in real life. Real shit.
So immortality, no. Limited lifespan, yes.
Immortality. All that shit coming about. Want to be an immortal. Want to be supernatural. We can goddamn live in immortality. Don't nobody want to be no immortal. Don't nobody want to be no motherfucking Superman for real. Niggas just want to be naturally here in the cycle of energy renewal. These motherfuckers is crazy, bro. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. Niggas don't want to be natural, they want to be supernatural. Want to be superheroes. Want to be immortal and shit. Want to really have for everlasting life. This what these motherfuckers have been promising these Hollywood niggas every time they get them. Get your stuff done, but we want to. Man, that shit crazy. This shit crazy. Isn't that what these motherfuckers are saying to us, man? All this came out that goddamn one little book that's been forced upon you. As soon as you say something about that, order the truth. Niggas minds get all up in a bunch. And that's the whole core, this system that he got put in place. Real shit.
Finding death, we've been doing that for eons, determining when someone dies.
Defying death, you can't. These niggas trying to, if it is a God, emo will try to.
So that's how I look at it in that regard. So immortality.
If it is a goddamn God, emo will stop it with a God and put it in place. What creation say? What creation say? Creation say you live and you die. And it's a renewal cycle for everything, nigga. Over playing God, brother, and I'm telling y'all, I told y'all this shit. Immortality, forever lasting life. I told these motherfuckers been goddamn experiencing everlasting life. And no telling how old this bitch is. We're looking at on this motherfucking screen. Look at this bitch looking like Michael Jackson now. How long? How many lives have you lived, motherfucker? How many times? What dimension are you in, motherfucker? Probably your motherfucking 16th dimension. How many times have you been here, motherfucker? You check your motherfucking pulse, motherfucker. Go against motherfucking nature. Go against creation. I choose creation over that God any day. All this secret intelligence and all this old secret shit. Do what all this secret shit get you right here. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked all the way up.
Because they had no sensibility within academics and in the mainstream about technology and the advances in artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, nanomedicine, nanotechnology, CRISPR, like with genetic engineering or gene therapy, etc. at all. So I think there's this leap. I think we're in the transhuman era, where the transhumanist era is about a human in transition to becoming something other. Now, what is that?
Something what? Something else. Something what? Something other than human, motherfucker.
Other that could be an evolved human. It could be a human merging with artificial intelligence. It could be a human that, in my view, would become more humane. So that's how I look at it in that regard. So immortality, no. Limited lifespan, yes. Redefining death, we've been doing that for eons. Determining when someone dies and then we find out, oh, we could have cured that. We used to hold a mirror up to someone's nose, listen to their heart. We couldn't, bring people back to life that 100, 200 years ago, even 50 years ago, were considered dead. So that transition to becoming a post-human, but not non-biological, not some avatar, some automata out there, but a human that's in the stage of post-biological, meaning not having a shelf life, not limited biology.
What you mean post-biology? What the fuck you mean by that, bitch? So even though if by nature a motherfucker's supposed to be on the way out into the earth for renewal of the energy, that's why y'all niggas got all these chemtrails blocking these and controlling the electromagnetic patterns, define the sun of what's really supposed to go on. Everything gonna be artificial, GMO, fake as the fuck. Intertwined into this motherfucking wicked matrix. Man. I'm so done. Oh boy. Let it play, Fed.
And live to transgress them. And there are other people who respect limits because they view them as not just an obstacle to certain aspirations, but as actually constitutive of the meaning of our lives. And I think that the most obvious case of a human limit without which human life would have no meaning, at least by my pre-transhumanist lights, is time. The idea of living forever seems like hell on earth to me.
I agree.
And not only because some of the people I know might live as long as I do. It's not just that. But I think that there is a sense in which the urgency of our values and of moral values, of our aesthetic experiences, of our religious experiences, the urgency of all this is premised on the limitation of time. And I think it's very important, before we learn to be post-human or transhuman, I think we have to learn to be human. And so...
Motherfuckers is talking about post-human. That means after human. Post-human. If it was God, I'd be calling on them right now. I'd be like, oh God. But I know these same people created their God in their own image. But we believe there's a God that created these motherfuckers here in his image. I doubt it. I highly doubt that. Some motherfucker took an ink pen somewhere and created this story and created that entity out there that nobody know about in their own image for their own selfish greed for power over humanity. These motherfuckers is crazy, bro. I ain't never ever thinking in that realm of imagination, bro. I'ma stay right here in the know, knowing where the energy source is. That goddamn sun. That sun. All life energies and frequencies come from the sun existence. And they fucking over it like a motherfucker. They post-humans. What do you mean post-human? No more humans? Oh, that was the human era. Man, I remember a long time ago we had the humans here. Because once those motherfuckers go to goddamn using their electromagnetic energy to goddamn stamp out all the problems, you might as well very well know that the human who created all this bullshit is going to become the problem that need to be stamped out. They already know it. They get prepared for it. Because they know they done fucked up. Because one lie had to tell another lie, had to tell another lie, had to tell another lie. And at the end, the truth don't stand, bro. The truth don't stand, nigga. These old fucked world.
I am very suspicious of the transhumanist enterprise. Firstly, because it's conceived and enacted by humans. And somebody has to make the judgments. The judgments will never transcend.
That kind of finitude. Transhumanism is another human project.
All saying, if you can't
beat them, join them. That's what Neuralink is about. It was like, can we go along for the ride with the AI? I really think that there should be other companies like Neuralink, essentially to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain. The reason for doing this presentation is recruiting. And this will be a slow process where we will gradually increase the issues that we solve until ultimately we can do a full brain-machine interface. This is going to sound pretty weird, but achieve a sort of symbiosis with artificial intelligence. But I think with a high bandwidth brain-machine interface, I think we can actually go along for the ride. And we can effectively have the option of merging with AI. And this is extremely important.
A host of nearly 100 billion cells called neurons. Neurons come in many complex shapes, but generally they have a dendritic arbor, a cell body called a soma, and an axon. The neuron neurons of your brain connect to form a large network through axon dendrite junctions called synapses. At these connection points, neurons communicate with each other using chemical signals called neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are released from the end of an axon in response to an electrical spike called an action potential. When a cell receives enough of the right kind of neurotransmitter input, a chain reaction is triggered that causes an action potential to fire, and the neuron to in turn relay messages to its own downstream synapses. Action potentials produce an electric field that spreads from the neuron and can be detected by placing electrodes nearby, allowing recording of the information represented by a neuron.
Our goal is to record from and stimulate spikes in neurons and do so in a way that is orders of magnitude more than anything that's been done to date, and safe and good enough that you can, it's not like a major operation. It's sort of equivalent to sort of a LASIK type of thing. So this is in contrast to the best FDA approved system, which is like a Parkinson's deep brain stimulation, a thing which would have on the order of 10 electrodes. So the system, even in version 1 that we're going to unveil today, is capable of 1,000 times more electrodes than the best system out there, and they're all read and write. So this is really quite, I mean, for something to be 1,000 times more than what is publicly approved is quite a big difference. So there's very tiny threads that are about a tenth, roughly, of the cross-sectional area of a human hair. So they're extremely tiny thread. They're all very, very tiny, and the robot is very selectively applying them very delicately. And then this is what the chip looks like. So
I think that plasma got a lot to do with this shit. That's the implant right there, look like. That's the neural implant right there that I want to get a visual. That's the major chip right there. Plasma. That's why they don't want your blood, they want the plasma to bounce and control the frequencies. I should have been a scientist. Shit. That's why they put your plasma in those chemtrails. That's why plasma is very important. Those very tiny strands, you know, when you go and get blood and they tell you, it's just like water, it's just plasma, it's like water. It ain't nothing like water. It's more like elastic around this bitch. And it's a very good conductor of, it's an energy transmitter. That's why it go in your blood. Energy vampire, blood vampire. Man, this shit deeper than deep, bro. Ain't no end to the rabbit hole, bro. I don't know, I guess I'm just one of the motherfuckers who's sad about this bullshit.
Action potentials. So each one of those represents one electrode. So there would be up to 10,000 of these lines.
Electrodes, yeah.
The operation on a per chip basis, it involves just a 2 millimeter incision, which is dilated to 8 millimeters, and then the CHOPPAZ plays through that, and then it goes back to being 2 millimeters, and you can basically glue it shut. You don't even need a stitch. And then the interface to the chip is wireless, so you have no wires poking out of your head. Very, very important. So it's basically Bluetooth to your phone. Because we'll have to watch the App Store updates for that one. Make sure we don't have a driver issue. And
hey, let me ask y'all a question. Right? Let me ask y'all a question. Do you actually think these motherfuckers who perpetuate this shit right before our eyes, do you think they are not already chipped? It takes a chip motherfucker to come out here and try to push this up on the motherfucking people in the first goddamn place. I'm just saying, that's my opinion. What y'all think? You think these motherfuckers who is pushing this shit, some of them talking about post-humanism and talking all this old bullshit and trying to convince you and they're little just goddamn scaring your eye, you can do this and it's chipping. These motherfuckers who pushing this shit is already motherfucking chipped, man. The motherfuckers who talking to us is already chipped. To even be coming talking this nonsense to us, the same way they came on talking that nonsense about. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I hate to keep going back to that God, that globe, and that gravity, but that's my final analysis of my research upon this motherfucking plane of existence, and the only thing I got left is the truth to kill, bro. This what this shit led us to. This the next generation this shit led us to. Listening to that, some motherfucker gonna tell us how existence came into being. Nobody can tell us this shit. Why is that so hard? Because we're up under so much mind control from goddamn being feared down by these people. I ain't met a motherfucker that can do that yet. They can big bang their ass off. They don't know what they're talking about. They can't tell you how goddamn existence came into existence. Because they wasn't there when it came into existence. Millions and billions of years this motherfucking earth, this flat plane has been in existence. And this is where this shit done led us to. These same motherfuckers, every last one of these motherfuckers I'm looking at, especially Neil deGrasse Tyson, all them over there push that globe shit, the outer space shit, this nigga here, just look at them. They already up under some kind of trance, man. They already post-humans. That's why they pushing that shit upon humans. They coming to push this shit upon you. And the technology is already well developed and more advanced than they gonna let you know. These motherfuckers look at that big screen TV, goddamn 100 and 200 years before they goddamn, probably longer than that, before they even let you know you can get that one. In the military, them motherfuckers fuck with all kind of shit before they let the technology come out to the masses of people. And when it come out to the masses of people, can't nobody afford to fuck with it in a certain way but the motherfucking elite. But we're just tired of hiding from you. Fuck it. Man, I'm tired of this shit, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna talk on my phone right now. Fuck that shit. What the fuck that nigga got? Oh, this called a cell phone, motherfucker. How long you had this motherfucker, man? We had these bitches 400 years, man. We just been hiding these hoes. We've been goddamn on these motherfuckers. I'm trying to tell you, man, these motherfucking people are already chipped with this bullshit, bro. How they want to be out here pushing up on the other people? You can't be a sensible goddamn human being sitting there trying to goddamn push this shit on some regular humans. Talking about post-humanism and they hopefully goddamn becoming a god. Sound like them Hollywood nuts. All them think they gods and shit. What is a god? Something they developed in that book right there told you about God though. Change the whole concept up from a natural being being a status of a god, a ranking of a god, to a superior being that
tell motherfuckers who to kill, steal, and destroy. Give the author of that motherfucking book the rights to all the earth land and tell you about all this old motherfucking immortal shit. You can have everlasting life, you will be immortal, no one can damage you and shit. This superhero power shit. What happened to being a natural human being? Oh, I forgot. We in the age of transhumanism. I forgot. My bad. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to talk against shit. My bad. Go ahead.
We hope to have this aspirationally in a human patient before the end of next year. So this is not far. I mean, down the road with the Neuralink, you can just upload any subject instantly.
This shit is 2018, I think so. This was 2 years ago.
So we like the Matrix. You want to fly a helicopter, no problem. Well, helicopters will fly themselves, but you know, if you wanted to do whatever, any given skill, we just upload it instantly.
You're aware of Elon Musk's Neuralink technology.
Yeah.
How much do you know about it?
I know a decent amount, and my friend Brian Johnson, he has a company, Kernel. There's a few different companies that are trying to think about these brain-machine interfaces.
What are they trying to do?
Basically, what they're trying to do is to find a way to connect our brains to our machines. And there's a little bit of progress. Our brains they're incredibly complicated and they're messy. I mean, there's a lot that's happening. But we are increasingly figuring out how to connect our brains to our technology. And so people are imagining a time when we can do things like download memories, download ideas, or upload memories and upload ideas. And there's some very early science that is suggesting that this will be possible, but it's still the very early days.
The very early days, but Elon was giving the impression that sometime this year they're going to release something.
Yeah, they may release something, but it's not going to be something that's going to change the world, because that technology is way more nascent than even the genetics technology that I've been talking about. So it's not like that it's at all remotely possible that this year you're going to be able to like upload a full memory or download a full memory. But there are little things that are happening, but every journey begins with a step.
But the technology is fairly transparent in terms of like where the state of the art is right now.
It is. In that it's extremely early. This stuff is real. So when you think of like about systems that we understand, I mentioned that we understand just a little bit about genomics. We know less about the brain. The brain is kind of the great unknown of this universe. We know more about the oceans than we know about our brain. I mean, we know very, very little. We understand that if you kind of stick an electric current in somebody's brain, like that's going to be, if you kind of shoot a spike through somebody's head, but really understanding how the brain functions, we're still in the very, very early days.
So, do you think that Kurzweil's off with this idea that you're going to be able to download your consciousness into a computer? Because that's one of the most controversial ideas that he's come up with.
So, I think he's off based on your use of the word your.
Last year, for the first time in world history, a memory was recorded. We can actually tape record a memory and insert it back into an animal, and it remembers. This is amazing. At Wake Forest University, also in Los Angeles, they took a mouse, trained the mouse to sip water, recorded the memory in the hippocampus right here, small organ that watches this memory. The mouse later forgot that. Then they shot the memory back into the mouse, and bingo, the mouse got it the first try. Next will be primates. Perhaps a monkey eating a banana will record that memory and insert it back.
Hey, look at that. That's the other dude I do not like, dude. The little tiny looking dude. Hey, man. What my dude name is, the one that was trying to warn people about cloning and shit about 5-6 years ago. When it was kind of on the height where people was fighting against this so-called system. What my man name is? I want to go listen to that nigga tonight, man. That shit won't ride. What that dude name is, man? Oh. I remember Nicki Minaj tweeted out, man, please stop him with cloning. What my dude name is? Somebody know who I'm talking about. What my dude name is? His name on the tip of my tongue. No, not David Icke.
What his name? Damn, what his name was, man. But I always have a lead dude, bro. A lot of people think he's crazy. Just like that man I be listening to, goddamn Dr. Peter. When I go back and listen, when you go back and listen to Dr. Peter, man, and you listen to him, that man was in the 70s. That man was back in the 70s telling us shit that's going on. Well, we passed that shit. He was telling us shit that was going on like from the 90s to like 2002, 2003, 2004. Everything he said in the 70s, he was telling us what the fuck was going on. That's why I said conspiracy theorists hold the truth. And the sheep slowly wake up and then they dog you out, try to handle you any kind of motherfucking way, and they slowly waking up to what the fuck you trying to tell them in the first damn place. Oh, damn, I ain't know he trying to take goddamn, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, motherfucker. Niggas trying to put you on game. Damn, that man's name just one fuck. His name on the tip of my neural. His name is on the tip of my neural, y'all. Somebody in there knew his name. Come on, man. Y'all got his name, man. Come on, do me like that, man. Well, after this video, I'm gonna go find his ass. By then, I've been thought about his name. And I'll goddamn take me on take me on fed as I sleep. See, that's why I listen to shit like this. I listen to things while I be sleep, man. It get in your subliminal. Your brain is a sponge, nigga. I soak up information while I'm sleep. You know why we worry about the motherfuckers about I'm fed sleep. Yeah, Donald Monster, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but then, hey, look, man, I don't be worried about that shit because I know subliminally you absorb information. I love going to sleep listening to some shit that's goddamn informative because I know I'm going to soak some of that shit up. If not all of them, I'm going to soak some of that shit up in my sleep. Give a fuck about none of that shit. Yeah, Donald Marshall, that's my nigga. I'm going to listen to Donald Marshall after this shit. I feel like I want to listen to him. And the same way we listen to Dr. Peter. That's why I like to go. That's why I got to go to sleep listening to him because that man was telling the world about what the fuck the Russians and the motherfucking Soviets and shit was doing. And you can look back at the history and look at what this man was saying. I bet they deemed that man to be crazier than a motherfucker. The people that were there during that time. But everything that man said came to goddamn pass. Everything he said about the politics and all this shit, about the Bolsheviks, all the motherfucking, the Soviets, everything he said about this shit came to pass. About the Robotars, the difference between the Robotars and the clones. That man was talking about this shit in the 70s, man. Everything he said came to pass. You can look back what he said about all them individuals. What he said about Jimmy Carter, what he said about these presidents, everything. You can look back and look at the history and say, damn, that man was telling the truth. And that's how them motherfuckers gonna look back on Donald Marshall. They gonna be like, damn, that man, what the fuck you think they doing under these grounds? In these dogs? Man, them motherfucking folks been over there living up under the ice, doing a whole lot of shit. And this is where all this intelligence coming from. From the car, particle, and all this old boot, man.
And the short-term goal is to create a brain pacemaker for Alzheimer's patients. In the future, we're going to have millions of people who forget where they live, wander around. Why not have a button? You push the button, and you immediately remember where you live, who you are, who your kids are. And beyond that, who knows? Maybe we'll upload the vacation that you never had.
It seems so mind-blowing to me to consider that memory, which is not a static thing.
This dude crazy as hell, man. My dad died of Alzheimer's, bro. And I wish he would have never lost his memory or something they can do to help. But man, this kind of shit y'all on? Nah. I won't wanna have an artificial dad, bro. I won't wanna have an artificial dad, bro. That's just my opinion, dog. Nah, y'all bitches on some more shit. Now y'all bitches already chipped and running around this motherfucker. Y'all probably do live on. That's how y'all gonna get everybody to Mars and goddamn make a motherfucker believe that shit through artificial intelligence. That's how y'all gonna do it. Cause your bitches ain't never went nowhere. Nowhere.
It's always changing. It's evolving depending on our experiences. Can be digitized. Just it's really mind blowing. But I want to ask you about something else that you mentioned in the book, the ability for telepathy. And you've actually said in the past that in the future humans will be able to mentally contact anybody we want, see whatever image we want, and if we don't like it, we can just turn it off.
That's really in the future. In fact, today we can get so that you walk into a room, we'll put on a headset, such that you can control the lights, turn on the TV, call for your car, tell your car where to go, type, dictate documents without ever touching a computer screen. And our children will wonder, how could you possibly live in a world where you had to touch the screen and you had a mouse and you had to type? Everybody just thinks and types, makes documents, controls cars.
It's fascinating where we're headed, and it seems like it really is inevitable. And I think a lot is taken for granted over the things that we're already able to do now. I mean, you were just referring to these sensors in the brain that can capture images inside the brain. What are some of the other practical applications that these things could have?
This will replace the internet. It'll become a brain net. We'll record emotions, thoughts, patterns of behavior, and send it on the internet. Teenagers will love it. Can you imagine Facebook? You send emotions, your first date, your first kiss, your first senior prom, all on the internet. Teenagers already put little like happy faces on their emails, right? We're going to be able to record thoughts, and the movies are going to be replaced by the brain net. Movies today are a flat screen with sound. That's the movies, right? In the future, perhaps emotions and feelings will also be conveyed. This is called total immersion entertainment.
It's amazing, and actually that reminds me of this new movie that's coming out now, this Johnny Depp movie called Transcendence, where it kind of takes that premise as well, you know, taking your consciousness and uploading it digitally. But I wanted to ask you, I mean, you make it sound like it's going to be a lot of fun, but it also, there's aspects that I think are a little bit
that we can upload into the mind, perhaps memories of a job that we're not trained for. Or perhaps a college student will upload a course that they flunked in college. We can perhaps increase our intelligence. And now we're also investigating super intelligence, photographic memory. People who memorize everything. They hear a concert, they see a...
Ain't nothing super about that word Superman. Supernatural. I told y'all that 2 years ago. That's super shit. That super shit fucked up.
Landscape, they can draw the landscape, they can reproduce the entire concert on one try. How is it possible that people have that in mind? We now believe that the mind records, but the mind also forgets deliberately. These people, the forget mechanism is broken. They never forget. They have a photographic memory, and we think that some great scientists of the past had this ability, the ability to have access to powers of the mind that we cannot as mortals.
Right, and this is nothing new. This is something that you know can date back for a very long time. People that have those photographic memories, and you've actually said that right now, the time that we're living in is the golden age for learning about the mind. That we've learned more in the last 15 years than in all of prior human history. Why? What took so long?
Because only recently have we had the physics, the instruments like the MRI scans that are sensitive enough to see the blood flow of the thinking brain down to like 1/10 of a millimeter. And now we have supercomputers that can actually read these thoughts and control computers by thinking. So by thinking, we can now control mechanical arms, mechanical legs. We can type. We can control thermostats, turn on the web, change the channel on a TV set, turn on the toaster. All of it just mentally. And at the next International Soccer Games in Brazil, scientists at Duke University want to take someone who's totally paralyzed, outfit him with an exoskeleton, and he will introduce the International Soccer Games in Brazil.
That's amazing. And actually, one of those things that I've always enjoyed about your work is you're very gifted in taking these complex theories and making them easier easier to understand.
So, Stephen, if we ever really develop the technology to upload your brain into some computer, providing life after death, or at least consciousness after death, would you be first to sign up for that?
My body hardly works at all, because I have motor neuron disease, otherwise known as ALS. So getting rid of it would be no loss, and would spare me discomfort. Being immortal as solely a brain, I could see the future, unless I was terminated by someone switching off the computer, or by a computer virus.
Well, I hadn't thought about that. Right, if you're a computer, you're susceptible.
You can have copies.
Look, you just make a backup of yourself.
Make a backup.
So, Mitchell, the title of your book, The Future of Mind, the scientific quest to understand, enhance, and empower the mind. When will uploading our brain become a reality?
Well, just remember that
if at all.
Digital immortality is starting now.
So this is an example of what's going on here.
That's right. Telepathy, telekinesis, uploading memories, recording dreams. We can, quote, do all of the above. This is no longer science fiction. You go to the physics laboratories and you can see how images can be extracted from the human brain. How it's possible now that we can upload memories in animals and record memories from animals, because physics can now probe thoughts as they go ricocheting through the brain.
Is what you're describing the same thing?
You know, I mean, locking niggas up for their thoughts and shit. Well, oh, boy, I see what you just thought. I see what you just thought. Come on, put your hand behind your back. I see what you just thought. Come on.
As consciousness? Because if that's the case, then we can say it's not just our thoughts that live forever. It's our very identity, our self, our conscious self that lives forever.
Well, there is a theory that says the soul. The soul is information. It's a vast amount of information, but nonetheless, it's information that can be put into holographic form, such that even if you pass away, something there survives.
But theoretically, that is effectively immortality. Once you reach that point, that is you living forever.
Why not have digital immortality? Wouldn't you want to talk to your great-great-great-great-great-grandkids who want to meet their great-great-great-great ancestor?
It depends what they're like.
This gives you movement throughout time and throughout space. So this is being godlike.
Well, that's what we're talking about, transcending the human race.
But where we're headed, and let me tell you, 1 minute, is these devices are now capable of actually recording dreams, but not in a very granular way. In a very primitive way, they can actually capture and identify what a person is dreaming. So they have done studies where they've hooked these devices up to a person's head, they have had them dream, they woke them up, and then they asked them to recall memories in their dreams, and they read the patterns of the brain. And then the person goes back to sleep, and if they dream of the same things, they can recognize those patterns. That is just the beginning of where we are headed. Right now, scientists in laboratories around the world are developing brain chips. Now, these are chips that can be inserted into the brain, and they are wireless. And let me show you. They have actually had a monkey that broke its back. So its spinal cord was severed. The monkey was paralyzed from the waist down. But they inserted a chip in the monkey's brain, and then they inserted another chip in its lower spine. And they allowed the brain to communicate with the lower spine. As soon as they did this, the monkey could walk again. That is amazing. Totally amazing. So they could actually transmit the thoughts of the monkey wirelessly to parts of the body. But it gets even more amazing than that. So they now have, in a laboratory, monkeys with chips in their brain. And then they have an electric wheelchair. And just by thinking, just with the thought of the monkey, they can drive the wheelchair around. enough effort to make it come true.
Think about that. If a monkey can do that, what could you do if you had that chip in your brain? They have also done experiments with monkeys with a chip in their brain and a robotic arm. And the monkey, just by thinking, can reach out and grab something like food and feed itself. That is amazing if you think about it. So the monkey's thoughts are actually able to control things outside their body. So when we start to think about the future, about where technology is headed, this is where we're going. We will have brain chips in humans. And the brain people who will get those brain chips first are people who suffer from severe medical conditions. So if you have a severe medical condition, like you're paralyzed from the neck down, or you suffer a brain disorder like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease, and that brain chip can restore your quality of life, would you hesitate to get the chip? No, of course not. You would say, put the chip in my brain. So that is starting right now, these experiments. And even more interesting, scientists have done experiments with rats, and they have chips in the rat's brain. And what they did was they taught a rat how to do certain things. And when the rat did all these complex things, it could get food. Now, it took the rat weeks to learn that. Weeks. But then they hooked the rat's brain chip to the internet. And they had another rat in another city. And instantly they connected those two rats' brains. And do you know what happened? The other rat knew how to get the food right away. It didn't have to learn anything. The knowledge was transferred from one brain of a living animal to another brain. That is amazing. That opens up a world of possibilities, because if they can do that in rats today, imagine 10 years from now what they can do in humans. And we will go there. So, mind-to-mind communication. This is something of science fiction that we all read about. But this is actually possible today, as I just showed you. So there will come a point where if we have a chip in our brain, and you out there have a chip in your brain, we can communicate. We can communicate without talking. We can communicate when you're halfway around the world. And we can exchange knowledge. So, if you look at a world where we have these chips that are connected to the internet,
all of a sudden, every piece of information on the internet becomes accessible to our minds. Now, when we look back at today and we have to go to Baidu or Google and type it in, that will seem so primitive. Nobody will do that. You will just think, what knowledge do I need? And it will appear there for you to use.
But it gets even weirder.
Stranger. Because we will not only be able to transfer knowledge, but we will be able to transfer memories. Now, so you could have an experience like skydiving, and all of a sudden you could transfer that experience to a friend, and all of a sudden they have experience with you have experience. It gets even weirder, because we will be living our lives as our lives. We know
our lives and our memories, but you will all of a sudden have access to anybody's life who wants to make it available to you. People will put open source
their lives so others can download pieces of their lives and experience those
things. That will be really strange. We won't know the difference between our own memory and a memory we acquired from someone else. Think about that. It gets even stranger. So, all of us are here learning as Thieves, right? Getting EMBAs and MBAs. Well, this will be obsolete, because Thieves will literally be in the cloud. And you will just download from all the best minds in the world whatever you need to know when you need to know it. Our brains will be, we will no
will be on demand. Information will be commoditized. Knowledge will be commoditized. All of us will be smarter, have infinite amounts of storage, and infinite access to information. It will be unheard of. We will no longer be
this isolated human being. We will be connected to everything.
So we just gonna connect and be part of it all, and we just gonna know everything and just know it all. We're all just gonna become know-it-alls. And then what? What's happening? Shit.
So, you can imagine not only will we be able to get knowledge, but we can actually have full experiences in our head. So right now we have these clunky VR units that we have to put on. But in the future, you can just download a whole environment and actually live in it. And all of you might think, this is not real. But you know, every night when you dream, those dreams are real. No matter how fantastic your dreams are, they are real. You feel like you're really there. Our brains have that capability already built in. All it takes is the technology to stimulate and transfer the right images in our brain so our brain creates them, and then we will live like the difference between us dreaming and reality will be blurred. We will be spending a lot of time outside our bodies. So, think about this. You as a human being right now are trapped in this body.
I remember one time I had this dream of niggas being just frozen. These a whole lot of like a million little motherfucking boxes. Everybody had these little spaces, these little boxes, waiting for their time to come to be activated again. And I was in one of those little spots. But all million people that was in these little individual boxes with me, we all understood and communicated with each other. This is one of my thoughts of if all this shit is already taking place, what they saying. And I want to sleep and dream and shit. Then you just frozen in time in this little capsule, this little box. Billions of them. Waiting for your time. Waiting for your day to come again to move around in the flesh. I don't think I never shared that dream with too many people, but it's that nature shit. It's about this shit. I'm gonna go find Donald Marshall.
Once you are connected to the internet, you are no longer trapped in your body. You can actually...
The internet, the beast. What they call the central intelligence of the internet. The motherfucking beast. Whatever he is. 666. That's what they call this bitch, the beast. Look it up. Go find my boy. Well, I already know trying to listen to this shit. Go find my boy. I feel like listening to my boy tonight. I would listen to my boy Peter. Boy, no, that fuck boy the time about everybody know who he really is. Strip ass nigga. I heard from him a long time. Look like they got rid of my nigga. Look like they got rid of my boy. Rid of my boy.
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And yeah, they're not spiritual, mystical, or anything. It's pretty sick.
Oh, shit.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not.
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And yeah, they're not spiritual or mystical or anything. It's pretty sick. But I'll tell you about that in a second. First, I wanted to tell you about the cloning stuff, okay? Now, human cloning, I have to tell you, it's been done since at the end of World War II, okay? I'll tell you how they got it, and the whole shebang, like 33rd degree Freemason.
I told y'all that I retraced embryonic cell cloning back to the 1886. My own research.
So we're probably going to die for this somewhere along the lines. It's not good. Okay. Picture this. I'm memory repressed about everything. Couldn't remember anything. I'm still getting side effects from this. I was memory repressed about the cloning stuff until I was 30 years old. They call it the awakening when they give you back the memories. Turns out they had me there since I was 5 years old, okay? And my family is there, my family member.
Now listen to what this man saying and listen to what them motherfuckers saying. You tell me you think this man telling the truth. I've been believing it.
And everything. And they said they're not going to lie on a lie detector test about it. It's pretty big. Like, they were going to kill me, they said. Thing is, the way that this cloning works, okay, there's two different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in and make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And, well, there's a few different grades of cloning. There's Mark 1 to 4 that I know of. And the problem I'm having is with the Mark 2. The thing is, Mark 1 was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects. Anyway, this is even on the net. Before I started blasting on the net about this, somebody said something about the...
Dr. Peter told us about this same shit. About the Robotoids and Jimmy Carter and all them motherfuckers.
Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called the organic robotoid. And that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it.
What? Dr. Peter told us about the Robotoids that the goddamn Soviets, the Russians perfected, and the Germans perfected human cloning. I told y'all too. It is all good.
At all. Anyway, Mark 2 is an REM-driven clone. Okay, now what that means is when you go to sleep, the Illuminati, this is their main form of communication too. They don't call people on the phone. They don't meet at the Bohemian Grove anymore. Since they got cloning, they meet at the cloning station when they go to sleep. Each of them, I don't know how they do it exactly, okay, or else I'd know how to block it. But they can transfer your consciousness into a clone.
And then when they can use the same shit old boy just got through talking about to communicate with each other and shit. But this man was crazy though. Okay.
At the cloning station, if they have a clone of you, and they used to have to use a tissue sample from you, or I guess they said the cells from a woman's pap smear is like really rich in the cells to make one of these duplicate clones. They used to use kids' foreskins that were discarded at the hospital that got removed. That's what happened to me. But now they said they've upgraded the technology in the last 10 years, so now they only need blood. What they used to do with the tissue, well, they could also, they used to set this little oil drill looking thing over a person's forearm, strap their arm to a chair. And this drill, it had things on it that opened up, right? Now, it would go in, and when it spun,
these things would open up, but then when it stopped, the things would close again. Now this is done, it goes in, comes out, in, comes out, and what it was doing, it has to agitate the tissue, they told me when I was a kid, to a certain degree. I guess, like they said, the easiest way to tell a person in layman's terms about it is, you know, when you have a hangnail and you pull it off, and the white stuff that accumulates inside, and eventually it'll form like scab and new skin and it'll grow over. Well, to get that white stuff to really work good, they agitate tissue a certain amount of times. Now they just agitate blood from like a blood sample. And yeah, cloning is very prevalent. It's like a secret thing among the like elite. They use it for their crazy stuff. You name it, they've done it. Like jump off cliffs, everything. I know all about it. The thing was, when I was memory repressed, I was seeing other people becoming unmemory repressed, and I hated this place and these people. It's a bunch of scumbags doing nasty things to each other, right? Like, there's privileged ones there, and there's underprivileged ones there, and so people are pretty mean on people, and, well, I wanted them to do the awakening on me so I could go to the cops and get the cops on them. Well, the thing is, they are the cops, too. Like, this is the linchpin in how the Illuminati NWO works, because like most of the leaders from the G20 countries go there, about 14 of the G20 countries, and then there's leaders from countries that don't even fit in the G20 that go there too, right? And cloning, it's really normal. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place because the thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, the thing is, they wanted to use her every night. Old men and stuff. Old men clones on her, and real people on her clones too. So she doesn't have dreams anymore. Oh, they make songs and stuff about this all the time, about stuck in the dreams, and Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street is based on this. Avatar is based on this too. They do it all the time, communicate this way, but the thing is, cloning is a flawed technology this way, because your mind isn't the same, you're more, it's kind of like, you know, how, did you ever see Pet Sematary by Stephen King, the movie?
Yeah.
Where they bury it and they come back whack? Well, they're almost as bad as that. And this is only one aspect of what they do. This is the biggest expose on the Illuminati guys ever, what they do, secret, right? Because the thing being, how I know is because I acted very loyal to them when in my 20s, right? Well, the thing was, if you don't act compliant there, they will beat the hell out of your clone, and it hurts just like real life, right? Like
the brain, the memory, and the neurons, you can feel it. Just like some twins that's born. You ever experience having twin cousins who can feel shit, and they seem like they be on the same wavelength? They're in different goddamn cities and shit, and then something happened to one, and the other one called, man, you just goddamn well, I'm you, man, my mama lip on her. Yeah, man, something happened to mom today, man. I said, yeah, shit like that right there, man. Shit like that right there, man. Shit like that right there, man.
And they can turn it up to the pain threshold on remote control. They have everything down. And people are scared to talk about this because of the lizard aspect, and the fact they can just keep cloning you and torturing you and torturing you and torturing you. New body, because they make multiples of people. Some people are grown in the tank with deformities, and they just scrap those and throw them in the chipper. But the other ones, they keep them for backup bodies until they wear out the first one, sex-wise. You know, I'm not trying to be vulgar or anything, but they do a lot of vulgar stuff there. They can also, if they apply a constant electronic current to your clone, you will have an aneurysm. If you're younger, it'll take a little bit longer with the electric current, but And that's what happened to Tila Tequila. She doesn't want to say that, though. The thing is, Tila Tequila was threatened not to talk about it. She was helping me for a minute. Are you familiar with Tila Tequila?
I've had her on the show, and in fact I was just discussing her this morning with James Wright, who's exposing the Freemasons, and he said that he wanted to meet up with her and compare war stories and stuff like that, so I just introduced them this morning, as it turns out.
Well, Tila has a clone running at the clone center, and she has, she pretty much sold it out for her shot at love thing. She doesn't want me to discuss the nefarious deeds that she's done at the cloning station, including to me, and, I'm not really going to, because that's her business and all, right, but I might discuss stuff she did to me at a later date, at a different show or something. It doesn't really matter right now. I'm trying to stick to the important stuff, but she's there. She's making like hinty little posts about her, she bounces to the fifth dimension. She used to think it was the fifth dimension. So they tell people this, right? Because you open up your eyes there. You're like, where the hell am I? And you look at your hands, you're like, did you guys kidnap me? That's what most people say. Am I kidnapped or something? How did I get here? Some people are drugged, so they think that it's a dream, or they're in the astral realm. That's what they tell people, right? The spirit realm depends on who you are, where you're from. That's what they tell you, and people just believe it because it's like real, right? Slap them in the face, it hurts, and you don't wake up, so it's not a dream, and man, it's not good. So anyway, I wanted to not attend these clone gatherings, and they were like, we'll bring you here if we want to. I was like, all right, well, I'll tell all on you. And I'm doing it on my Facebook page. I don't have the link up here, but you're on my Facebook page somewhere, I think. So I don't know if you have the link to show people or not, but yeah, I'm telling all about them, what they do there, and there's other stuff. Now, they have these clone parties, okay? And also they get, I'll just tell you flat out, because they showed me, they call it the catalog. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America, and they look at the cutest ones, and they get the medical stuff from them and clone them and use them for sex slaves. Not without the parents' permission, and it doesn't really matter if they had permission or not, right? You know. But this is what they do. I'm just telling you the severity of what they do there, right? Like, trust me, I am not a crackpot. And I don't get anything from this. I'm not writing a book or looking to write a book. I'm looking to crush these people. But the problem is they're the richest and most powerful people in the world, and I'm just one person, right? So
you said that they've got a facility. Do you know where that facility is? Is there an address or a building? Or?
Yes. They're in deep bases, right? Like this Dulce base. It has an entire floor devoted to cloning, okay? Now, it also has another floor devoted to gene splicing. You should see some of the stuff I've seen. Beaver, rats, and all kinds of stuff. They're trying to make weapons for war, and they showed me everything. They thought I was loyal. They started showing me everything. They totally thought I was loyal. Like, my ex-family will not speak to me now. I said, I'm going to expose this. You guys are going to help me. And I said, we're not going to help you. We'll get killed right along with you. And I said, well, I want to do it alone. And they said, don't ask us for help. And I said, I'm sending people to you with lie detector tests. Lie on it and go to jail. And then they're looking around as clones saying, we don't want to lie on a lie detector test, right? I said, well, I'm welcoming all lie detector tests. And we're going to line it up, or we're going to line it up with these lie detector tests, and everything's going to get proven.
So have you taken a lie detector test yet?
Not yet. No, I haven't had one available. But the thing is, it's so widespread. The corruption stuff. It's even bigger than what you truthers think that it is. It's they have police and doctors and everything there loyal so that they can have clone sex with like a Britney Spears or an Angelica Jolie or something, and while they're sleeping, because they're like, what are we doing when we're sleeping? It's a big waste of time. We can go there and have lots of fun. So, but it's terrible, diabolical, nefarious place. I've seen all kinds of stuff. Oh, the Picton murders up in Canada, with that guy that killed all the hookers.
set up by them. They videotaped all of the murders. They used to clone Picton into the place and had him running around talking to him, and he felt like he was like a celebrity, right? Anyway, he used to smash them with a ball-peen hammer. Now, I'll tell you who was there, and this is how I know everything, okay? When I was 5, they brought me there to be used as what they call a diddle kid, okay? But all I'd do was cry and stuff. So they said, do you have any other kind of use? Do you sing or dance or something? So anyway, when I was 5, to keep them off me, I started singing like original songs there, just right out of the blue. Turns out, the first one, people liked it, and they had a famous person use it, and then they came back for more, and I made more, and other people came back wanting to hear more. It was just a kid that was making these songs, right, for free, because they never paid me. Nobody knew, right, totally foolproof. So anyway, lots of people, famous, high-profile people went there. I'm kind of apprehensive to say even, well, people that know me know who I'm talking about, but they're the highest profile people go to these cloning centers, and they wanted to see this kid that was making these songs. Well, Tila Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She went on her radio blog shows, he said, in the cloning centers and the things you guys do to children. But the thing is, well, they told her at the cloning center not to do it, not to help me, because they're trying to play me off as a joke that people will spoof it or make fun and say, oh, they're cloning people, they don't have that technology yet. Well, they really do. I'll tell you right now all about it. You won't hear this from anybody else because they're all scared of dying, but they're not going to kill me because I'll tell you why later, and it's crazy. It's ridiculous. She goes on with a video somewhere and says, somebody helps me, they're blasting me to the 5th dimension somehow, and Queen Elizabeth is there, and she eats people. No, she said the Queen of England is there, and she eats people. And there's lizards there. No, she said demons. Well, some people call them demons. They call themselves demons, too. Well, then there's demons there, and they listened to her. Well, nobody listened to her, and they gave her aneurysm there. Well, the thing is, they could have made her die if they wanted to. They just keep the electricity to the clone. They could do it to me, like, at any time. But I told too many people, and they're all waiting to see if I have an aneurysm now, or a heart attack, which it can happen to. They've done this to so many people. It's remote controlled execution, like assassination, that's undetectable, right? As long as they have a clone of you, they can kill you, like kabang. And they killed Bernie Mac this way, with an aneurysm. It's not good. They don't only have to do the electricity. If they keep a constant pain on the clone, like hard enough, like it'll kill you. But intermittent pain will mess up your heart bed. That's what they've done to me. They tortured me there for like a torture spectacle, right? If you look, I should have had it on my miniature tablet here, but I forgot to. My Facebook profile picture. Okay, just look at it. You're gonna say, okay, something weird is happening here. I'm on a Megadeth album cover, all cut up. It's like a picture of a clone of me, all messed up with a skeleton coming out of my chest and Megadeth up at the top. Well, anyway, it's a close-up of my face. And people look at that and they say, okay, now I got to look into this. And trust me, I'm telling you the biggest secrets of the
Holy
human
cow,
memory.
it is your face.
Yeah, it is kind of, yeah. Not kind of at all, it is me. I was asking, well, I'll just tell you, Queen Elizabeth got really interested in this magic kid that could make these songs out of thin air, so she had me serenading her because she thinks she's really special. She's pretty insane, by the way, by 5 different ways. She rules this cloning station, basically, her and Vladimir Putin. All of them are there. Muammar Gaddafi was there. He's not actually dead, by the way. That was a clone of him that died. And all the people around him jostling the camera, the video, the phone video, they were all in on it. He's not dead. That was a clone that they killed. That's why they buried his body in a remote location nobody will ever find, because it's a clone. The cells are different and stuff. They're grown in 5 months in a big glass tank full of like salty water, and just takes 5 months. It's no cost at all. It's basically maintenance. They just got to get tissue from you. Now, Britney Spears put in her video, she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers, right? So for this video called break the ice. She made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes. And they look just like that, right? And 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground with them growing people, right? And oh man, it's very heavy. There's another aspect to this. It's the lizard part. Now, I'll tell you the straight skinny on the lizards, okay? But now I have to tell you about Tila now. Tila first, because, well, she was on my wall, and I was like, you're going to help me with this, and then she goes on radio, the cloning center's terrible what you do with the people there, and people don't want to go there, and then after that, everything changed, because that night when she went to sleep, won't say Freddy got her, but pretty much the world leaders put the scare of death into her, and a whole bunch of lizards did too, because they know that I want all the lizards dead, and all of the, now I'll just say it's flat out, all of the lizard parasited hosts as well. Now I have to put this eloquently because they said that this is the end of the world event. This is the big bomb that could send the world into panic and loss of order, and what the end of the world 2012 and everything is all about. Well, it's about lizards and cloning. And I'll tell you all about it right now. Something has to be done. These people are like over corrupt. I don't know if there's a word for it in the English language. They bring people to the cloning station and enslave them and have the option of allowing them to remember the memory. If they leave you if they leave you memory repressed, it will give you symptoms in real life. You'll just think that you're sick. You won't know. It depends on what they do to you as a clone. If they're torturing you, you'll get badly sick. You'll get heart damage. Like, my heart's messed up and I'm only 37. Just turned 37. And, yeah, they strap you to a rack and freaking slice you and everything. And people sit around in a crowd watching you in this big, well, not big, it's a stadium. And it has a hockey boarded ring, but it's smaller than a normal hockey rink. And the celebrities, and kings and queens from weird countries are all there, sitting in the stands, watching this weird Faces of Death scenario thing. Made people sword fight. They made me sword fight there. I got all chopped up as a clone. And the thing is, they can have multiple clones of you, right? Now, they got chips in these clones too, so they turn you into the next clone, like, within a matter of, 30 seconds. Like, deactivate one clone and go over to this one and click it on, and I've experienced it. It's everything goes black. You don't have dreams anymore. Some of the celebrities make songs. I've made songs for them there about not having dreams anymore, and your dreams are lost and blah blah blah. Your heart this, heart that. Like, I made a lot of songs there.
Can I ask, Donald, how do you know that you're the real you?
Scars. And clones, well, these duplication clones can't walk around in public without what they call a handler. They have to be babysat so that they don't bite someone on the face or start a fire in a house, or they're like, they go with the first impulse.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the episode of Family Guy where Stewie clones himself, but he doesn't do the cloning job right, and he creates what's known as bitch Stewie, who's really retarded kind of thing. Is that sort of what we're talking about here?
It could be. They make that cartoon. They make The Simpsons. They make all the movies and stuff. They made the Avatar movie. They own Hollywood, right? So, and they get their ideas. They all discuss stuff at the cloning station like all night. It gets pretty boring there, because first, once they do the sex, and then they do death stuff to themselves, because they can turn, somehow they have tech to make the clone not feel any pain at all. They said it's something to do with how a person becomes a quadriplegic. Just the first second before they're quadriplegic, they can't feel any pain, stabbing in the thigh or anything, just like a quadriplegic can. Well, but they can still move around and stuff. They've done it to me. It feels weird. Like, they let me stab myself in the forearm and go, you can right up the arm, and didn't feel anything, and it's bleeding and stuff. It's pretty gross. And all kinds of stuff there. There's nothing to do there though once you do all the stuff and the novelty wears off. But then you're not allowed to leave. If you want to leave, well, they only keep you if you're used for something, well, good looking for sex or something, or have some kind of talent or something. And if you try to talk, you say, oh, they say people that think they're in the fifth dimension or the astral plane or something, they'll go to the police and say, some of the world leaders are taking me to the fifth dimension or the astral plane and victimizing me, torturing me, like Chris Benoit as well. They killed him. Well, he killed himself, but the thing was, they were torturing the hell out of him. Like, Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. The thing was, they had his wife and his kid there, and they started hurting them too. Well, they're not shape-shifting. The thing is, I'm going to tell you what the shape-shift is, and it's really creepy. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world. People panicking with the riots and stuff. Because the cloning thing, people cloning people's kids and messing them up in the brain is bad enough. Remotely killing people who they don't like, which might happen to me, you never know. The thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay? There's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called vril. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's 1 L or 2 at the end. It's vril. V-R-I-L-L or V-R-I-L. Germans were into them. They had a club with vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien, but it comes from deep underground, like below deep base deep. Like they need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. Anyway, they come up underneath the bases. The government is complicit with them, basically. Now I have to tell you about the parasitic aspect of the lizards and why the Illuminati and the governments use them, okay? I'm saying this in a nutshell because it's very important. I want to get it all out on your show. Nobody's going to say this for fear of clone torture, remote-controlled death, or death by lizards 1,000 times until you die by a heart attack or something. But I figured I have to tell people because, well, they're getting me there anyway. Like, they eased up lately asking me not to talk about it anymore, but I'm just going to. Well, the lizards have a thing, okay? They have what's called a proboscis. There's lizards out there today that have a proboscis on their face, okay? These things got it in the middle of their head, okay? And on the top of their head, this is the real type 1 and 2. The type 2 have a proboscis sheath that comes out, sticks out. The type 1s, for instance, it's like a chocolate chip, it looks like, basically the tip of it. Now, at one point in these things' lives, because they have a long lifespan, the lizard species, one point in their life, they can slowly wiggle this thing out, eject it, and it goes into somebody's eyeball, okay, another animal. Now, it wiggles in by the sense of taste. They described this to me so, like, when I was like 18 years old there, and told me about it different times throughout the years of going there. They can bring you there every single night if they want to, and they did bring me there every night. They laughed at me when I said I was going to tell the world about this. They said, nobody's ever going to believe me. You won't put it together in a eloquent way. People will think that technology isn't that advanced yet with cloning, because they just clone the sheep, right? No. They've been cloning people a long time this way. The thing is, the lizard, okay, the thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch, and then it does a feeling like holding your breath and going, pushing outwards. And at the tip of this chocolate chip, it then starts what they call sweating the quill. Now, the spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, out of the chocolate chip thingy, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead. The little lizard thing is dead. And it can't go back in. Can't get it back in. It's one way. Once it excretes this stuff, sweats this quill thing, the person's debilitated for an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long. But when they come back, they have to have some recovery time. But when they come back, they are not the person anymore. They are then the lizard. Let me put this to you flatly. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human then, and totally controls everything. Over time, it'll develop a rash, it'll lose its hair. The thing is, these things are all over the place, and they mimic human behavior. And in fact, one of their names in the past is mimic. A lot of the people that you hear about in the news that are getting people and chopping them up in the basement and eating them and stuff, frying them up, these are what they call drones. They're parasited hosts of the lizards. They like to make them. The only thing a drone wants to do is make more, have sex, and torture someone. Like, it's a different kind of mentality. It's hard to explain. When they at the cloning station, when they victimize someone, it gives them a powerful feeling, and it's the nerdy way, you know, that nerdy aspect of it. I got something over someone, but they do that to the extreme. Oh, and alien abductions. Let me tell you something. They videotape alien abductions. They set up alien abductions with Hollywood makeup and stuff. Like, not all of them. I can't say all of them. Some of them might be real for all I know. But I've seen the set. It's a really crappy looking saucer. You just walk up a ramp into it. They never see the outside of it. But they clone people, right? And then activate them when they're on the slab strapped down. Now someone goes in with a gray mask and the mask is made of chicken skin, okay? Just to give it that aspect of realism, dyed gray chicken skin, so it'll look real. And does it look real? Stretched over a mask, right? And they have the mask on. They go in and have sex with the people, and they videotape it, and the people's faces to see their reactions and stuff. It's the government and celebrities doing this to people, because I'll tell you how the celebrities got into it. Back in the past, it was a political thing. They bring all the leaders of the countries in together, and they can all chat about stuff and enjoy this sacrilegious, forbidden place, this cloning thing, and do whatever they can't do in real life. Well, they got real bored with each other, because most of them are fat and ugly, bald and stuff. So they started bringing celebrities there. This is why JFK died, by the way, and Marilyn Monroe. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station. He didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. Anyway, yeah, that's like a big thing. That's why he died. Like, man. So anyways, it's not the fifth dimension, it's just the cloning station. And cloning station with your clone pre-injected with drugs. Yeah, so the lizard thing. They just totally take them over. They do it a lot. It used to be, it's a Luciferian thing. They said that these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. I'll just tell you, I know it sounds retarded. The damn things can talk, okay? But they don't have a tongue. I'll tell you about their mouths. It takes a while. Basically, they have a blood spike, okay? This is what they call a chupacabra, too. They come up from underground, different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple, different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, 100 years ago, erased any existence of these real lizards. From like Egyptian carvings on walls, they would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed. Like, this is what I thought FEMA camps were for, rounding up drones, because they've been talking about it at the cloning center. This is where they discuss all political, worldly affairs. And they let me sit in, fly on the wall, because they figure nobody's going to ever believe me, that they can clone anybody, and everybody there is bored of it, the whole technology. It lost the novelty like 10 years ago, right? So they go there and they talk to Brad Pitt, and let me tell you, all the celebrities, because they bring them there, and they tell them, look, you're here, you're going to hang with us. If you don't want to, well, if they cry and make a fuss like Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, make a song about I Get Out and stuff, they let her not go to the cloning station. They don't activate her, let her have normal dreams. But other people, they really roll them to stay. And they say, if you ever talk about it, you're going to die. They made the reason Britney Spears went pop, do you want to know? Right now?
Wow.
Britney Spears went whack because she watched too many murder videos at the cloning station. Okay, the cloning station is like a small sports venue, like a dog and pony show, right? It's got stands, seat about 400, 450, but there's different cloning stations in different deep underground bases. But all the celebrities go to an above ground one in a wildlife preserve somewhere, and it's just like an oval sports venue with underground stuff where they grow them and store them on racks 5 high, like bunk beds 5 high, stainless steel. So they go there and sit around and do crazy stuff, and they bring me there like they were bringing me there every night. Like, I'll just tell you, it was like a victimization joke. Like, they would torture me basically in many different ways to come up with a song, some kind of a song for someone, some kind of genre of music, anything. And for a while there, they wouldn't stab me or anything. Well, in the clone, like, I don't have scars on me, it's on the clones at this place, but they usually scrap the body same night anyway because it's so stabbed up. I've been through a lot there, and that's another reason why I want to expose these things. Oh, and also how the lizards kill people, right? I've witnessed the head wiggy thing go into the eye. They showed me. The thing is, the Illuminati are basically using me, okay, to expose these lizards in an eloquent way, because none of them want to be the first person out so that they'll die. Like Bernie Mac he tried to start a mutiny there, saying, we can't have this, we all got to shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said. And they tortured the shit out of them. Oh, anyway, so back to the lizards. There's 3 different kinds. The third kind is the smartest, the biggest and the strongest and everything, and they pretty much lord over the other 2. There's different regions, though. They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people, okay? What's the edicts of Lucifer? Like, my family are down with this stuff. That's why I don't talk to them anymore. Inbreeding makes you strong. Pedophilia keeps you young, and helping lizards gives you good luck or something from the devil and stuff. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, and it gives you fortune in life or something. And it's pretty sick. So anyways, yeah, all that stuff is, not true, and they know it. They just keep it going for like some stupid club, like the Devil Club. Oh, we're cool, we're evil. It's just, they're a bunch of, basically, it's a bunch of really rich, fat, old people that can't get laid, so they enslave people there to perv on them, right? Drug them, make them compliant through fear or drugs, and use them, because they'd have a hard time even paying a prostitute, really. Like, you ever see Kissinger?
As Kissinger said, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah, he's there. Met him as clones. I met a bunch of them as clones. They all wanted to meet the guy that made all these songs, and I don't even want to talk about the songs thing, because some people have said, oh, you just want to be known for making all these songs and stuff, and really, I just want to shut these people down, because everyone else, there's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared, like Whitney Houston. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. Like, and then all the celebrities there said, okay, we're not going to have any more of us get killed this way. what happened with her, she wanted to leave show business entirely, didn't want to sing anymore, no concerts, didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the cloning station to be used as a sex slave. But in the beginning of her career, she basically sold her soul. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone to be used by old freaks at the cloning center, or for an aspect slave. Yeah, they do that. You know how they cover up their one eye?
Oh yeah.
That means two things. That means watch out, you don't get the lizard to stick the thing in the eye, or like well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like don't you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing because I get introduced.
I've seen so many artists in pictures of them doing the triangle around the eye sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where you do your thumbs and your index fingers together, and just look through and put your hands together and just look through them like that, and your other fingers sort of look like sun rays coming out, sort of thing. I've seen so many artists do that.
Well, the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. It's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know when you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for vrils. Okay, these little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone. And anything that went in didn't come out because these crab nasties' claws, well, that's what I call them, crab nasties, the vrils. I've been calling them that my whole life. So, these people, you heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center. Now, the thing is, after a while, they have kids, and they want to bring their kids there, too, to induct them into the family, right? They just want to erg on them. And they're all too scared to say no, and they do bring their kids there, mess them all up, to keep them memory repressed, and just mess with them. And then they do all kinds of stuff with different technologies that they have there. Like I know about a bunch of different technologies they have, and I wanted to tell everyone about it, but there's not enough time on your show to tell about all of it. So I'm trying to tell about the most important things: the cloning lizards. Oh, and the head chips. I didn't tell you about the head chips, but to the vrils, the three different types. The small ones they use to drone people, to host people, because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye, right? Because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably freaking dinosaurs. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically. Does whatever the people want it to do because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure and phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's...
Well, you're afraid they'd think you were crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, like, as far as most people are concerned, you know, as soon as you opened your mouth, it's insanity. Whereas I don't like to judge people like that after the first word that they say. I like to hear them out. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, a bunch of billionaires were scared about dying. They said they were so rich they can make people die, they can start wars, they can do anything in the material world, but once they die, they can't even take it with them. They're just dead, right? So a bunch of billionaires got together and said, we don't want to die, we want to figure out how to live again as clones, right? Thing is, the clone is just like a negative copy of the person though, so it's not even like the person living. It's a flawed copy.
Okay.
So the thing is, what they do, they've devised a way. I don't know how. The thing used to be as big as a circuit board, like that was not an Illuminati symbol, by the way. It's like
it's about the size of a fist, right?
Yeah, they tested this on a Chinese farmer. They showed me the video clips. Had it sticking out the guy's head and everything. Didn't compensate him, just sent him back home. Said they had to do something to him. They whittled it down so that the microchip is supposedly the size of like just a bit bigger than an apple seed, right? And it can totally, and it's a flawed copy as well, but not as flawed. It can totally hold your mental stuff, right? Everything that you are, basically, but they need babysitters because they go pretty whack sometimes. They're missing some stuff. It's flawed. But the thing is, just like those lizards do with the eyeball thing and squiggling into the head, rich people can put their stuff on a microchip and set this into somebody's head and basically body snatch them that way as well. And they keep it secret because, of course, everyone... Well, they can do it to clones too, but there's more side effects if you put it into a clone's brain. So they basically body snatch people with chips in the head. And the lizard thing, they tried to convince me that, and others, that it was a worldwide takeover thing, that they had already taken over so much that all was lost, better just go along with it. But that's not true. They're a very, very small part of the population, like under 5% or something. But they drone people like beautiful women, and then have the drones marry these men, that whoever wants this woman, and they don't care that it's a lizard consciousness. They just do it, and it's still murdering the other person though. And it's pretty sick. So I had to tell the world, and yeah, I'm expecting to be killed, really.
Well, hold on. Can I just get clarification on something? Because you said that they can't kill you or they won't kill you or something like that before, but now you're saying they probably will. I don't see the connection.
Okay, I'll get to that part. That's the part. But even with the crazy sounding stuff that I've told you already, this is another crazy aspect of it. Okay. The thing is, with all the songs that I made at this place, and they were bringing me back every single night and saying, sing a song or we're going to torture you. Next night, sing a song, we're going to torture you. Sometimes I couldn't think of anything, and they would just like stab me and watch me bleed there. And now they're all watching like it's a Bizarre Faces of Death thing. And different people want to know what it's like to stab someone, so they send them out to stab me while I'm on drugs so I won't hit them or something. It's like that. It's very sick. And, well, I have to tell you, Queen Elizabeth is there. Stephen Harper, Canadian Prime Minister. Obama is there. Vladimir Putin is there. The Pope is even there. All kinds of heads of different factions of different things. The head of the Mexican drug cartel is there. The mafia in Italy is there. Man, everybody is there. It's like the rich guy's crazy club that'll never get caught. And you have to be real privileged to go there. Well, I don't want to go there, and I'm not privileged there. I'm pretty low on the totem pole there, actually, probably the lowest. So anyway, they all threatened me never to talk about it, and along as I've been divulging this stuff on Facebook. They've been bringing me there and threatening me and stuff, and then asking me not to mention them specifically, what they've done there and stuff, and panicking really, and trying to deter me with stabbing my clones there, burning the clones and everything. And I'm telling you, it's like real. It's clear as day. It's not like having a dream unless they drug you. If you're there, you're totally coherent, and you can't pinch yourself and wake up or slap yourself, or people would. And I don't know of a way to block this consciousness transfer to the clones. Otherwise, I would, like being in a tinfoil room or something. I don't know if there is a way to block it. If there is, they haven't told me. But anyway, they're all there, and since I was a kid, after I started making songs when I was about 5, by the time I was hitting about 8 years old, they were saying, I don't even want to say because it's over the top ridiculous, and I don't want to even endorse this stuff that they say, but they said it was possible that I could be the comeback Messiah for the end times, save the world. And I said, no, that's not true. I'm just a guy that's going to expose your lizards and your cloning, and you guys aren't going to bring me here anymore. And they, well, I got all the info when they thought that I was absolutely loyal to them, okay? For years, I acted loyal to them. I even had to almost give myself Stockholm Syndrome to make myself believe that I liked them, because my family members were there. So my mother was there even. So, and they can give you sodium pentothal truth serum to see into your clone, to see if you will talk about them. If you're unmemory repressed, or unrepressed memory, you'll be able to remember all the clone stuff. But once you're unrepressed memory, you always remember everything. They can't keep your memory away from you then when they bring you there. So they only unrepress people that are real ironclad loyal. It also makes you smarter as a clone when you are unrepressed memory. So they wanted me to be unrepressed memory so I could think up better lyrics for songs, because they've given me adrenaline injections there. Like, I've never had that in real life, but they feel really good there, adrenaline injections. And I've never done cocaine in real life, but they made me do cocaine there so I could do speed rappy stuff, because like Busta Rhymes type of stuff. So can't do that like just off the bat. But that stuff really speeds you up. It actually gave my clone a heart attack a couple times. But yeah, they're all like, we're so powerful, we're going to get caught doing this, no one's ever going to believe anyone. But that's because everyone else only had half of the story. After years of playing friends with them, they told me everything, because they wanted to be really cool with me. They wanted me to like them because I made their favorite song, like the Top Gun theme song. Made that, right, when I'm there. And they're all the politicians want to be cool with me because the celebrities think that I'm amazing and stuff, and they think I'm amazing too, right? Coming up with a song out of thin air like that. I put a bunch of references in songs. Other people have in the past too, like back in the 80s, this band called Heart made this song called Dreams. These dreams go on when I close my eyes type. And talking about the cloning station, when you're a clone there. But they tell people that it's the other dimension or astral plane, so that if they ever go to the police, they'll say, oh, I'm going to the other dimension. And then that's not true, right? Well, you want us to police another dimension, right? But it's not another dimension or the astral plane. It's just the cloning station, like the Brown something massacre, Brownsville massacre down in Texas somewhere. Well, that was all about them. The children of the fold got murdered, a big religious cult. They all got murdered and chopped up. Well, the fold was the cloning station, and they were going there and getting freaked on by a bunch of elderly, rich perverts. And then they didn't want to anymore. And they said, leave us alone, we have computers, we're going to tell all about the fold. And they went there and killed them all. The Picton stuff was really unsettling or disturbing because, well, Elizabeth wanted to be real close on hand to me because everybody wanted to look at me, talk to me, and I was like focused on the spotlight there at this place because I did these songs and different money-making ideas for different people. So she always wanted to be around me to get in on the spotlight. She's like that. She's like the camera hand for all the celebrities that are there. So she was always around me. You know, the thing is, she said to strengthen my mind, she wanted me to watch all of the Picton murders. And they had a camera in the corner of the room where he did these murders. The thing was, he would walk a woman, the hooker, over to a painting on the wall, facing that way, and say, do you like this painting? My brother painted it for me. Put his arm around the woman, and with his other hand, he'd reach in back of his pants and pull out a ball-peen hammer and smack her right in the back of the head, and that was it. And you used to almost have to give her like 2 or 3 or something. And one time, one of the hookers got him. I'll tell you about that some other time or something. But he got them all. He said, I asked him one time at the cloning station because they would bring him there and ask him what it was like and everything, and like he was a celebrity or something. It was weird, like. And they're all trying to act evil like they're vampires or something. And he would talk and stuff, and I asked him, they asked me if I had any questions for him. I said, why a ball peen hammer? And he said, well, a normal hammer has a claw on it, carpenter's hammer, and if I had to do a second strike, the claw might get hooked on somebody's clothing, one of the girls' clothing, and it might, when on my drawback, it might hook on, then he's ruined because he was just a skinny old man. And yeah, but Elizabeth used to make me watch them. They have 2 big screens at the cloning station over the stands, one on either side, right, so that people can, in the stands, can look both ways. Well, a lot of people can't watch them. A lot of people want to act evil so they'll feel safe there, because the more evil that you are, the more they're going to leave you alone. So there's people, man, they psych themselves into believing that they're evil too, just that they'll feel safe, because they've seen these lizards and people getting tortured and killed, and they don't want any badness on them, so they try to act even more evil than the other people that are there. But yeah, it's
so
pretty bad.
How does this relate to you being afraid that they're going to kill you, but also saying that they can't?
Well, the thing with the can't, they're saying, they said that, well, a bunch of religious things around the world, including the Vatican, says there, well, not all of the bishops are there, the popes, like cronies, the pope's cronies there, that not all of them are there, but they said that they think that the next comeback Messiah guy. And as I said, I don't endorse these claims. And a bunch of super superstitious people said that if I get killed, that it's going to be the end of the world. They translated that into saying that if I get killed, people are going to know that all the stuff I'm saying is real, and they're going to freak out, and the world end faster. But they're just trying to put it forward in a calm, concise way. Like, they do this lizard thing a lot, like in a lot of different countries. It's not just an isolated thing, and these things walk around all over the place. There is a way to detect them. It's you have to detect them with a CT scan or an MRI. Well, they're gonna have to do something about it, because the thing is, sometimes these people, they get a pet lizard, one of their very own. Like Elizabeth's one is called Matilda, and Kissinger's one is called Herbert, right? And they occasionally get a hold of a real kid and bring it to the cloning station and feed a kid to one of these lizards. It's like Alf, the show Alf, runs around trying to eat cats and stuff. Everybody thinks it's cute. Well, these things, their favorite food is a human kid, because it has less vaccinations in it. Because some vaccinations, after a certain age, will, if they drain the blood out of a thing, the real lizard will die from the vaccinations, or get real sick, or taste bad, or something to them. So they get kids, they put them in a pit with this thing sometimes. I've seen it there. They just showed me so much stuff flat out, thinking that I'd never be able to cohesively put it all together to tell people about it in a believable fashion, and that the technology of doing this is too advanced for people to believe. But after seeing all that I've seen, I have to tell as many people as I can, because they kill people with these lizards, and you know, I don't want to walk around in a world with those parasitic human hosts in it. The thing is, what people have to do, it's going to have to be a military thing. Like, the military will have to perform a coup, because I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but Obama is down with the world, okay? Vladimir Putin is down with them. They're all scared. Like, the Illuminati thing.
Make sure y'all go and watch them people. When they eyes dilated, it look like snake eyes and shit. Y'all ought to seen this shit. Oprah do it. There's a whole lot of them do. You just have to watch them. Go check out the real video, actual video on Britney Spears shaking her head, bald and all that shit. The eyes dilate. I showed y'all that the reporter dude. It's trying like a fly one in his mouth, no fly one in his mouth. showed y'all what the hell that shit was. But you can see them, their eyes turn to snake eyes like slicks up and down. They do it right in front of your face. Sometimes they can't control it. Watch these long neck ass reporters. Reporter women with these long necks and shit. Been showing y'all that shit for a minute. Another reason goddamn Sergeant Benjamin don't like me and shit, for real.
It's a big united thing, but it's united through fear, basically, right? Because if one person comes out and says, oh, I'm going to tell, that person dies real quick. And then the other people look and go, ooh, I don't want to be the next one, right? But what they're saying about me, with the religious people there, and drones don't want to get X'd out either, so they're really harsh on people that talk about them. So they're saying that I'm the next new age Jesus there. And I'm not endorsing this in any way, by the way. There's people on the internet that say this stuff, and they're not. They're just crazy people. And I'm not saying it either, but they all say it, and they said I'm in the Nostradamus prophecies and picture book. They said there's a picture of me in it. And that I was going to save the world from something. And I'm just going to inform the world about the parasitical lizards that the government are letting people get droned, and sacrificing people to gods they don't even believe in, just so it'll be like some dark evil club that they can all belong to something, right? And it goes back pretty far, like long ways. Yeah, it explains on my wall a lot more. I pretty much said just about everything. I mean, I don't know. I was frantic when I wrote my original letter because I didn't know how to explain everything. So I just stuck to the cloning aspect of everything, because I figured if I put lizards in it as well, people were going to go, whoa, change the channel. But so I pretty much told everybody in phases, just so that people wouldn't have too much to wrap their head around. But it's the most important stuff in the world, like chemtrails and MK Ultra and all that is done by them. And MK Ultra, you need a clone of the person to use MK Ultra on someone. It's just all kinds of different technologies that they have, and they used to call themselves the Thule, Thule. Well, they had an abandoned base down there. They found all kinds of stuff, and they back-engineered all kinds of stuff. And the Vril Society from Germany started doing it, and then the Americans took their stuff, and the Russians took some stuff too, and then they all started making stuff. Man, but I know about a lot of the stuff. They told me all about it, and I'm telling the world. But yeah, it's not good because other people have died.
Now, one of these whistleblowers who made a huge splash in the deep end of the conspiracy pool was Donald Marshall. On December 2nd, 2011, Donald made his initial disclosure in a lengthy Facebook post that went ridiculously viral. For the uninitiated, I want to read some of the highlights to you. He says, "This is no hoax, this is no joke. My name is Donald Marshall. I have been cloned by a large secretive cult known as the Freemasons and the Vril Society and Scientologists, together called the Illuminati. They make replicated bodies of people to victimize in terrible ways. They clone children for men with underdeveloped penises to have sex with. Some very famous and politically powerful people all getting together for a disgusting time. Most of the G20 gather there to discuss worldly matters and watch gruesome things done to innocent people for sport. I have seen this firsthand and will tell all, as it must be stopped. The political people started bringing movie stars and musicians there to hang around with them. They can control who remembers the cloning facilities and who will remain oblivious, even though not remembering still damages you. I know who's involved, the ringleaders and everything they do. It's basically a torture and child molesting factory. I was one of those children, but when I was young, to keep perverts off of me, I started singing songs, original songs, very good ones. They told me to keep making these songs and I wouldn't get hurt, and so I did. Then they started bringing me there every day for songs as the celebrities wanted more. They called me the goose that laid the golden egg, the phenomenon. I ran out of ideas, then the torture began. Now to tell you about the ringleaders is unbelievable. but you must believe me, this is a world emergency. The royal family of England. Yes, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, and Prince Charles are the worst of them. Unbelievably depraved perverts, all showing off for the celebrities that go there. CSIS, Canadian intelligence, are involved as well, including a lot of commissionaries and Prime Minister Stephen Harper himself. They do what Elizabeth says, seem to follow her every word without question. It doesn't matter who you are. If you have a cute child or a child with a money-making ability like song-making, they will clone your child and molest them. It's a pedophile's paradise, and it must be stopped. Elizabeth secretly owns a few music companies, Universal and others, with bands under contract. She forces me while under the knife to compose for them. If I can't, she will stab my clone, burn me, and have her pervert thugs smash my body there. It's causing me some kind of heart damage and severe, debilitating headaches. One good person there, Bernie Mac, comedian and actor, tried to stand up and speak up for me, saying it's not right to do this to a human being. He tried to have others join him in speaking out against the clone torture zone while there. Elizabeth and Philip had him tortured so badly there as an example of their power, he had an aneurysm the next day and died. No one will speak up now. They're all very afraid of suffering the same fate. I need decent people with integrity to speak to about this filthy business, to tell who's involved. There's much more to tell, and I'm a wealth of information about the topic. Also, Elizabeth had Princess Diana killed by having someone shine the brightest light known to mankind through the window side of the car. They swerved away from it and hit the divider. It was no paparazzi. Diana survived, though, and while either on the way to or in the hospital, was injected with a high concentration of salt, which is near undetectable, and died. She did this because Diana was going to marry an Arab. Diana hated them, knew all about the cloning stuff, and wanted nothing to do with it, but was afraid of being killed, so she said nothing. I know this and many other things that I'd be happy to tell. I beg you reading this to help me. I swear this to be true with my right hand to God. They stupidly put my face on the Megadeth album, The World Needs a Hero, when I was 23, thinking nothing would ever come of it. Google image search it. I still look the same. It shows what I end up looking like after a clone gathering. I must add, they clone people from all walks of life there and chain them down to stainless steel corpse tables or drug them so they can't move, send people into the room dressed as aliens in Hollywood quality makeup to make them think they're having an alien abduction. They even dye chicken skins gray and stretch them over a mask for realism as they perform medical experiments on people, cutting them up, probing them, and raping their limp bodies. These victims wake up and think they've been abducted by aliens but don't know where to turn and are embarrassed. The victims even sometimes try to videotape themselves while they sleep to prove they've been taken. To no avail. They're not taken. They've been cloned by the most disgusting perverts in the world. The scum even videotape these abductions to watch later as sick, demented porn. This happens more often than you can imagine. They just keep doing it to random people over and over. I'll be tortured there badly for sending you this. I might die for blanketing the world with this message. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's simply what's happening. What you're looking at right now is the most important document that's ever been put on the internet. Do nothing and allow them to continue to clone your children and sisters and wives and sons, causing them to have learning disabilities, unexplained depression and suicidal thoughts, and all kinds of other side effects. The importance of this is so heavy, people. It's the most terrible thing in the world, and this is your only chance to do something about it. Don't be afraid. Help me, help myself, and others. I sincerely beg you, Donald Marshall. Donald, my man, welcome to THC.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah, I'm psyched for this, man. Thanks for doing it. I've tried to give people some of the cliff notes to the story there because I don't want to just rehash the previous interviews you've done, but I'm sure this is new to the majority of the people listening. So to get us started, can you elaborate on some of the main aspects of what you've been disclosing since that original letter? Anything I forgot to mention?
Well, your intro really was good. I don't know what to say now. You ruined my entire spiel.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, that Vinny Eastwood interview pretty much detailed most of it well, so I don't want to just do another rehash, right? But let's see the finer points. REM cloning, when you go to sleep, you get zapped. When you enter REM sleep, you get transferred your consciousness into a clone. You don't have dreams anymore. Britney Spears, none of them have dreams anymore. They just have clone time where they walk around and talk a little bit dumber than they normally would be. It's all very clear. It's not like a dream. It's very clear. You slap yourself in the face, you won't wake up though. I don't know, they just got really more and more depraved over the years. I've been there since I was 5 years old. Was memory repressed until I was about 30. And then I remembered, and It's like Matrix when it floods all back to you. But, yeah, so there's that, the REM cloning. Another aspect. Well, I thought there was only a few kinds of aliens. There's way more. Like, I thought there was only 3 kinds of these vrills. But vrills are only one thing. And they are reptilian lizard type, but there's other kinds that aren't lizards I didn't even know.
As far as your personal story goes, how did you get mixed up in this? Like, where were your parents?
Well, let's see. Little did I know. Well, my dad wasn't there, but my mother was. But I didn't see her in the beginning. I was 5 years old, brought there, and they were going to use me for what they call a diddle kit to, like, be molested by, rich old men or women or whatever. But then I would scream and cry and everything, and they felt bad for me, which is rare, because they don't feel bad for much. So then this old guy that was there, there's all kinds of Freemasons there, these Shriners and stuff that you see in the parades, riding around on their little scooters and stuff. They're all a bunch of scum. Like, you would think, oh, they have a big wave for the children and stuff, they must be nice. No, they're not. No, they're all ugly and can't get a date and would have a hard time paying for a hooker. So they mess with children. It's really crazy. So anyway, I was crying, screaming, looked pathetic. And somebody said, well, kid, what else you gonna do? What else can we use you for? Do any singing or dancing? And so I started singing a song. And they said, wow, that song was great. Sing us another song. So I did. And then, little did I know, someone famous used the song and this other song. And then after a time, I became this amazing song kid that could make a song out of thin air, top 10. So then they just kept on bringing me back, and for a little while they thought it was amazing. And after a time, it just became an expected thing. It became like a magical organic jukebox that could kick and the song would come out,
Yeah, I think that aspect is really interesting. What are some songs people would recognize that came from you originally? Quite a few.
Oh my. This topic, as a footnote, people get angry when I mention this part. They think that I'm trying to brag. I'm not. It's actually shameful because I made a lot of money for evil people. And the propagation of an alien infestation, parasiting, body snatching thing.
Right.
Crazy. And I had to mention this part because it's the mainstay of why I was there, why they kept bringing me back, and why I'm still alive. And it's a long story. I'll try to put it in as much of a nutshell as I can.
Sure.
Let's see. The first one I made was Lady for Kenny Rogers. And I sang it there, trying to show off for literally this, and I know it sounds absurd, I'm sorry, but for Queen Elizabeth. I sang it right to her at the Climate Center.
Wow.
She's a depraved pervert. She's mentally insane in 5 different ways. She's got water on the brain from alcohol. I'm pretty sure she has syphilis. She's hinted at that. She was born literally, shall I say, special, to be politically correct. I say retarded. When I'm at cloning and in general mentioning, I just say retarded. I guess people don't like that. But yeah, she is. She's really whack by many ways. And from being in proximity to scary aliens for most of her life. At cloning, right?
Right.
It traumatizes you, I guess. But everybody at cloning is afraid of her. And they all do what she says. I'll tell you how it is with her. Because she basically runs the place. She's not a victim. She's not a hostage. She runs the place. And everyone is even scared to say that they don't want to go there because then she'll insinuate that she's insulted, that they don't want to be her friend. And the entire royal family is there. Charles is crazy too. He's been around talking to me and cloning ever since I was a kid. They made an exception with me. I was allowed to go there on adults night. When there were no other kids there, I would go there. And she has nothing, right? She has no gimmick. You see, in the past, it was only politicians. It was a gathering place, a meeting place for politicians to come and discuss worldly affairs. And in the event of emergencies, they could, talk to each other and smooth things over. But then everybody started getting bored. So then then they started bringing Marilyn Monroe and different film stars and stuff to make it more exciting. Well, that kept going, and then they tried to turn it into like a little private club where everyone would go to do depraved things and be in this exclusive club of superheroes that can't die, right? You can die as a clone and you'll live in your life, and they have a way to turn off your pain sensors so you can jump down the stairs, break all the bones in your body and look up and laugh and die. Just come back into the next clone body if they have like at least 2 of you made. Like they can make multiples and leave them to be activated one after the other, which is what they do with me a lot. Yeah. But Elizabeth has no gimmick. Now when she's there, all she has, like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are there. Everybody you can think of that's the biggest people are there.
Damn.
And she wants to be seen and heard. She's desperate. She's what you call an attention, well, I won't say that word, but an attention promiscuous person. You can understand the word that I'm thinking.
Right, whore.
Yes, well, I don't know if you're allowed to semi-swear on the show.
Absolutely, anything goes, whatever you need to say.
Oh, fucking excellent. Well, she has nothing. You see, she'll stand up and she'll go, oh, I'm the Queen of England, right? And wave her hand in her signature wave. And she's going, I'm very powerful, I'm very rich. And that's all she has. After that, she has to sit her fat ass down and not say anything because she's boring. She has nothing, no gimmick, nothing. She has no talents, no skills. She's semi-retarded and she make herself sound stupid. She has nothing. Can't sing or dance. She's not interesting. That's all she has to say to all of the celebrities. So, when she found me, she then had a little doggy that she could control and walk around on a leash in front of everyone. Look what I have, this magical boy that can sing songs out of thin air, right? So she used me like that and kept me like that. And then, well, there's even more grodier aspects to her and my relationship in the past. Won't get into that though. Yeah.
Let me ask you a couple more questions about music, because I've heard you say that they use you and others in drug-induced rituals to come up with musical lyrics, and then there are not Nicki Minaj, but that other one, the people like Kesha, who came out and said, hey, I'm forced to use certain lyrics in my music, I don't want to. How does this work, and does it make the music more hypnotic? Is there an esoteric element to what's going on with the music?
I can explain. Okay, Nicki Minaj and Kesha both used songs I was forced to make. Now, I have to go back to 1980. I was making these songs. After I made a certain amount of songs, a bunch of freaks there started thinking there were religious connotations to what I was doing. They thought, some of them even said that I was being whispered these songs, melodies, and lyrics into my head from God, even though only a percentage of them even believe in God there. Well, after a time, because I did it all through the 80s, like Bon Jovi, Wham, a bunch of them, but not all songs for them. Only like 2 or 3 on each album they would have. But the strange thing was, and I don't know why, maybe just because of practice, people only wanted to hear those 2 or 3 songs. They were the headliner songs. And I don't know why. So then after a time, I was a teenager, they started just using songs just from me. Like, a good example is this band called the Georgia Satellites. They got a song from me called Keep Your Hands to Yourself, you know? And they were like a one-hit wonder because of that song, and that was the one song that I made for them. He even went on Much Music here in Canada, that's MTV in Canada, and he said, listen, there's a bunch of other songs on the album, why don't you listen to those too? And the radio would only play that one song. It's because of the melody. Nobody wanted to hear any of the other songs because they didn't have a stick-in-your-head melody. And I kind of know how to do that. after a time, I learned how to, do that, and it does go to a psychological level in a way. Music is hypnotic, right? In the past, after I was making these songs, I couldn't come up with ideas sometimes. So then Elizabeth and the rest of them would start to threaten me with being harmed, tortured, literally, like they can cut the skin off you there. And it feels just like real. And you'll wake up the next day all sick and everything, but it really is a good motivational tool to get what you want from someone.
How has the Vril lizards interfaced with our human elite throughout time? How did they get connected?
Well, it's all because of Hitler, supposedly, but from recent revelations that cloning seems even way further back than that. But Hitler looked into history and found out about some stuff. In his public knowledge, he went to Tibet. Pretty much $1 billion expedition it would cost in these days money. Went to Tibet to find out. And then he found a couple of real type ones there with these monks. The monks protect them because they revere all life. Even these dirty, evil lizards that kill people, poisonous things. Well, Hitler took a couple of them because they said that they knew where this magical place was, Shangri-La or...
Right, inner Earth stuff.
Yeah, inner Earth stuff, but they knew where to point on the map where you had to go, and it's Antarctica. So Hitler sent an expedition to Antarctica, and they went down underground, and they found another type of Vril, and the Vril type ones. The type 3s are the tall, long-necked grays type of things. Well, and they found under there they found an abandoned Atlantean base with a bunch of technology. Like it was like a hangar with a bunch of stuff, like big place. So they got all this stuff and started back engineering it. It worked. They started figuring out saucers and everything.
Wow.
Like, they didn't invent it though themselves. They just back engineered it. But Hitler is still at this place. I've spoken to him there.
Wow.
Joseph Stalin is still at this place. He has a lot of say there, Joseph Stalin.
So you say that Hitler was the first to make contact in maybe this round, but the royal families of Europe had to be in contact with these things beforehand, right?
They were, but the thing is, these things come up under Earth in many, many different places. Like worms from underneath the apple peel. They're not all in contact with each other. There's different regions. Some of them have different dialects and everything. It sounds like clicks and gurgles when they talk.
Makes sense, like the people on the surface planet. We're not all in communication. There's still some tribes that are completely off the map, and we all speak different languages, so that makes sense.
Yep. And some of these Vrils, like the type 1s, they're scales. Some of them are red scales, some of them have black scales. If they're under the Middle East, they're under England in some spots, under Scandinavia, and they would come up and communicate with humans there. But they didn't know about the other regional Vrils. They knew that there was others around, but England knew about them. They used to call them fae folk, fairies, and leprechauns and stuff, and gnomes, dwarfs. Germans used to call them doppelgangers because of their mimicking ability, how they can mimic other human beings. Like there's a lot of stuff in myths that are true, like Vikings and stuff used to call them trolls.
I mean, it makes sense. There has to be an original source for some of that stuff. These public statements definitely have made me more open to this idea. I mean, there's the Nicki Minaj stuff, but I also wanted to point out exactly what B.O.B. said about it, because he wasn't shy. He dropped about 20 tweets on the subject saying things like, ever notice a celebrity missing their tattoos or piercings? Cloning center. Anytime you see a celebrity randomly lose their minds? Cloning center. He said, I swear I don't want attention or money or fame anymore. I just want to get the truth out. The truth that you've all been hidden from since birth. And probably my favorite, the deception is so deep, like literally deep, within the earth. What are your thoughts? Have you talked to B.O.B.? Are you aware of his presence down there? Have you seen him down there?
I've met him at cloning, but he remembers very little, but at least he remembers something. He's what you call memory repressed still. I don't know why they are allowing him to even talk. My favorite tweet was Donald Marshall for president. But yeah, we talk on radio chat all the time.
Wow. Now, B.O.B. also tweeted a lot about the Earth being flat. Was he just getting too excited about conspiracies you read about, or is there something to that?
Oh my God. Well, I wasn't happy that he did that. See, I don't know if the Earth is flat or round, and I don't care, because I gotta get the cloning center shut down, and all these creepy crawler body snatch things found out about. And whether the Earth is flat or round, we'll find out about that in the end anyway by default, right?
Right. I guess if you're being tortured at great lengths for the duration of your life, you really aren't worried about the composition of such a prison.
Yeah, and the end result of even if the Earth is flat, which I don't know about, I don't care about. I didn't research it. I don't really care. If it is flat, that has really bad connotations for our existence, because then that means that we're all an alien ant farm, basically, and body farm, basically, you know? And I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I don't think the Earth is flat, because, I don't know, it could have been faked, but I've seen the space shuttle take off and take pictures from orbit. Although that could have been faked, sure, big deception.
Right. NASA's apparently really front-loaded, heavy-loaded with Masons and this whole Illuminati establishment.
Oh yeah, they wanted me to join the Freemasons. They got a lodge in Halifax here. I ain't joining though. I hate them people.
Right. So it makes everything NASA says pretty, makes you skeptical.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Freemasons, cloning, Scientologists, Mormons. There's a lot of different factions.
Well, let me ask you about Hillary. I've heard you make a few statements about her. Is she being basically prepped for the presidency, or do you think it might be someone else?
I'm not sure. There was another woman that said she was going to be president of the United States. They're always big on first-time things. Like when Barack Obama became president, she's not even a real person. I named him, man. I named him. His name is not even Barack. I named him Barack, because of one of my favorite Mortal Kombat characters called Baraka.
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, man. And he's not even a real person. He's supposedly a remade body from the past. It's this pharaoh, Akhenaten. He really is. And Akhenaten had some kind of an incestuous relationship with his mother. And his wife, Michelle Obama, she's supposedly not a real person either. She's a remade body from the past with different consciousness running it. But she's supposedly Obama's biological mother, for all intents and purposes. We're all big on, there's never been a black president before, Donnie. We're going to do this. I'm like, okay, I don't care. What are you telling me for? I'm Canadian.
We also talked about Mila Kunis quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, I hate her pretty bad. She got some of the biggest eyeballs I've ever seen on a human being. Only thing close enough to the size of her eyeballs is this other radio talk show host guy, George Norrie. And he's at cloning too. And he has
George Norrie down there.
I saw him twice.
Wow.
And they all came up to me. I've seen David Wilcock. I've seen Fritz Springmeier. A lot of them.
See, that's important because this lets us know these are people that are not to be trusted in the alternative community.
Well, you should never trust anyone, really.
Right. I mean, if you're seeing them down there, that's a big deal.
George Norrie himself told me this. He said, you're going to take some things back. You're going to go along. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He goes, yes, you are. Actually, no, I'm not. And he's like, no, you'll see, you will. And I was like, I bet you I'm not. And he just shrugs his shoulders and walks away, right? Let's see. Oh my God, Roxy Lopez. Let me tell you about little Roxy. Okay. Without going into too much detail, because I don't know, it'll make me look a little bit bad for a second. Okay, I had an interview set up with her, and it turned real sour. Okay, this is the beautiful part, because I told people about what was going to happen before it happened on my wall. Well, not on my wall, in my inbox, talking to people. Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be on an interview with her, just like this, right? And she has a, semi-big show, I guess. But the day before I was supposed to go on this show, or maybe 2 days, she shows up at cloning and she's in the stands. And I'm down in the dirt of the arena. I walk up the stairs. I haven't told anybody about this, but except for my inbox, I walk up the stairs and I'm like, wow, it really is you. She goes, yeah. And I was like, so we're on for Tuesday, right? And she's like, yes, but you have to discredit yourself. And I was like, huh? She goes, well, you have to do something to make it sound as if you're not entirely there. And I was like, come again? And this old man is sitting next to her. I have no idea who he was. He goes, you do have to discredit yourself. And I was like, actually, no, I don't. I'll just tell you the rest. I grabbed her by the hair, pulled her out of her chair, and started smashing her head off the concrete steps of the cloning center there. Started smashing her head off the steps. Nobody got up to stop me. I grabbed her and held her by the hair, and up she went, down she went, up she went, down she went. I bashed her face off the steps, just over and over and over again. Everybody just watched, and then I flung her down the stairs, and she went down in a heap, down to the bottom. It was funny though, and I said, I'm not going to discredit myself. Anyway, then she comes out, another body, says, you're not going to be on my show. It's like, no, we're already set. We're scheduled, baby. No, what excuse are you going to use to cancel on me? And she goes, I'll think of something. She was all crying and stuff. It didn't even hurt when I did that to her because she had her pain sensor turned off to numb. It's something, to explain it, it's something like quadriplegic, They can make it just like you're a quadriplegic, but you can still move. And you don't feel any pain. That's how they victimize people more efficiently, because people fight back, and even if they do win, tear the head off the other person. It doesn't matter. They'll just come back, and then the next body that they have on reserve bodies that they have there, like some of them have 5 on standby.
Right. Definitely seems like an intense and violent place down there.
It is, and very pervy.
I'm sure. Can you tell us a little bit about the breakdown of the floors of these underground complexes? I've heard you talk about Coliseum-like battle arenas, bestiality, hybridization floors.
Yeah, I haven't gone to the other floors often. The cloning floor pretty much has like 2 levels to it. The arena, there's usually just one arena, and that's in the cloning level. Underneath the cloning level is the growing rooms where all the tanks are. Britney Spears made a video, a cartoon video, where she breaks into a cloning center and destroys it. It looks just like that. Cloning tubes, 2 by 2. And they're all growing bodies, different stages of development. And, she said it was always her fantasy to blow up a cloning center, because she doesn't like going there, because she gets assembly line banged there.
Yikes. Train.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Yeah, exactly like that. And when her junk gets worn out, they just go to the next body. But she hates it. She didn't mind it at first when she was getting rich, but now that she's rich, she wants out. Just like Lauryn Hill, she was there. I was helping her make songs, right? Well, it goes like this with people too. Once they have money and fame, they don't want to go there anymore and get used by old men. So she made this song called I Get Out, I Get Out. Well, they let her get out because every time she was there, she cried uncontrollably, saying, I want to be free, I can't be in this, right? But she didn't get tortured or anything, she just got sexed up. And mind you, it is disgusting, but so she was a snotty mess. Crying, snot coming out of her face. Like, I can't be here, this place is evil. Mind you, she's evil herself. She didn't mind torturing a child to get songs.
Right. I also wanted to ask you about the catalog. I've heard you mention that before.
told me that I could choose different kids to victimize there, and I was like, well, I don't want to. I'll bang Gwen Stefani. Which I did a few times, but it got old. It lost the novelty. Yeah, Madonna, a bunch of them. I banged a bunch of them, but they were all willing, you know. But I don't know why, but they thought that this would appeal to me. And they're like, yeah, we have the catalog, and I'm like, catalog? And they give me this binder. It's like the type of thing that you would see hockey cards in. Right. In little plastic sleeves, about 9 pictures to a page, or more, 12 pictures to a page, and they were all kids, boys and girls. Some of them were school pictures, some of them were pictures of the kids as clones that they would take. But those pictures, none of the kids were smiling. Wow. None of them. They were all plain-faced, and I was like, what am I supposed to do? I was sitting in the stands this night, because most of the nights I'm down in the dirt, you know, focus in the center. And they passed me this black binder, and I opened it up, and I'm looking at it, flipping through it, and I'm like, so I'm supposed to pick one of them? And they go, pick a few. And they're all smiling at me as if I'll be very agreeable to this. But it just disgusted me. I threw it down the stairs, the same cement stairs that I bashed Roxy Lopez on. And I threw it down the stairs, and a couple people went down and grabbed it when it went down to the bottom to the hockey boards, as if it was like the Bible or something, right? As if it was like so important. Oh, he threw the catalog, right? And I'm like, I ain't doing that. You guys are sick. Wait till the future. Man, I assume you guys are going to kill me, but I'm still going to do what I can. You guys are all doomed. Wait until it happens. I can't wait to see it. And then they're like, that'll be the end of the world, Don. And I'm like, well, so be it, you know. We can't have this going on.
I guess one other thing we should note, I think is a pretty good point, is that if this was all slander and libel, with the names that you've named, you'd think somebody might come after you for this if it was all made up.
You would think that, wouldn't you? You would think that.
But it's radio silence, right?
They ain't doing nothing because they ain't allowed. And in the future, when I do have political authority, just for even calling me a dick, I'll have them put in prison. They're all scared, man. Like, they can't speak against me. In the future, the entire populace will hate them for the rest of their fucking days. Oops, I said F word, sorry about that.
Cool.
The populace would hate them for the remainder of their life if they ever said anything bad about me. Because in time, you know, everybody gonna love Donnie. And rightfully so. So, you know, they don't dare. No celebrity, no nothing. And a lot of people that actually think that I'm a liar and stuff, well, nobody really does anymore, but back in the day they did. They would send everything I said to these people personally, the celebrities and stuff, and then the celebrities would erase those comments and block the people that sent them. Even though those people were against me and for those celebrities, they would ignore them totally, ignore them like the plague. People even sent everything I said to the police. The police don't do anything either. It gets put on the back burner because the high-ups in the police know who the hell I am and know what's going on. It's that, like, obvious.
In the past few years, you have had several big-name artists coming out about this, which boggles my mind even further. I mean, sure, Tila Tequila is saying some stuff, but then you have Nicki Minaj and most recently B.O.B., both tweeting from their own accounts, #StopHumanCloning. I mean, do you feel a little bit vindicated by some of this?
A little bit, but it really didn't do very much, did it?
I mean, it raised a little bit of awareness, but...
It raised a couple eyebrows, and then people are like, oh, that's very interesting. Oh, well. I don't know. Where's the revolution, man?
Mr. Donald Marshall, are you there?
I am.
Right on.
Hey, Donald.
Howdy.
All right, let's get him on the big screen behind us. Stand by, stand by. We're going to dim the lights a little bit.
I gotta...
Hold on here, Donald. We're going to get you on the big screen right behind us.
Yeah, I have my director doing everything for me.
Which is him. Hold on here, hold on. And Alan, it's all going, Donald?
Not going too bad.
All right. Probably going to need to speak a little louder.
Said it's not going bad.
All right, right on. Yeah, I'm going to turn you up down here. Okay. All right, and Alan has got you on the screen now. He's going to bump it up a little bit and make it full screen here. And you guys all have to remember, it's just Alan and myself in the studio. We don't have like a major budget or anything. It's just us two. We don't have a camera crew. There he is. Yeah.
Right on. All right.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. So what time is it over there?
It's 10 after 10.
10 after 10. So hope it's not past your bedtime, man, because we're going to keep you on for about an hour and a half.
Well, I'll have to make do.
Right on.
Is everybody like, okay, everybody in chat, can you hear them? Like, sound off here. Let me know.
Okay. Right on. All right. Well, you know, we Skyped a couple of days ago just to make sure that we had the signal strength and everything was going good with your camera and our camera. And I told you basically the reason why we are having you on tonight. You know, we talk about everything here on the show. Illuminati, conspiracy theories, reptilian, aliens, the whole 9 yards, man. And Alan has been talking about you.
More volume for Donald, okay?
Okay.
They sounded off. There's 100 and some people said too low.
Just on chat, okay. And Alan has been talking about you, man, for a long time. He's been following you for over 4 years now. And he's been telling me, I heard about you as well, and I, you know, in this show, I need some type of proof, all right, Donald, for me to even say, wait a minute, there's got to be something going on here. And I told you when I saw the tweet from Nicki Minaj, and then I did a little bit more research, and B.O.B. the rapper, and then somebody else did a tweet as well, and I said, okay, why would they? Matter of fact, I just showed Alan on BET's website, dude. B.O.B. is talking about cloning centers on the BET website, Black Entertainment website. All right, that's on there. All right. Okay, so that's why I have you on tonight, because if they're going to put that stuff on there, then you know there's something to it.
They're ready for prime time.
Right.
A lot of people that are there are real scared to say anything about it.
Right.
It's you know, it's kind of like forbidden to give up this secret. Multiple secrets.
Right.
Well, kind of like bad things happen, though, don't they? For people who talk about it.
The worst things, yeah. They can, well, they can be killed in conventional ways, or they can be remotely killed from manipulating the clone bodies remotely. Or they can even just be rendered mentally impaired after a time, also by messing with their clones in ways. And it's been done with different people.
Okay.
And, let's see.
Well, let's introduce everybody to you, because you know our fans. Like I said, this is a subject where we've been talking about the Illuminati for a long time.
It needs to be louder.
Okay.
Still.
Yeah.
Is that as loud as you can?
Definitely. I got that full blast on this side. Can you talk a little bit louder for us?
I can try. I got this microphone headset in to make it a bit better.
Let's see if Mr. Allen can. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to crank it on the master over here. Hold on. All right, go ahead and say something, Donald, for me.
Testing.
All right, well, let's try that. Hope I'm not peaking over here. Let me look at the volume on our end here. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. All right, check 1, 2.
Check 1. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's as high as we could get him, guys.
Yeah. I've got it pegged. Hold on here.
We got a lot of fans in the chat, Donald. Lots of them.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you guys loud and clear.
Okay. Well, let's hopefully we can. Like I said, I've got you peaked up pretty loud, so we'll see what happens there. Okay. Introduce everybody to you, Donald. How did you get involved in this cloning centers? How? I mean, start off from the very beginning, man.
Okay. Well, Donald Marshall. I first became involved with them when I was almost 5, probably at the end of my 4th year, being 5 years old. I opened up my eyes. I opened up my eyes one day and I was at this place. It looks like a small sport venue, like a hockey rink, but instead of ice in the center, there was dirt. Hockey boards all around, and people in the stands. I didn't know how I'd gotten there. I thought that I'd been kidnapped or something, that I'd been brought there, but it wasn't even me as my real body. It was me as a clone of me. It's a different kind of clone, though. The clones people typically assume are what clones are. They're raised up from a baby, grown in test tube, raised up from a baby, and it's a real slow process, but that's replication cloning. They can also do duplication cloning. And duplication cloning forms absolutely, almost totally identical copy of yourself. And they can activate these things while you are in REM sleep with what they call a consciousness transfer.
What I want to know, though, is why did they choose you, though? How did you get down there? Why did they choose you?
Well, they chose me because they wanted to use me to be molested by rich old people.
Okay, but why you? Why not like me, or why not Alan, or why not my wife? You follow me? I mean, why is there something special about you?
No, they get all kinds of kids there. I was just one of them. I was a cute kid.
Okay, and how old were you when you went there?
Almost 5 or 5.
5 years old. Okay.
So they like them young, huh?
Oh, yeah. They're pretty sick like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot to it, though. There's a lot of factors as to why they get them there.
Okay.
It would take a while to tell you all of that. And that's just the psychology of a sick mind, right?
Right.
But then it also has to do with aliens as well. Aliens are pretty pervy. There's a bunch of different kinds. And there's a lot of lizard types, but there's more than one type of lizard type. I've met them. They can talk, a lot of them. And it's really plain. It's very just, plain that they're just there sometimes, like, to come out and talk, but they usually stay out of sight because everyone's nervous about them in the stands. See, what happened, how it got so weird with me is they brought me there to be used, but I would scream and cry and stuff, so I guess they felt bad for a minute. They said, well, what else are you good for? Sing or dance or anything. So then I started singing this song just because, the original time I was there, I thought they were never going to allow me to escape. I'd seen their faces. They're not going to let me go. I'm going to be killed, right? And I thought that it was my real body that I was in because it feels real. It's very clear. And I sang this song, and someone famous ended up using it, and then they brought me back the next few nights and got me to keep on doing it. I did it more. I just had a good imagination and creativity for making songs, I guess. These melodies for songs. And then it got really out of hand. was there or not. Now, once they allow you to remember, which is usually they let people remember at around 30, like common street level members of this, they let them remember at 30. They call it the awakening. And so then you remember this duality that you've lived, and it's very clear. And yeah, the younger people that are rich Illuminati parents' kids, sometimes they get their memories released to them when they're younger than I was. But yeah, that was the main thing, making songs, and then they wanted me to come up with concepts for movies. They wanted me to sometimes give them advice and just anything. After the songs, they wanted to test me out, see if I was good with other things. And everything, even interior home design, as absurd as that sounds. But just anything, and the main thing was songs. But the thing was, after I couldn't come up with songs anymore, I was having more difficulty just thinking them up out of the blue, out of thin air.
Now, one band is Megadeth.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm going to do right now is I am going to show the cover of Megadeth, and it's up right now. That you're saying that is you on the cover of Megadeth's album?
It is. I had to pose for it.
Okay. So you've written songs for this band then?
Oh yeah. And countless others.
Now, Alan was telling me is that real blood on your shirt?
Oh no, that's like a painting of a picture.
Gotcha.
But that was actually taken at the cloning center. Like, the thing is, as a footnote to that, when I couldn't come up with songs anymore, they tried to scare me with, they're going to kill me, they're going to hurt me or something. And then after I still couldn't come up with songs, then they started to torture the clone of me, which feels just as real. And it affects you in real life. It can make you sick. So anyway, during this time for this picture, well, that cloning I have ended up looking like that countless times. But for that picture, it was faked. Like, for some reason they wanted to take a picture of it with a camera, and then whoever made that picture, painted it, or rendered it with computers, he had to look at that picture and then go off of that. Because I'd asked them to put my face on albums before, and they always said, no, we can't, that would be proof. And I always put little hints in the songs, in lyrics and stuff, wherever I could. And sometimes they would allow it, sometimes they wouldn't. But there's a lot of hints in songs, but dreams and this and that, because it's not dreaming when you're at cloning. It's totally not dreaming. Illuminati members like that go to cloning, they don't have dreams anymore. They just go and walk around as clones there.
Now, I don't know how many interviews you do, but when you come out and say that you've written songs for these bands, like for example Megadeth, have they ever came back and told you to knock it off, stop saying that, or any of these other groups or artists?
You would think that they would, but they actually avoid me like the plague. And the thing is, some of them get angry at cloning. Like, sometimes the very same night. I'll open up my eyes there, I'll be down in the dirt arena, or I'll be sitting in the stands, and they'll just start talking. Like, I've met Dave Mustaine there. He knows all about cloning. He's been there, right in my face. He's actually beat me up there. Stabbed me and everything. There. But, yeah, they never bother me. They don't want to come back and say anything, because then they'll have to open up the entire can of worms. Right. Nobody wants to do that. And no one's going to sue me or be charged for slander or libel or anything like that, because they know it'll come back on them later.
Right. Now let's talk about these people that are down that are being cloned. I mean, we're talking obviously rock stars to famous people, actors, actresses. Why are they? Now we talk a lot here about aliens and Satan and the Illuminati selling your soul to get where you want to get in this business. We talk about a lot of the movie stars and rock stars. Like an example, Britney Spears, Katy Perry, Rihanna, all those. And you know that they have to. You know that they sold their souls.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, and
they even come right out and say it, and say they're even like, when I'm singing, it ain't me, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's what's her name, Mary Lou, and then they start speaking in a English accent and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. The thing is, the selling your soul thing, how it works, like a young woman will be cloned into there and she'll be told, while memory suppressed, they'll find out if she's going to have ever any possibility of talking or trying to rat on them, right? And if she would, they won't unrepress her memory and they won't promote and support her and sign her on to anything, and she'll just be left alone. But if she agrees, they say to her, okay, well, you have to basically sign this. I've seen people sign an actual paper. They say, you have to sell your soul. We'll make you really famous and stuff. And we can ban clones of you here, but then your soul is sold. But they don't know. And then as they're doing it, they don't know what it involves.
Right.
They classify your soul as being like your consciousness that gets transferred into the clone that is used there. Because a lot of these women, they don't care if they go there and have sex at first as clones with whoever, because it's a totally separate body and they don't care, they're not getting hurt. But they don't know how long it's going to continue, which is a very long time. And they think that these crazy people talking about selling souls and stuff, they don't think that has anything to do with anything, and they think they're just going to, outsmart these superstitious religious people and sign just nothing that doesn't involve anything.
Hence, you get a Nicki, or what's her name, Nicki Minaj. Then you get a Nicki Minaj tweet, where she's starting to realize, whoa,
Well, there was another girl there, rapper named Cray Sean, said something about cloning. She said, I've seen the cloning centers myself.
Right, and I think I'm going to go ahead and, I had that, I actually had that tweet on there too someplace. I showed it last week. Okay, so...
They get in a lot of trouble, though, when they do that, right?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes the very night, like, this crazy girl, Tila Tequila, she's pretty whack, but she is there. Like, she did a little radio show, an impromptu improvisation. Like, she was supposed to talk about something, evil nobility of this or that or something, and she's at cloning just about every night getting used, right? And she doesn't want to be anymore, but they will give her, like, her little reality show she did, and promote her for tours for her music and stuff. But she didn't want to do it anymore, and she went on there, and as a surprise thing, she started talking about cloning centers, where all these kids are brought and used. And it happens like every night in this dirt arena. She told all about it. But then, that very night when she went to sleep, turns out that we must have both went to sleep at around the same time and entered our REM phase at around the same time, which is about an hour after you go to sleep, hour and a half. So they say, but they can only activate the clone of you there when you're in total REM sleep. And, if you wake up in real life, your clone will drop limp to the floor. Like some of the clones, their broken elbows smash their heads off the concrete floor, so they always stay seated in the stands in case they ever wake up and they just fall over.
Okay, so
stored on a rack.
Right now, for all those people who are listening right now and watching, obviously you're probably thinking, man, you guys are totally out there. But Donald Marshall is not the only one talking about this.
Yeah.
All right. If it was just him,
and that is it, I would not have him on the show. I mean, that's the truth. I would not have you on the show, but there are more people now talking about this particular subject, and they're telling, and they're giving your name, Donald, like, you know, you're the one who first started it. Now we're going to follow right behind you and spread the word is what they're doing.
And then there's the other thing, like the movies and the TV shows, and I mean, they talk blatantly, openly about cloning. I mean, Clone Wars, and I mean, like I was reading something a while back that you were talking about Star Wars and how the lizards, some of the lizards in there was the Vril. You know, it's like, man, you know, then I'm like a Star Wars, I play the games and everything, you know, and oh my God, that made me believe you more than anything, because it is so, what would you say, out there in that movie, like, it's amazing.
It's, those long-necked aliens in the Star Wars movie, they would be a representation of a certain type of Vril. I call them Vril Type 3s. Everybody else calls them that too. But those are the best-looking kind of ones that you'll find. They would be young ones, but they get real ugly. Like, that's the best-looking ones you're ever going to find. They get really, really ugly. They end up looking like Pumpkinhead after a while, which is why they make Pumpkinhead look like Pumpkinhead. They put stuff into movies all the time, like, to pretty much because, well, sometimes they're flaunting their power and stuff. They can, you know, put it out there, nobody does anything. But then other times they're desperate to get the help of the populace to have it questioned and stopped. Because the thing with me, how I can talk about it, they're not going to kill me because I've done like so many songs, right? And they said that it would be really strange to not have me around now because they're really familiar with me now. Some of them said they're like really attached to me. They wouldn't want to kill me, but other people they will. Like, I'm probably, well, I thought they were going to kill me back in like 2012, but then, and they hinted that they would because they didn't want me to say certain things, but then I just said it all anyway, and then they said, well, we were never going to kill you. You're a very special person in the world. So everyone else is pretty much following along, the ones that are brave enough to, that are there.
Right. I mean, talking
to corroborate everything.
Right. Talking about this subject matter, who is going to believe you? You know, when we're talking about this, I mean, really, when we're talking sci-fi stuff here, Donald, that I'm, you know, when I turn on the Sci-Fi Channel or go, you know, watch a movie in the theaters, this is the stuff that you're talking about that's not supposed to be real, man. I mean, this is way far out there. But like I said, you know, you're not the only one talking about it.
Yeah.
So that's what's tripping me out big time. And I know there's more to it than, you know, what people really know what's going on out there. I mean, there's a whole different world.
And when you were talking about this, and I know, like, I've read everything you pretty much put out, but only, and I know you've said it a million bazillion times. Okay, like the types, like they're like the clone types, and like you're talking about now, they're in a higher generation and they're better and they last longer or something like that.
Well, you know, all technologies improve over time. Computers get smaller, cell phones, this and that. All of this stuff, even as whack as it sounds, sci-fi and everything, it's all just technology that they have. Right? They don't have magic or anything. Some of them that are superstitious like that, they like to believe there's something to it, but they have no magic. And all that occult witches and goblins stuff that they talk about stuff, I've been shown so much, and I begged them to show me everything, because if there was any kind of powers to be had, I wanted them. But, and they would do. But there's been nothing that I've ever seen, only science and technology, which could be mistaken for some kind of magic, right?
Sure, like if you're like primitive, they would think an airplane is magic, you know what I mean? Like they would worship an airplane.
Yeah.
All right, so where are they getting all this technology from then?
Well, they're getting some of it
they found underground in Antarctica, they back engineered a bunch of stuff. Like, Nazis found it. And then everybody started sharing it around, but there was different pockets of stuff around the world. Like, British people found some stuff under England in some spots, but there's different regions of different types of things. Like, there's even different kinds of these drills that don't even know about each other, and they don't even speak the same language to themselves. They talk in like clicks and gurgles and everything. But some of them are different colors too. Some of them have scales, like the type 1s have scales. But the ones under the Middle East have black scales. The ones under the British Islands are red scales. And they're pretty sick looking. I described them pretty well. It's supposed to be what people would call a chupacabra. I could describe them well. I already have in other interviews, but they're a real problem. Well, let's see. They, to not beat around the bush or anything, they can literally body snatch people. It's a biological property of their body, and they can take people over and make them what is called a host, a human host. Now, that's why that movie, The Host, was made. There's different things like this movie called The Invasion. They're all over the place. In the past, people used to use them to replace people because how they do it, these lizards, I'll try to put it in a nutshell, these certain types of lizards that have the parasitical aspect of their biology, they have this thing in the top of their head that can eject out at one time in their life. It comes out and they can move it like a worm, kind of. Once this thing comes out, which is actually the internals of their spinal cord, once it comes out, it can't go back in, and the old lizard body will die. Now this wormy thing becomes everything that thing is. It's his brain and everything. And they put it into people's eyes. Now these things are small. They're like maybe I've seen some that are 2 feet tall. And the thing that comes out is real small of their head. They can pin somebody down. This thing goes around the eyeball and then spirals around the optic nerve until it gets to a certain spot in the brain, and then it excretes this parasitical cell compound from it, and it just takes over the brain cell by cell all over, and then they're messed up for like a month. They can't do much of anything. They have to lay in bed, force themselves to sit up and eat, but they get access to the person's memories and everything. Not all memories, though. That's another thing. Sometimes in some movies, like kids will ask their parents. Well, they'll have suspicions about their parents not being them anymore, and then they'll say, "Do you remember that time we took that trip to the Grand Canyon in grade 3?" But they never took that trip. And the parents in the movie will go, "Yeah, that was fun." And then they know, right? It's because they don't get all of the memories. They get a lot of them, though. And they just continue to live. They get health problems. Some of them get, their fingernails start going weird. They get rashy skin. They also get some kind of a thyroid problem, where the thyroid doesn't make this chemical that we all need, and they have to take something called synthroid for like hypothyroidism or something, and most of them have that problem. But it's easy to medically test to see who is host and who's not. It's like you need a blood test or something, but it's very obvious. Now, there's a lot of them. They're in the government and everything.
Okay. Now, there are a lot of people that go missing, all over the world.
I was thinking that too. Like we interviewed a guy. I don't know if you're familiar. His name is David Paulides. and he has these books called Missing 411, and mostly it's children, and they have certain criteria, you know, in order to get in his book. But it would be like around Yosemite National Park, all these different places that he's noticed, like clusters, areas where children come up missing. And I mean, it could be like a family outing, and the kid gets just out of sight, and then bam, gone, right? And yeah, and I think that what you're talking about might shed a lot of light on this.
Well, there's a few different things that happens. The things that I've seen, like I've seen a couple of these kids that have gone missing, and what happens to them? Well, they get taken to be used for sex underground, of course, by either aliens or clones that are in this place, or real people that manage to get to these bases and go down to, you know, mess with them. Some of them, they get eaten, though. They get literally eaten. Not by people, well, sometimes, but by aliens and stuff. They get eaten, literally eaten. Sometimes they just drain the blood out of them, so now they eat the solids too. But see, some of the aliens, their favorite parts of solids, for the ones that do eat solids, some just drink blood, but the ones that eat solid, their favorite is brains and pancreas. They told me before themselves, they said pancreas to them tastes like cantaloupe. Whoa. Like, totally. Their sense of taste is so much different than ours. A lot of the time, bad smells good to them. Like, they even like human excrement. It tastes like candy to them. Depending on what the person's been eating. Yeah, they eat it. To them, it smells like flowers, really. It's pleasant. They like it. It's like a treat to them.
I heard they get like a buzz off of like they scare the kid, right?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that, right? They scare him and then get a buzz?
Well, the thing is, you can do that with other people, too. But when people get scared, and animals and stuff, like they put out adrenaline, adrenal glands, and then this does something through the blood that makes it taste richer to them. And the thing is, the reason they go to eat kids a lot is because kids don't have as many vaccinations, because some of these vaccinations can make them sick, and kids aren't smokers. They don't like the blood of smokers because it tastes, to them, they said it does taste like an ashtray or something in with the blood.
Sweet. Start smoking.
Yeah, and yeah, they get a strange effect from the adrenaline. It gives them like a buzz. Like some of them have called it bliss. They call it bliss. Is the word for the blood with the adrenaline in it.
When they clone somebody, what exactly do they take from the host itself? Just blood, DNA, and that's it, or tissue, or?
Back in the past, it had to be tissue, but and then they would have to agitate the tissue. They said it was very, very simple. You agitate the tissue a certain amount, and then it's just sets to multiplying the cells. Like they told me themselves, the best way to explain it is you have a hangnail on your finger. You pull that hangnail off, and a clear liquid inside starts to form, and then eventually new skin over it, might scab over or something, right? And then new skin and everything. That's white blood cells, right? The healing part. Well, when they get the piece of tissue in the past and agitate it a certain amount of times, they put it in this other liquid, like petri dish, and it just sets to healing and healing and healing and healing. And after a time, after they monitor it, it can make an entirely another person. But they have to manipulate it a bit, make sure that the bones are going to go straight and stuff. I'm not sure of it. I'm not like a biologist or anything, but it's not like it's not as complicated as people would think. They said it's very simple, actually.
Wow. Well, the technology
doesn't even cost that much, just the maintenance, because it just grows by itself. You know.
So, you know, we've been talking about the cloning thing now going on for about 3 weeks now since we wanted to get you on, and people have been doing their research and finding things on their own. A friend of ours, Eddie, he actually sent me over a YouTube video, and this YouTube video, anybody, you know, I would place the video on the screen right now, but I don't want to take a chance and get anything lost. I don't want to lose anything, but I'm going to play you the audio. You guys can go to YouTube and just Google Katy Perry get slimed. Now, everybody who watches this show knows that I have something for Katy Perry. Even my wife knows, but you know, they're at the Nickelodeon Awards, right? And Katy Perry and Jonas, God, I forgot his name. His first name is Jonas, I think. Are up, and they're going to present the award to somebody. But listen to what Jonas said, and you're going to be able to hear it. Listen to this.
Hey, boys. Okay, I lied. It's not really my birthday. In fact, I have a confession to make to you guys. I've never told anybody this before in my life. It's kind of a sensitive subject. I was born without a birthday.
Wow, that's really weird.
Yeah, weird. I know. I'm a birthdayless freak. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry I lied. I think it's only fair that you open the box and reveal the winner.
Okay, that is just weird for him to say. I was born without a birthday. And that
sounds like cloning.
Yeah, it sounds like cloning, and it just so happens that he happens to be standing right near to Katy Perry, who has said a couple of times that she has sold her soul. All right, and anybody can go and watch this on YouTube. Just you know, search Katy when Katy gets slimed at the Nickelodeon Awards, and hear him say that. You know, they're giving us hints, aren't they, Donald? Everywhere.
All the time.
All the time,
funny
right?
Little pastime.
Now, and you said the reason is because they just want to throw it in our faces and say, we're doing this behind your backs, or actually in front of you, and we're hinting. Is it because they want to condition us, or is it just because they're just having fun with us, or are they supposed to tell us?
It's two reasons. One, sometimes these people are literally a host, or there's even more. There's a way to cheat death and continue life as a clone too. But people that do that, they don't want it to be found out about. They want humanity to continue, the cloning centers to continue, right? So they throw it out in the faces to show up, and then they'll all talk about it at cloning later on and laugh about it, and people's reactions. But then there's other people. Like Katy Perry, I've talked to her so many times at cloning, I helped her make songs there.
Well, hey, man, you got to tell her to come on the show.
Yeah. She might not even be your actual human being, dude.
I don't care. No, I'm just saying by phone or by Skype. We'll talk about it behind the doors, all right?
Well, the second reason is that's pretty much the only way that someone would be permitted to talk without being punished for it. And the people that don't want to be there anymore, that are hoping for some kind of rescue, they can put out these hints in a hope against hope that someone is going to put the pieces of the puzzle together and en masse demand to know what's happening, you know, from the government or military or whatever. But it has to be done in large numbers because these people seem pretty hopeless. Because it's such a powerful thing. And they're kind of all dependent on me, all these desperate people that want out, right? Their souls back, right? They want me to be successful. But they
I know I'm going to be pretty mad because I got tortured there a lot. And, you know, it has affected me, but I'm still alive. And gave me bad health effects.
Sure, let's talk about that. You know, you've been out there spreading the word, but you're not making any money. You're not writing books. You're not, you know, you're not doing any of that. You're not getting, we're not compensating you for this show tonight. And it's like you're out there telling people what you say is going on, and, you know, you might, and if this is for real, which a lot of people seem to think it is, and so far, you know, you've got some proof backing you up, man, you know, that you can easily be taken out, dude. And obviously you told us why and why not, possibly, maybe, but, you know, you're not making trillions of dollars, you know, doing interviews, because you're not. I have never seen a book.
Like you're not Alex Jones, you know what I mean? But only you haven't changed your story. You've kept going through, and probably have paid for it a little bit more than what you would like.
Oh yeah. They punished me for saying things that they didn't want me to say. Then they told me, we'll get you way worse if you say any more, and I just do anyway. And like, it's hard to put it all into words because it was such a long time, right? After they had been torturing me to come up with these songs, or else, right? Then it became, well, there's nothing to do at cloning actually either. Like, after you do the death sports, sword fighting, and there's a lot of sex and stuff going around there. After all that, it really loses the novelty really, really quick. And then you're just sitting there. You see, the celebrities, people like to talk to the celebrities, say hi and everything, but they run out of material to talk about. And that's it. Like a little meet and greet with so many different people, and I mean, they're all there. Like Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, they're all there. Lady Gaga, they are all there. They all sit around next to each other in the stands. And then there's ground level people that are famous, that some of them are rich people, some of them aren't. Then there's all the politicians that are there. And the thing is, the torturing stuff, they started, when I couldn't come up with songs for a time, they would replace that time, because I was kind of like a spectacle there. They were all literally in awe of how I could come up with these songs. And I don't even know how I did it, but I did. And let's see, they started to have me in like a torture spectacle. They would like strap me up to a cross, chain me up to a poster, hang me by the arms with cables from the ceiling of this big sports venue looking place. Then they would like torture me, and they would just sit there and watch me screaming. And they were all, well, some people were into it. They were like, oh, that's cool, we're so powerful, nobody can do anything to us. But then the other people that didn't actually like it, they have to play along like they do like it, or else they're going to be looked down upon by the rest, or they won't benefit by being promoted and endorsed. Or people would maybe suspect that they might try to talk or something, and then who knows what's going to happen to them. Like, a good example is Chris Benoit, the wrestler. He supposedly, well, he did. He took out his wife and child and then himself. But that was all due to cloning. Like, he didn't just go insane or anything. He was trying to prevent his family from going there to get tortured. He tried to tell people about it too. He's like, but he didn't know what it was. He said, okay, somehow I'm getting blapped into an alternate reality or another dimension or something, and people are killing me there, and there's aliens there. I'm not crazy. Nobody believed him. That's another thing about Tila Tequila. I wish I could find this video, but it's not anywhere that I can find it anymore. Before she had her aneurysm that time, which is what they did it. If you have a constant electric shock applied to your clone, you will have a heart attack or an aneurysm eventually. Depending on how old you are, faster if you're older, you die faster. But But Tila went on video at some point, and she said, you guys gotta help me, I'm being zapped into another dimension somehow, I don't know how, when I'm sleeping. And Queen Elizabeth is there, she sometimes eats people there, and there's demons, which she means aliens, like, because demons are aliens, that's just another word for them, they have lots of names. But then she had an aneurysm through the night there, that same night. But she uploaded that video. Or was it 2 nights after that? I don't know, but that was the cause. But then after that, she survived, only because they let her survive. And then after that, she didn't say much of anything for a long time. Until the Clone Center radio show that she put out, which was really cool. But after that night, they got her there and said, what the hell are you doing? Right? And she goes, well, Donnie says it, you know, he's going to be fine. I said, you're not Donnie, though. And then they said, this guy wants to talk to you about this. So this big grill type 3 comes stomping out, you know, those long-necked ones. But this one was older and more ugly, and it came out and it screamed in her face, like she was down standing in the dirt. And it came up to her 2 or 3 inches from her face, nose to nose, and just started screaming in her face. And it's pretty freaky. Mind you, she didn't, like, scream or cry or anything. It was very impressive. Her hair was flying back. The thing's breath, it's like, rah, right, screaming in her face. It went on for a while. And she just stood there and stared at it. I was impressed. Those are things that are very, very scary. Like, imagine Pumpkinhead from that movie, the horror movie Pumpkinhead.
Right.
This thing was right in front of her face, screaming, and she just stood there. Well, she looked scared, but she didn't let it show or anything. I was impressed.
Wow.
I watched it. I sat in the stands and watched it when it happened.
How long, how long has this been happening? Like, we know about it's happening now, but I mean, like, how far back? Like, does this go all the way back to Egyptian days and prior to Egyptian days? I mean,
well, they were in Egypt, ancient Egypt times, yeah. They've always been around. Grills and other different things, they've always been around. And flying saucers and all that, that's nothing new. It's an old thing. Made better with modern technology, like a gyro. You know, like what they put in the Segways, so Segways will stay up and stable.
Right.
They started putting those in UFOs too, because UFOs in the past, they would be kind of floppy, and they would go, like, they didn't have very much horizontal stability. But now with including a gyro in it, it'll be pretty stable. Well, I knew from what they were telling me and from what they showed, because I made them prove everything to me. And I never ever assume or guess or have theories of my own, because if I'm ever wrong, you know, it's not going to be good. So I only ever really mention things that I know for certain are true. Because, you know, if it was ever wrong, it'd be a recipe for disaster with what I'm trying to do here, which is all good. You know, my intentions are pure. Like, as you said, I'm not looking for financial gain or even fame.
Okay, my next question. Since you were talking about aliens and demons, we talk a lot about supernatural religion here. We talk about religion here on this show. So where do you? Okay, where I'm going with this is Satan. Lucifer, the devil. Are aliens from outer space, or are these aliens have always been underground, or are there aliens visiting us as well? Are there more than one?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Well, I was raised Catholic, baptized and everything.
And I told you I was too.
The thing is, the Pope was that cloning. popes that are cloning. There's bishops that are cloning. There's cardinals from the Vatican that are cloning, like a lot of them. And they sit around. Some of them participate in nasty things, just from what I've seen. Maybe all of them do. I've only seen a few doing things, but they all sit around. They all get told what to do. They know all about aliens. They've spoken to them there. There's ones from underground. There's a lot of stuff underground. Like, I'm not certain of everything that's down there, though, because I haven't been down there. Like, I've been in bases and stuff, but I never ran around in caverns and hollow earth or anything. But they say that that's what it's like. But, you know, I have to have things proven to me before I believe anything. But I didn't know, but there are things from space too. A lot of the aliens are lizard in biology, but there's like 6 or 7 different kinds that are just lizard kind. But the thing is, there's birds and lizards are very closely related, and there's a certain kind, these Anunnakis, right? They have different names too, draconians and everything. Some of them are like half bird, half lizard. Like, this is what David Wilcox was saying, that he was going to lie too. He never ever comes back at me and tries to say that, you know, I'm making this up about him. Me and him met there. We spoke. Like, I spoke to many of these truthers, and there's a lot of them there. They wanted me to be all down in this plan where, well, some of them want to do the right thing and tell the truth about everything, but they'd be killed, right? And, well, a lot of them have seen aliens, like David Wilcock has seen this really, really tall lizard bird type that says that his name is Ammon-Ra. People think that I thought it was Ammon-Ra my entire life. It's not. He told me himself it's Ray. And I told him, I'm like, it sounds so much cooler being Ra, though. He goes, it's Ray, though. He doesn't have much of a sense of humor.
Is that the bird one that you see in the, what is it, like the blue, the head of a bird and a body of a...
Oh, yeah, that's not an accurate depiction. I should have had, like, maybe some pictures done or something, but there's an accurate picture of him himself and other ones. There are these ancient Sumerian rock carvings that are really, really detailed, and they look just like that. Now, mind you, some of them look more bird, some of them look more lizard, and some of them are a mix of the two. Like, some of them have like a big beak like that, but some of them have like a elongated, with like a small little beak on the end. It looks really weird. And when they get old, because they live way longer than humans, because lizard physiology lives longer, like, when they get old, they get really, really ugly. And the thing is, they're ashamed of their appearance, right? They even put some old ones, what old ones look like, in the movie called The Dark Crystal, with that Jim Henson made.
Oh, I remember that.
Those Skeksis.
Yeah.
They end up looking like those Skeksis. Their feathers come out, they fall out, and the gravity is hard on them. They get all stooped over like that, and they look just like that when they're old. Some worse than others. But they put different stuff in movies all the time. There's something that kind of resembles a drill type 1, the Slee stack or something.
Oh man, I was just, dude, I was just thinking damn little odds. I was going to bring it up to you right now.
Yeah, they got those pointy things in the middle of their head. That's supposed to be like Representative Proboscis thing that comes out that goes in people's eye. Oh my God. By the way, that's why they cover up the eye, by the way, there.
Oh, the Illuminati eye.
The eye covering thing the Illuminati does, and then they go, shh.
Yeah.
Now you know the reason they're doing that. It's like, don't get the thing in your eye, and shh, don't tell anybody you know about the things that stick the things in your eye, because you might get a thing in your eye.
Man, there's a movie star that he did a movie and his eye was all jacked up.
Yeah. Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, Nicolas Cage, you know, and
yeah, he had to do the entire movie with one of his eyeballs like blown out from a gunshot wound or something.
Right, yeah.
Now the reason he did that, it's not even like that anymore. So maybe he's a clone all the time now. But when they do this, when the real type 1 take over a person and do that in the eye, sometimes, not every time, sometimes it makes the eye, well, the brain and back of the eye swells, right? And then sometimes permanently, one of the eyes will become a little bit bugged out and more pronounced than the other one, which happens sometimes to people anyway. Sometimes some people just aren't totally symmetrical.
Right.
But with him, his eye was bulged out. Like he couldn't have been able to do the movie like that. And so they came up with that and did that. But
I had a couple of things in chat. There's somebody, they were saying in these centers there's dead stars, like people that's been dead, like the Beatles, and there'll be the live Beatles and the dead Beatles, and they're there, right?
Yeah.
Are the dead ones are they clone, like say Elvis or something? Are they the clone of Elvis or the Beatle or Michael Jackson or whatever? Or are they just?
That's the third important aspect and topic of what I wanted to tell you guys. There's a way to cheat death, but it's flawed. They discovered this, like billionaires, even ancient Egyptian times, they wanted to figure out how to cheat death, live forever, because billionaires can't take the money with them.
Right.
So they wanted to live forever. So, you know, a bunch of billionaires got together, hired on like 10,000 scientists and got them to figure out how to perfect this cloning stuff so they could live again. But living in a clone is not as good. You're not mentally stable as a clone. That's why they have these handlers, babysitters, right? So they don't freak out. And but there's something else they figured out. Well, you must have heard people that saying they have microchips in their heads and stuff.
Right, chip head.
Like one of this people, what was her name? Crazy girl movie star said something about she had a chip in her head. Well, a bunch of them did, really. And it's true. But there's different kinds of chips. There's not only one chip. There's different chips with different functions. And the most important one that they got is what they call the soul stone chip. Now they can record your consciousness, everything that you are. Basically, they can record it on this microchip, the size of an apple seed. Now, they can take this chip, and what they used to do is drill a hole in the back of a person's head, and then put the chip on a stainless steel rod, and have a rangefinder and like a half compass so they can tell the angle and everything. And they go into us, they push it in through the back of the head, through that drilled hole, through the brain tissue, which is brain damaging, you know, obviously. And then it gets to a certain depth, and then the chip is left there. Now then they just get like a remote control, like the one from UNC from like a TV or something. It looks like they point that at the person, press a button. Well, they then become that person. Like they can body snatch that way, just in a different way than what I was telling you about the lizards that body snatch. Right. This is a technological way to body snatch, and the other one is biological. But they do this. The thing is, for some reason, they stopped going in through the back of the head. Now, what they can do, you must have wondered. People come out and they say, I'm chipped. I've been chipped. But they don't know how. Well, it happens in hospitals, even. People that go under anesthetic, sometimes they have their eyeball taken out, and it comes out and it's still attached. It's hanging off with the optic nerve that goes in and connects it, right? They can have it, take it right out, and it's out. But then they put that chip on a rod, and then behind the eye, they find the rangefinder to go back there, and they just push it right in through your eye guts. eye socket, and it goes into the brain from that angle, and then you don't have a little bald dot in the back of your head, you know, or a hole in your skull. And I think the distance to travel is shorter too, to get to like the thalamus or the hypothalamus area of the brain that it has to get to. But that also, well, then they put your eyeball back in, and you wake up after your appendicitis or appendectomy, or get your tonsils out or whatever, you wake up and your eye hurts. Say, oh my God, what's wrong? My head hurts so bad. And then they say, well, it's just a side effect of the anesthetic. And what do you know, right? You know no better.
I don't know if you've heard this before, but in a lot, we do like alien abduction things, you know, talk to people and stuff that have been abducted. And one of the things that is like happens a lot is they talk about while they're abducted, they have their eye pulled out.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what people a lot. I can tell you about what most alien abductions are. Well, they clone people in while they're asleep. And people, it's very real to people, and they get messed with. A lot happens when they get brought. It's like horror movie porn to them. There's a large archive of video of people being cloned in and strapped down to a table and messed with by, well, sometimes they actually are aliens, but some of the other times it's just people with really, really good masks. Hollywood quality. They've even, as I've written before, they even get chicken skin, dye the chicken skin gray, and stretch it over a wooden mask that would make them look like a big gray alien, right? And it looks very ultra realistic. Hollywood quality, like horror movie prop stuff. And the thing is, they're still safely in their beds at home. They were never taken. Like some people, they set up a camera to watch them sleep because they figured they were getting abducted, taken out of their house, teleported even. They don't know how it was happening. They didn't even know it was clones. They thought it was their real body because it feels real. It was very clear. It'd be very easy to get fooled that way. So they set up a camera. They go to sleep. Blink. They get zonked into the cloning center. You know, consciousness transfer into the clone. And they're like, good, I got the camera set up though. Whatever happened, I'm going to see it when they bounce me back. They go back and they were sleeping in their bed the entire night, of course, right?
Right.
And then they can't explain it. But now you know.
Now, is there like a machine they have whenever they take your conscious? I mean, how is the guy controlling that thing, or you know, how do they do that?
They have it pretty down now. When the clones aren't being used, like remember I told you they go limp and fall.
Right, like
they get dragged out of the auditorium and taken below on a dolly, or just somebody throws somebody over their shoulder and takes them down to the racks. The racks are like multiple stainless steel bunk beds, sometimes 5 high. And they're all around. It's like a giant vampire crypt or something. There's all these bodies laying there.
Wow.
Well, I don't even know how the things live because they even when not in use, they still breathe shallow and the heart still beats and stuff. Now, when not in use, they put a tube down the clone's throat, a feeding tube, and you get fed this beige nutritional supplement, right? And when they come out, when they wake up and stuff, like when I open up my eyes there, they've already done it for me, and sometimes I'm clothed and already out somewhere, sitting somewhere, and then they activate me. But what they do on the rack, there's like a bunch of lights, and if the light is green, it means that this person is in full REM sleep right now and can be activated. So they go over, just like a TV remote control looking thing, look over and they point at them and press a button. Usually they have one designated to just that person, you know, tuned in on just them. And then the person just goes, looks around, and like me, I say, damn, I'm in this place again. But some of them are so used to it, and some of them like going there and hanging around there. They're so used to it, they pull this transparent tube right out of their mouth, and they hop off the bunk, and they're like, so, what are we doing tonight? And then they walk out, they're naked too sometimes, they don't even care. Not bashful, they have no shame really at all. But they're depending on me to do as much as I can to expose this and put an end to it. Right. Because I'm like one of the only ones in the world, maybe the only one in the world, that they won't outright kill. Because I've done so much stuff. Like you must assume he means a lot of songs, right? But it's actually 10 times more than what you even are thinking. It was a ridiculous amount of songs. And other things too, like just ideas for movies, concepts, and toy ideas, video game ideas, designs for different things. Man, that has so much stuff that if I even said all, it would sound absurd.
Or outrageous, yeah. Yeah, but you know, like, they kind of ripped you off. I mean, like...
Kinda.
They gave you like 10% of it. Like, I would say, you know what, I'll shut up if you give me 50%.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
like
and they'd all be pissed off because I didn't know it. But they want me to do this.
Right. Well,
they want me to succeed.
Now, why do they want you to succeed, though? I mean, if I was the Illuminati, I mean, I would prevent you from doing this interview tonight that we're doing. I mean, I would have stopped you somehow.
Well, I did one a little while ago, and a few of them didn't want me to do it, and I did it anyway, and then they ended up beating me up, stabbing me a few times out there. Which, what it does do in real life, if they did it consistently, like all the time, you'd die. You'd have a heart attack or an aneurysm. That's why it works with the electricity, because that's constant on you. But with me, they were just doing that as like a deterrent to get me to not mention some things and maybe leave a few things out. But I don't do that. I just, tell it all. And, they try to act like they're angry and punish me and stuff, but it seems like most of the time they're trying to look for an excuse to harm me anyway, because there's nothing to do there. And it's an activity, like a spectacle, torture show type of thing.
Right. Now these underground bases, we have underground bases all over the world. Are our military, like for example, we live in Fresno, California, all right? That's where we're from. And I believe there are several underground bases here. Okay. And a lot of people go missing here in the mountains just east of us.
Yeah, they're right down there.
And, I've had people, way before we even knew you existed, I'm talking like 2001, 2002, there are, if you go Google, like the Madera area, you'll actually, some people actually wrote in some articles about underground caverns and reptilian, dude. All right.
Yeah, I heard a few.
And that's why I'm tripping out, because this was brought to my attention long before I knew you existed. On reptilians underground.
And nobody believes them.
Oh, absolutely not.
Well, you might have believed them, some people, but what is one person supposed to do?
Right.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Some people are afraid.
Sure. So, these underground reptilian race that, live underneath us, we've heard about that a lot. And it just blowed me away that, I don't know, it's hard. I'm listening to you, Donald, and it's like, man, it's like I want to believe so bad, but I'm thinking back to what Nicki Minaj and B.O.B., why would those guys risk their lives, their their professionalism, where they're at right now to even say something like this. You know, and that's why I'm tripping out. I mean, you know, these guys are making millions of dollars, you know, Nikki and B.O.B., and they're very famous people, and all of a sudden they are talking about cloning centers.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I've gotten into talking to Bob every once in a while now. The thing is, before I talked to him, I thought he's must be allowed to. They are going to allow him to say it for some reason, either to corroborate me, to help me, or just to maybe make them more famous or something.
Well, see,
but Nicki Minaj erased her tweet there. She erased it.
Right. Now, see, that's just it, though. It's like, what would be the sole purpose of letting you and B.O.B., the rapper, continue talking about cloning centers?
Yeah, but what if money isn't everything? You know
well,
like,
it's not money.
All the money and fame and glory, but only then every night they're raping you.
Well, I realize
like, how long before nothing would matter to you except for getting away from the raping? Or
it's not even just the raping, the things that they have to witness, the horrible, gory details of watching people being murdered and stuff, because it's not only just clones that get killed there. Sometimes they get a real person down there and watch them grim faces of death spectacle.
Wow.
Like little kids too, right? And some people that are at cloning, they are religious and they can't be down with that, but they would expose it, but you know, it's probably going to mean their life. And other people have already tried to do that and died. Like some guy named Phil Schneider.
Yeah.
He was telling the truth. I didn't even know about this guy, and I didn't even know he was dead. I tried to write him and said, dude, I know all about that stuff too. You're there. And he told all about it. He said, down underground there's these things. I was a geologist expanding an underground base. I went down there and they were all there, and I had to get out of there. The thing was, they allowed him to see that. Where he was expanding the base to, they knew that those caverns were full of drills, and they wanted them to be seen. And then they wanted him to go out and talk about it, which he did, but to very little effect, right? People just didn't believe him. You know, lizard aliens on the ground, really? Right? That's why I was a little bit discouraged when I was first going to start doing this. So I thought they were going to kill me right away, but I'll do one big shebang and hope that it, you know, helps the earth. Right? That was my prime motivation, you know, do the right thing as a human being, which I'm still doing.
Wow.
And
you're not scared? I mean, obviously, you know, do you have a family? Do you have, you know, are you married? Do you have any kids?
Just about all of them are all dead. But a lot of them were at cloning too. Like my mother sold me out to this place. Basically sold my soul to hell. She just died like 5 years ago or something. Lung cancer and stuff. But, you know, I don't miss her. But she was at cloning too. And she's telling me, and I was like, I don't know who you people are. I don't have to do what you're saying. Like, I know that because I would get killed there as a kid sometimes. But then I would wake up the next day, not remember it, and just, I would think I didn't remember what I dreamt the night before. It would just be all black. I didn't think anything of it. I went to school. But then the next time I was at cloning, I started to figure it out because I didn't know what a clone was at like 5 and 6 years old, of course. And, well, these days with the advent of Star Wars and stuff, all the kids know what a clone is now.
Yeah.
But I didn't back then. But then I would recall the previous time I was there, and I got stabbed to death and died. Everything faded to black and died. But here I am again, and there's no stab wounds in this new clone. And I am not dead. There's not a scar either. So, and I didn't know how they were doing it. I thought that it was magic or something when I was that young. But then I started to realize they can only do so much to me here. Even if they were to kill me as a clone at this place, which I didn't know was a clone, I'm like, I'm just going to live anyway, just like the last couple of times, come back anyway. And so then I started getting a little saucy there and
defiant, and they liked that. They thought that that was cool. They thought it was brave. They were impressed. But yeah, so then I figured out over the years what it was. I used to see all the clones are dumber. Nobody's clone is as smart as their real anchor person. They call it an anchor in the world that you draw the consciousness from while they're in REM sleep. Now, everyone at cloning is a little dumb, me included, to a certain degree. And some of them would be so immature, they'd tell me they could do something with really wacky technology. And I'd say, I don't believe you. No, I don't believe you. And they go, oh yeah? We'll show you. And they did. They would. They showed me all kinds every time, and then they would show me, and I'd say, wow, that is amazing. And they said, yeah, I told you it's real. Like a little kid, you know? Like they were little kids, like, oh, we told you so, right? So weird. The whole place is weird. But, yeah, it's pretty, really scary horror movie stuff there.
Right.
So
let's talk about some famous movie stars who have recently either died in mysterious ways or are being attacked by, for example, Bill Cosby. All right.
Yeah.
The Illuminati. I know the Illuminati is after him for a certain reason. I think he's coming out and he's talking against, our government. There are people who have done, like Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston. What were the reasons why they died? Did they want to get out?
Different reasons for each one of them, really. I'm familiar with each one. Well, for one thing, did you see Bill Cosby's eye?
Yeah.
Not pretty.
No.
It might just not be anything to do with that, but hey. He's been in cloning. Michael Jackson's been in cloning. I used to talk to him when I was a little kid. I thought it was really cool at first, but until I realized what he's like and what he's supposed to be, Michael Jackson isn't even dead. His body died, yeah. Okay, I'll tell you about in the sequence. Let's see, the Bill Cosby thing. He supposedly did it. They said this there. He was, giving them pills and stuff, and, that's a lot of people have done that in the past. He's just high-profile people, the person that got caught with it. But it's not like they're trying to mess him up or something. It's just that he got caught up by multiple people or something, and they can't make it go away. But they like him there. Now, Michael Jackson, he wanted to die. He wanted to go to the next body of some kind because he was doing this stuff called propanol, this injectable painkiller of some kind. And I guess it's really good feeling, but he was doing it all the time, like every day, and it started to mess him up. It gave him premature arthritis because he would lay around. It messed him up. He didn't want to get old anyway, and he supposedly, from what they told me, and from what I saw, although that could have been a trick of using clones, that wasn't even a real nose. He had this psychosis about his nose being big, which it was, but and he couldn't get a nose job because for some reason his nose holes, they'd have to really chop them up. But he reduced it in size, reduced it, but then after a while it started getting all messed up, so it was just removed. Now, he had a hole there. It was just a cavity, like what you would see on a skull or something. What it was a rubberized, realistic looking plug nose that would go on. It was like a clip-on nose. And then he had a hole where, like, you could see the incision all the way around. And he would fill that up with putty and makeup and stuff and walk around like that. But it was not even a real nose. It was cosmetic attachment, prosthetic. Now, he still still alive though. Like his body died. Michael Jackson's body died, but he's still running around. He's back in the next body. He's supposed to be over in like Bahrain or Dubai or something in the Middle East somewhere. Whitney Houston. What do I know about her? Let's see. I remember the night she was there. She was all frantic in the middle of the dirt, and I was sitting in the stands this night, which is, you know, better than being down in the dirt arena down there. And everybody was laughing and yelling and pointing at him, and I was like, what's going on? And I don't know, they think I'm a real big deal because all the songs, everybody likes at least a few of them because there's so many of them, right? And so I was like, what's this? What's going on? And somebody said she's in trouble. She doesn't want to do music anymore. She doesn't want to go on the stage anymore at all. And I'm like, so let her retire. I don't know, she's getting old, isn't she? And I've seen her back when I was a little kid too. I helped her with making songs. And at first, she was nice. But then, just like how it goes with most of them, they start getting mean over time with money and fame and stuff. They turn into like a different person. Well, she was all frantic and everything. I was like, calm down. I was like, well, like, not like you're gonna kill her or something. And then everybody goes silent. Like the whole place is filled. It's like a mini stadium, this thing. Small sports venue, like dog and pony show. And she's like, they might kill me because I don't want to do this stuff. And I said, well, you're human. Who cares? I mean, you're not an alien, so who cares? Because I don't give a damn about an alien. Like a parasited host, human. I don't care about those things. Kill them all. Right? They don't like I say that, but oh well, it's true. Most people don't care about those things. A parasited host is a host. You know, everybody knows what a host is. It's not a symbiotic relationship. It's nothing is left of the previous human. Previous human is dead. But then they said that she wasn't even actually a human. She was, you know, something weird. And I was like, oh well, I don't care. And then everybody laughed, and she's all frantic and stuff. And I was like, what are you telling me about this for? I don't care. And anyway, then she ended up dead. They never did anything to her that night from what I could see. But then like days following later, see on the news, oh, she's dead now. And I was like, wow, I guess it was true then. But they have done this, like, what's that other one? Her name, from the Fugees, Lauryn Hill. She was all for going to cloning and doing what they do there. As long as she made money and got famous, right? After she did, she wanted out then. And, but, you know, they don't let people go. And, so she started crying all the time when she was there. I can't be in this. I don't want to be in this anymore. I didn't know what it involved when I said that I would join. And so she's crying and everything. And it was like a downer to them. She really made quite a spectacle of herself, crying and the snot hanging out of her face, everything. It was really pathetic looking. And so then she made this song called I Get Out. You guys hear about that? It was like really tugged at the heartstrings, right? Well, she's like, I get out, and I forget the rest of it. But she whined about it so much at cloning. They eventually let her get out. It was rare. It was just because they didn't want to hear it, see it anymore. Like she went on and on and on. So they just let her leave.
Do they have any plans for like to take over completely and let everybody know, like come above board with it and make it a known thing, or they just want to keep themselves secret forever?
No, they just want it to come out, but there's a lot of factors to it, right? Because you got all the hosts and stuff, and people are going to want to wipe them across the planet. And it might be what these FEMA coffins are for, you know? And, you know, I'm all for that, you know, wipe the hosts. But then there's also the dead people on chip that are either in a clone or they've stolen someone's body with the chip, right? They don't know what's going to happen to them, and they don't want to be regarded as a host and wiped right along with the host. And they don't know how they're going to be treated once that's known. And also the people that have been doing all these disgusting things to people, torturing people for sport, raping children, they know that that's going to be known about eventually, because once it's safe to talk about, it's going to be a giant rat fest. Everybody's going to be ratting on each other. Nobody likes each other there. They don't hang and stuff. They go there and they act like they're friends with each other, but they don't hang. Like, they're not friends with each other. They're embarrassed. They don't like to even look at each other in the face in real life, because they know what they've been up to and what they've been doing. But they don't want stuff to be known that they've done either. Like, how detailed individual actions and events that have been there. And then I go to cloning and they're all mad at me, like Beyonce or something. And it's just, why did you say that about me? You just ruined my life. And I'm like, I don't know, you shouldn't mess with me. And they're not going to kill me, so, there's only so much they can do. But they can't deter me, because I already got tortured a bunch, and, it was looking like I was going to die anyway back in 2012. So I pretty much was resigned to the fact that I was doomed, right? I accepted it. I thought, I'm dead. I'm dead. Other people get killed. They're probably going to kill me for sure, so, I'll do what I can. I'll be remembered well as a hero in the future. And at least the stuff will be stopped.
Right.
And maybe I can avoid having myself brought back after death for God knows what.
And you're still alive.
Yeah, it would suck. I remember this thing, if they really hate someone, it's like the band name of the same name, Megadeth. They can do something. It's another deterrent for even brave people, And it's like, I guess, going to hell. Basically, they can bring you back to life after you're dead. Have you reactivated into clone after clone and just killed one after the other. And there's no waking up in your bed the next day because you don't have an anchor body anymore. You just keep going one after the other, getting killed and killed and killed. Even though in the past when they have tried to do this to someone, they get bored of it after a time, right? And the person's screaming and stuff. It's just the same thing over and over again. So then eventually they stop, but they make people watch sometimes to use that as a deterrent. And they also watch murder videos. They call them snuff films. They have big screens at the cloning center where they can get these murder videos, and they all sit around watching them. And some people don't like watching them, some people do. But the ones that don't like watching them, they don't even say that they don't like it. They just sit there and watch it. They're so scared.
Right.
But they're all hanging on the edge of their seats. Well, most of them, wishing that I could end it quicker. Because, I'm kind of a big hope for them, because I'm not going to be killed, and they can't deter me with their threats and stuff.
Right.
So I'm like the wild card that can talk about this, which I am. I've been doing it as much as I can, and as you were saying, I'm not getting paid. I'm not writing a book, selling tickets to a seminar or anything like your David Icke and stuff, those guys. And so that's a good indication to people that something's different about me, right?
Right. All right, Donald. Hey, you know what? That's 90 minutes, man. It went really quick, dude. You know what? Let's get you on again in the near future, and I want you to update us on anything that you find out underground, or anything that you want to tell us, our fans around the world about. By all means, get a hold of us. Get a hold of
your fans now.
Yeah. And let's keep doing this, and I'm sure the more you get out there, the more these rappers and rock stars and actors are going to come out. And let's keep tabs on the ones that whack out, because those are probably the ones who are losing it, who are clones. We're kind of like keeping a tab on things on this end. And let's keep on going. And if you can get a hold of Tequila, if she, if we can get her on the air, that would be cool. But let's keep spreading the word. Yeah, see if you can get a hold of her and see if she come on. We'd like to have her on as well.
She loves Danny or Donnie. She loves you.
Yeah, she sure does.
So, all right, Donald, I appreciate you calling in, man. Again, let's keep in touch. Don't go away, and let's talk soon. All right?
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Don.
All right, thank you, Don. Appreciate it, man. Take care.
We'll see you guys next
time.
All right,
you too. Good night.
Good night.
Donald, are you there?
Donald,
Over.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Hi.
How you feeling?
Feeling insulted. You guys only give me a fucking 20 to half hour.
Dude, you told me you didn't have much to talk about.
I got a lot, but
okay, I don't see him on the screen. I don't.
You don't see him?
Not to insult your show, but your venue, you guys chase ghosts and shit.
Right.
Goblins and shit.
And?
How important it is what I'm telling people. I'm not trying to be insulting you guys, but it is worldly important. It is a major crisis. I'm trying to find my earphone plug here. And if you guys are a part of that, you guys are world heroes at the same time. Just a second, I think this is the port.
All right, well, Donald Marshall is trying to get his situated here. Alan is trying to get...
Are we on now?
Well, we got audio, but Alan is trying to...
Everybody can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
Wonderful. I didn't think that we were live.
Oh, yeah, we're live.
Great. The whole damn time?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay, I think... Well, I can hear you through the headphones now.
Okay.
And you can hear me, yes?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. And
I can't see you yet.
Alan is trying to...
I'm working on it.
Alan is trying to distinguish, get that on this side.
Okay, you'll be able to see us, but...
Oh, we don't get the camera up, dude. We forgot.
We didn't have...
Okay.
I wonder why it's not...
Is this the beginning of the show?
Yeah, we're in 15 minutes in it, so you're not going to be able to see us, which is fine. You don't really want to see us.
If I want to see you.
Oh, you want to see?
Yeah, like before, when you made me come down on the big screen and I'm the big head. It's no toe.
Okay, well, darn it. All right. All right, hold on. I'm going to let Alan go ahead and talk to you while I get the camera situated. Hold on.
Okay, well, Alan, what's new?
Howdy, bro. I can see you now. And I think everybody can see you now. Yeah?
Oh, great. That picture is too big, man.
Huh? The picture's too big?
Yeah.
It's on the wall behind me.
That handsome. And I don't like to eat these. And people think that I'm either dead or taken over by some kind of parasitic lizard.
Man, I've been reading that some of the people think that. But I could tell, like, I read your posts all the time, and I could tell that you're the same old Don.
No, you wouldn't be able to tell, dude.
Are they that good?
They know my mannerisms, my speech patterns, and everything, and they don't call them mimics for nothing.
Mimics? Huh.
You wouldn't, doppelgangers, mimics, you wouldn't be able to tell, dude.
Really?
When you will be able to tell, and for everyone out there, you'll be able to tell when I start taking things back.
Oh, I see. So you'll start going back on your word or what you've been saying over the course of the years.
Right away.
Yeah.
Little bit by little bit.
Huh.
But that's when you'll know. Because I'll never take nothing back.
Right,
because I only, very carefully, have told things that I am only certain about. I don't elaborate or, like, assume, only things that have been proven to me. And they've proven things to me over and over again. Like, I won't say retarded because it's politically incorrect. Like mentally handicapped children. They would say, we can do this, Dawn. And I'd say, I don't believe you can do that. And
make
Just
people born that way, right? Is that
what?
They make it, or they cause people to be born like that, like retarded, or
No, it's when people die.
oh,
They come back with the chip.
Man, what happened to
Stolen body,
Prince, dude?
or a chip in the head of a clone, and then they're stupefied with the flaws of intellect, and then they're stupefied.
Man, that sucks, man.
More than you
That's
realize
almost too much power for somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, guess what? Those people that died, they're usually rich and politically powerful people, and you guys had all better pray for my success if you believe in any gods at all.
Right.
Which makes me feel stupid.
Well, okay. Do you believe in God?
I believe in many gods now. I would tell you about it, but then I would sound like a schizoid.
Why that?
Why that, did you say?
Well, I mean, I believe in a higher power.
I did too.
At one time?
Multitude of the higher powers.
Okay.
You don't know what's going on. I can't believe. Okay, for the viewers, I'm going to X out of some of these smaller windows. For the viewers in the crowd, can you tell them how long I have to speak to you? Because I'm not sure. Is it 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. The last time we spoke before this interview, I wanted you to come on, but then you told me you didn't have much to talk about, so I don't know what we would be talking about.
Dude, clarify. I have very much to talk about, but I don't want to be punished tonight when I go to
Okay, so you have a lot to talk about, but you can't talk about some of the stuff because you're afraid you're going to get busted, punished in the cloning centers, right?
Yeah, but I don't really care about that.
Okay.
Remember this for the future, you two. I'm going to be dead. You are both going to be able to sell this broadcast and your perceptions of this broadcast for a lot of money. Kind of a big deal. And it'll be even more of a big deal after I'm dead, which I assume I will be.
Man, I hope they don't kill you.
Now, you were gone for a month on Facebook. What happened? You were gone for a month on Facebook. What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. For the first 30 days, I got... Am I allowed to swear on this?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Well, it is an F word, but not the F word.
You can say whatever you want.
I hate Prince, the singer, alright? I hate him. They used to use me when I was a child to make songs for Prince when I was a kid, okay? As retarded as that sounds, I have to say that's what happened. And many, many more people. I was a phenomenon about making songs and coming up with melodies that stuck in people's heads. And the poetry and lyrics in the songs didn't even matter at all. People just assumed that they were metaphorical and meant something in a strange way, but they didn't. Sometimes they just rhymed. I didn't like Prince. And the reason I was banned for the 30 days, I said, I don't care that Prince is dead. He was a fag. Anyway, I said the F-A-G word, you guys. I'm sorry. Not really, I'm not. I lied there. I'm not sorry. I don't really like homosexual men at all. I don't sympathize with their lifestyle. Mind you, I like lesbians. I have to say that. So it's not like I'm against homosexuality. If I was a woman, I would be a lesbian myself because the feminine form is very beautiful.
Yeah.
And I find the human, male, hairy, to be unattractive. Like, I'm glad that I am found attractive sometimes. That's all that I mean. Anyway, after the 30 days was almost up, do you know what happened then? Facebook will pay. They'll say it was an automated thing that did it. I got banned for another 3 days so that they could say it was 33 days because they love that number.
Okay, so they banned you because you said something bad about Prince?
No, because I said fag. I said I don't care about that fag.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about that dead fag or something like that. I can't remember.
So somebody turned you in, or they were monitoring you?
No, they were monitoring me. They had monitored me
for a while.
Every day, every minute.
Yeah.
In more ways than you understand.
Oh, yeah.
I could tell you, and you probably wouldn't believe me, and half of your viewers that haven't looked into my story would think that I was some kind of a schizoid, which I'm not. I'll tell you in a minute. 30 days banned because I said F-A-G.
Mm-hmm. Tell them
I like
just
lesbians.
a cigarette.
I like lesbians. Don't get me wrong. Lesbians are very cool in my book. I've tried to turn some of them back to our team. Anyway, after the 30 days were almost up, they do not want me to do this show, by the way. They banned me for another 3 days after the 30. Do you know why? This was the most retarded thing. I can see banning me for saying the F-A-G word, a homo slur, you know. Do you know what they said? And they will pay for this and answer for this. They said, well, you can look on my Facebook wall. They said something like, it is illegal to post pictures of women or people that are under the age of 18 or something. Mind you, I couldn't post in the Facebook Messenger either. So, that's a moot point. I couldn't have posted anything, much less pictures of people that are under 18, which I would only have to assume are women, because, you know, I'm not going to post pictures of naked guys. Mind you, I wouldn't post pictures of naked women either. That's not what I'm doing, right? Never mind. It was just an idiotic thing.
Right.
What are we talking about, guys?
Well, what do you want? Well, let's talk about. Okay. You know, obviously, the last time we had you on, we talked about a lot of stuff. We had you on for a long time, dude. A lot of stuff.
Hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half. Now, okay. Obviously, since then, Prince has died, and a lot of people want to know if you know anything about Prince. And obviously, we talked about it a little bit.
Shall I pour out a little liquor?
The what?
For the homie. Shall I pour out a little liquor for the homie that did not make it?
If you want. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to. It's better used elsewhere.
I kind of figured he's having a good time over there. It sounds like it was like night and day from last time. You told me you were gonna, and I do, and I don't want to say what I do in the beginning of every show, but I like your. Right now, I like the way you are right now, because I feel
well,
that...
I'm a little bit pissed, dude.
Yeah.
Would you like to know why?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and now, do not take offense. I'm telling you, do not take offense. This is not derogatory to your show. Your show is pretty cool. I like the set. You have cool props. Everything. But it is a catastrophe that I have to fall back to this kind of a venue to expose the things that I know which should be on CNN. Which could sound like an insult to you, but
no, not at all.
It is not.
No.
Your set looks very cool, especially the big Sasquatch in the background is very cool. And you even got a gray alien sitting back there somewhere.
Yeah.
But you guys, I am not going to survive.
I've been wondering
you're
about
looking
that.
at a dead man. I figured I was going to be dead already.
I've been wondering about that for a year.
So,
what were you saying?
I said I've been wondering about that for a year, because you kind of been warning us, you know, on Facebook, like, and then you would disappear. Everybody's like, oh man, you know.
Why I'm not dead already. I can explain. I've already written it out on Facebook. I've written out everything, and it is all free, by the way, everyone.
Yep. Yep. And
I am never selling a book, and I am never selling tickets to a lecture or something like everyone else does.
Right.
That should be an inclination that something is different.
I agree. It's the same thing here, dude. You know, we don't sell. Well, people want us to sell, cups and shirts and and write books and all that. But I have not made a cent to this day by selling stuff for this show. Just to let you know, not a single. Okay, we've accepted donations for those who can. We appreciate those people who have donated, but we're not talking thousands and thousands of dollars. We're only talking hundreds of dollars. All right, so.
Well, then I guess you're a crusader for justice and truth.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that separates us from the people who are out there selling stuff to make money. That's not us here, and yes. I just want to make sure you understand that, and eventually we are going to start selling stuff because I'm paying out of my pocket, for internet, for live stream, for all this. It's coming out of my pocket. I'm not charging people for shit.
People that do that get rewarded in the future for their sacrifices.
Well, I'm hoping that things are going to get better for us and we're going to get bigger, and that's the way it's looking right now. So,
mind you, think of my situation.
Well, yeah, I mean,
dead men enjoy no rewards.
Dead man walking, huh?
Exactly. I said that a bunch of times. Like from Green Mile, I kept on saying it. Dead man walking, dead man here, dead man here.
Yeah.
And then they told me to shut up or I'd get smashed. Mind you, they do not want me to do this interview. I don't know what the hell I say.
That's interesting.
There is something that I say that they do not.
What have you heard from whom have told you?
I can tell you, but it will sound absurd. Would you like to hear it?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd love to hear it.
That's what everybody's asking right
now. You've seen the movie Groundhog Day with Bill Murray, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have. You wouldn't know because you don't have chips, as far as I know. We have redone these past 3 days. Second time through now. And you can believe me or not, I don't care. But
I think it's cool. We went squatching for 3 days, 3 times. I love it.
No, the past 3 days, it involves the CERN Hadron Collider. When they slam protons, I don't know if I told you this the last time, they can do an effect. They call it the Groundhog Day effect, just like the movie. And if things don't go their way, they can go back to the last slam, whether they did it yesterday or 3 days ago or last week. And then they can correct things, but you do not remember unless you have a chip in your brain. A certain kind of chip, which I have, and many of the other ones do have, and they're multi-use chips. They do multiple things. They transfer consciousness and everything. Now, you people, normal civilians, would feel a strong deja vu. If they do it a third time, you remember everything. You could even remember lottery numbers.
Whoa, that was cool.
But we are only in the second time through, and I'm very certain that we have already done this. I don't know what I said to piss them off, and I don't want to go to sleep tonight and get my skin cut off.
So let's talk about, and like I said, we just got home a little while ago. I wasn't able to put down in words, but the guy from Harry Potter just came out, about 3 or 4 days ago about Hollywood and children and molestation, pedophile,
No, you got the wrong guy. The guy from Harry Potter is a different guy.
Oh.
This is the guy Elijah Wood, Lord of the Rings.
Thank you. My bad. You're right.
The guy from Harry Potter is a different guy. It looks very similar.
You got it. My bad. Yes. Okay. So the guy from Lord of the Rings. So what can you tell me about the Hollywood elite? They're obviously connected with the Brill, right? I mean, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
Silence through fear. I feel I should talk quickly because you only gave me half hour. Okay, listen, Elijah Wood didn't mind being used when he was a kid for benefit.
Money, right? Fame.
That's what most of them do.
Yeah.
If they ever try to talk,
which he's doing now. I mean, don't you think
he took it back? He took it back and said that he didn't even mean it. He said he was elaborating on someone else's article, and they took it out of context.
Really? I missed that.
Yeah, but that was just a lie because
somebody told them
they bounced time, and they said, "Take it back, or we're going to kill you." That's what they do. That's why no one can talk. Because they bounce time. That's the biggest fail-safe, you guys. Oh my God. I'm trying to save the world here, you guys. They have time-bounce tech, like the Groundhog Day effect with Bill Murray. They can do it a day or a week, whenever they made the past slam. Now, if someone comes out tomorrow, say Pink the singer, and Elijah Wood knows all about me, all about cloning. I've met him and talked to him there. Same with Pink the singer. I'm just using her as an example. If she comes out tomorrow on national, international live television and says, "There's a cloning center, they're killing people, they use us as slaves, and we can't say anything," do you know what they do? We will again go back to 3 days ago to the last proton slam of CERN Hadron Collider. I don't know how the science works. I'm not a physicist. They will go back to 3 days ago, and guess what happens to Pink? Pink gets shot 3 days ago. Yeah. Alright. Pink gets shot.
Somebody trying to sleep back there?
Yeah, that's my roommate.
Yeah.
He doesn't know I'm on radio. You guys make me a little excited. I'm kind of frantic because look at the lengths that I have to go to.
No, I understand.
And again, not an insult.
Right.
But it should be CNN.
Well, they control that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They control all that. I mean, I
Yes,
read
they
your
do.
stuff.
Anderson Cooper is that cloning, yes.
Yeah, they control it. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff from your website. In fact, there's some questions in here they were telling you, they were asking the Mandela effect. What do you know about the Mandela?
That has to do with the time bounce thing. They change things for sometimes just for a joke.
Let me get that's from Elizabeth.
No, actually a bunch of people were asking.
Really? Because Elizabeth is very much, you know, people are, for those who don't know what the Mandela effect is that, I don't know how I can explain this, but you know of something and then you go back to do research on it and it's totally wrong what you know and it's been changed. It's different. Yes, from what you remember it to be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years ago. It's like, wait a minute, I thought that actor was dead, but he's alive, or vice versa. Or a print in the Bible or a print in a manuscript that you read is changed slightly to where the effect or the meaning has now been totally changed for a different way.
They do that for a joke.
Really?
Because no one can do anything about it.
Right.
Think about it. What has anybody done about it?
You can't. I mean, if you come out and say what we're saying right now on freaking NBC or CNN, they're going to laugh you out the door.
Yeah. And call you crazy.
Absolutely. But people are catching it now, and they're reporting it on social media where other people will go back and do research and say, hey, you're absolutely right. It has changed. I remember that actor was dead, but now he's alive. Or
they can't change it very much, though. It will cause something called paradox and will change other things. So they only change it in a minor way. The spelling of a movie, other things. They just do it for a joke to flaunt their power.
See, we tell people that they tell us in advance with television and radio shows and movies because, I mean, they tell us what they're doing, and everybody thinks it's entertainment, but really it's real, huh?
You don't say.
But only
I don't believe you. I don't think that's true. No, you're wrong. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, well, that is true. Yes, I'm being sarcastic.
You had me scared there. Damn it.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll open up another beer, dude. You need another beer.
Not through this one.
Oh, okay.
I lost my smokes, though. It's not good.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to have to do without for now.
Okay.
Anyway, we only have a half an hour. Let me recap what we did in the past.
Okay.
They have a cloning situation. It is not cloning from a baby. That is replication cloning. They have this thing called duplication cloning. They can make a duplicate of you. Now, somehow, through neurology, they can make you be activated into your dreams. It's in songs all over the place. Sometimes I put hints in the songs. This is so terrible. I feel like I have to recap everything.
No, not really. If anybody wants to go back and watch the show that we did previous, they can. But you know,
there's new people.
Yeah, I know.
People can, the Illuminati can entrap your consciousness in a way. It's like a soul cage. It's this terrible thing. They can activate you into a duplicate clone of yourself while you are in total REM sleep. And then have the option of having you remember that or not. But they can interrogate you for anything that you know, passwords, anything. It's crazy. And they can terrorize you, torture you, which they've done to me and others. Most people kill themselves. I didn't.
Why?
You better. Why? What?
Why do you think they got rid of Prince?
I don't know. Well, there was a rumor saying he was trying to get ownership of his copyright or something.
Right, which he succeeded. And that made, you know, that took away the money toward the record companies to him, and that right there is a big no-no.
He's not getting any money now.
No. Mm-hmm. You go against the man, you go against them, you're going down. Absolutely, money is everything to them. That's how they control.
Unless you're me. I am the only exception. Do you know why?
Actually, so far you really are. Everybody else that talks about this gets shut up. Yeah.
Bill Schneider.
Yeah, they shut him up.
Did you ever hear of Bill Schneider?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they found him with a piano wire.
He tried to do what I'm doing, but he didn't know the entirety. Do you know why they have allowed me to live?
I have no idea.
Let me tell you. Because I made an absurd amount of songs. Top 10 songs since the 80s, since I was a child. It's the only reason they've allowed me to survive. As retarded as that sounds, I'm sorry. But it's true.
If there was one thing that you haven't told everyone that you thought was one of the most important things that people to know right now, what would it be?
It's three things. In a nutshell. People are being consciousness transferred into clones and getting messed up and killed remotely. Remote murder, it's easy. Untraceable. 2. They use alien body snatchers for an anti-domestic. There's a biological body snatching method, and then there's a technological body snatching method, just like Selfless, where people avoid death using microchips in the head and live again. They would use clones, but it's not as good as a real person. 3. Well, that is the third part. The
the biological body snatching and the technological body snatching. Those are the next two things. It's the most important things that I have to tell everyone about. And there's aliens. There's multiple kinds of aliens. And they are all ugly. Humans are the best looking aliens. In case anybody's wondering.
They must be jealous of us, huh?
Because they are jealous of us. That's why they want to beat us. Most kinds are like some of these freaks online say. Lizards, reptilian, they are a reptilian type. But there's lots of different kinds of reptilian types, and some of them don't even like each other.
Right. They war against their own self.
Well, only so much.
Cool.
I've seen them before and have spoken to me a lot. You know, your Anunnakis and your set of reticulums. Oh, they're real. They put themselves in movies, portray themselves in movies to get an idea of what people think about what they look like. And they are not pleased when they get called ugly, disgusting. They hate us even more. I've talked to so many different kinds. There's a collaboration of aliens, and religious people will hate me for saying this, but they call themselves the Covenant, which sounds like it has religious connotations. I don't know. I don't care. They call themselves the Covenant. It's the collaboration of 8 different kinds of like alien races. I thought there was only some from underground, but there are some from space as well. I only tell people things that I know for absolute certain.
Right.
And I found this stuff out for certain.
Is there anything like lately that we should be worried about? Are they have a plan that we should be worried about or preparing for or anything?
They don't tell me much now because they know I'll only relate it.
Oh.
But what I have found out, well, it's funny. It's 50-50. They're either going to try to promote me as, because they love enacting prophecy stuff. Multiple prophecies, Hopi, Nostradamus, and Revelations and everything. They try to put it in a big smorgasbord. They either want to promote me as the good guy in all of this, or they want to promote me as the Antichrist.
Interesting.
And I am not the Antichrist. You will see in the end. I was just. They scared the hell out of me saying that they would try to do that. But they were threatening me with that if I don't go along with them to say what they want me to say. They will say that and try to use something called the highlight reel to denounce me and make me look bad. They have this thing called the highlight reel where I am at cloning under drugs and mind control doing very questionable things. And the casual observer will take these things at face value right away. But I have no memory of these things. So, anyway, is our half hour up, Sasquatch Hunters?
I'm giving you more time because you're spilling your guts, buddy, and that's what I want. I want you to spill your guts. And you told me that beforehand that you were gonna, like I do, take a couple of drinks before loosen up, and you are loosening up, and everybody is loving it because you are spilling your guts, buddy, and that's what I want you to do.
Do we have a lot of live viewers and people in the chat room?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, for some reason mine's not saying how many, but they were saying there's like, I don't know, 300 or something.
That's a lot.
I wish I could find my cigarettes. I'm very stressed talking about this stuff.
Well, go ahead and look for them, man, because if that's going to help you calm down and talk some more, then go for it.
I've already looked. It's not anywhere close.
Not anywhere close? Okay.
No, I'm going to have to spend some time looking for them. I can do without for now.
Okay. All right.
Anyway.
Well, I see there's 278 in the chat.
Just in chat.
That's just in chat, though.
Yeah, there's a lot.
278 people.
Yeah.
Just in chat, not viewing this, but you have to sign up to get into chat. That's totally different than viewers.
Still not enough.
Well, no, that's a lot, dude. A lot of people, 278 who want to throw, who are talking among each other. That is a lot compared to a lot of other sites, dude. Trust me.
Probably just my cult followers.
That could be.
There's some in there.
Trust me, they're there.
There's some in there.
Do you know what some people have said about me, you guys?
What?
Oh my God.
What do they say?
That I'm a cult leader, like Charles Manson.
Facebook
Manson.
I never thought about that, dude.
They have said that I am the Antichrist. Some people, some religious fanatics, zealots.
Yeah, I can't.
They have said that.
I can't see that.
I can't see that either because I do good stuff. I'm like inherently good.
Right.
Also, what they've said, they said that I'm lying for financial gain when I don't get anything.
Right. So that's out.
Man, we know that feeling.
People have called me such names that I've never been called in my life.
Yeah, what people don't understand and don't do research is that there are rock stars coming out and talking about cloning centers now, dude.
They consider that satire when they see it.
Oh, bullshit.
They don't even listen to it. They go, oh, well, that's very interesting. Like.
Right.
And they put a like on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting.
No.
Good Sunday read.
Right.
They don't care.
Oh, see, that right there is telling me, if it wasn't for those rock stars out there who are multimillionaires, who are, hit after hit selling out arenas, and they're coming out and saying, I'm cloned. I've seen cloning centers, even rappers, and now Nicki Minaj and that other dude, I was expecting them to go 6 feet under because of saying
Minaj erased it because she probably was scared of going 6 feet under.
Right.
But there's multiple others that have said it, but then also erased it.
Right. Now, for all those...
Even Elijah Wood went back on what he said because he probably went to sleep, woke up at cloning, and they said, take it back. And he did.
Wow.
That happens all the time. Like even Tila Tequila, even though she's a drug-addled porn whore. Am I allowed to say that?
You did.
She went on YouTube, put out a YouTube video, the cloning centers. She did it by surprise. Like she was supposed to talk about the black nobility. And she went on and started talking about cloning centers and what happens there. And then she got threatened that night when she went to sleep. I was there. She got threatened by an alien. She got screamed in the face this far away from her face. It screamed in her face. Her hair was flying back and everything, just like a movie. I was in the stands. It was refreshing to have someone else in the dirt.
Oh, man.
With an alien. And I was in the stands for once. It screamed in her face, hair flying back after that. Well, she was very brave, though. She just stood there. I mean, she blinked, though, because there was some spit going in her face and stuff. From what they call a real type 3, Phil Schneider used to call them long neck grays.
Yeah.
This was ripped him open. No, this one's neck was not that long. And it was very ugly, and it screeched high pitch in her face. After that, she didn't say much of anything.
Wow.
And she left my friends list. She never really spoke to me again.
Yeah, I noticed you two don't get along now at all.
Well,
she says stuff about you, and you say stuff about her.
Well, I think funny thing is, she's the only one, even though she's a D-list celebrity or a Z-list celebrity, really.
Right.
That she's the only celebrity that has ever talked in a derogatory fashion about me. None of the others are supposedly allowed. And can I tell you a little secret?
Absolutely.
her child is supposed to be made from my genes. Clone sperm. Clone sperm still works. Like, I never banged Tila. I would never. I'd be afraid of getting some kind of rot. Like, honestly, what? That's not realistic. Yeah, really, yeah.
I agree with you, man. Billy is funny, but I agree with you.
Still works. Clone eggs from women do not work.
Well,
so you can use clone people as stud horses, and she used me for this, and that child is supposed to be a spawn of me.
Hey, we got a call coming in. Let's see if it's a real call. Hello, you're on the air. Who's this?
Oh, hey, this is Jordan.
Jordan, wow, you have a question for Donald?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I actually have a major question about the paranormal.
Oh, is it concerning Donald though?
I don't know.
No, okay, you know, we're talking with somebody right now. Call back in later, okay?
How long?
An hour and a half.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay, but it's too bad you couldn't give these people like a cyber slap in the face. You know, okay.
Sometimes, man.
Paranormal.
It feels like
a hell of a lot about paranormal. And can I make your jobs easier?
I have a question, Donald. Were you able to hear him right now when he was on the air?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was very annoying, actually. I don't like to answer questions. I did it for 2 years.
Did you? Okay.
I don't want to anymore.
Okay, right on. All right.
Guys.
Yeah.
You won't believe me, but guess what?
What?
There's no such thing as ghosts, ghasts, poltergeists. There is no such thing. There are undead.
Yep.
But they are recorded on microchip, and they body snatch people and live again. That is the only undead you will find in the world. If you see evidence of cupboard doors opening as shit, it's people with spider wire trying to deceive you. It's the Vladimir Putin at cloning, because I asked them since I was 12, you guys. I said, I want to know about ghosts. I want to know. And I asked them about everything, and they told me everything. I don't know why. I think just because of the songs, they just wanted to ask, they wanted to talk to me. Vladimir Putin said it best. From Russia, yeah, Vladimir Putin, president of Russia, he said, don't listen. And he's a very terrible man. He is one of the worst people I've ever known in the world. One of the worst people in the world. He said, don't listen. If there was real ghosts, I would have captured one by now, cage it, and be drawing power from it to power submarine. There is no ghost. I would be sucking the juice out of it for energy to power a military vehicle. There's no ghosts, you guys. It's just they keep the idea alive to keep movies going, you know?
What about Bigfoots?
I don't want to dilute my information with talk about Bigfoot. Mind you, Bigfoot is real, but it doesn't run around wild, and you guys are never going to find it.
Yeah.
Bigfoot ain't from Earth, I'll tell you. But it's not a smart alien.
Yeah.
It's a pitied alien. We'll find out in the end. You're not going to catch them now. They get put into animal preservation song in the woods. I told you about it the other day, a little bit.
Oh yeah, you were telling.
Let's not get into that. There's more important things.
Okay. Well, I'm the Bigfoot guy. Like my shirt, you know. I got a Bigfoot on it. I like chasing them around, even though I can't catch them. You're right.
You'll never catch them.
To me, they're ninjas.
We'll never allow you to.
They're like ninjas. Now you see it, now you don't. Just like that.
Well, I would tell you, but there's much more important things, and they're not even smart things, so.
Right.
And it's trivial, really. What else did I want to tell you guys about? You're all in a whole lot of trouble.
Hey, what do you know about this coming election, presidential election?
Well, there's a prophecy that says there isn't going to be an election.
Yeah. Is that what you're referring to as we're in a lot of trouble? Or is it meaning like we're in a lot of trouble for having you on here? Like, I wonder about that sometimes.
Always been in a lot of trouble, dude.
Yeah.
You know how many children go missing every year?
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Do you know the actual number, dude?
It's in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, I know. But what does people do about it? And it's concentrated around certain areas.
Yes, it
do you know
is.
why?
No, I don't.
Well, sometimes it's retards.
What, underground bases, maybe?
That's what we think.
Underground bases and aliens. Did I tell you last time that aliens are extreme perverts?
I believe that. I mean, what the biggest joke there is you're going to get probed. You know, when people start talking and joking about aliens.
Well, sometimes those abductions are not even real. It's people messing with people. There's some bad stuff going on. I can't believe I don't have an angry mob by now. What's going on, you guys?
Are you in the chat where you could read? You do have an angry mob. A little bit.
No, I'm not reading right now.
No, I mean, you know, whenever we talk about everything here, Donald, and you know, you can't you can't make everybody happy. You can't. We're gonna have people. We're gonna have people on, you know, on here like you, where we get a lot of people asking for you, and because you know you're throwing shit out there that are just blowing people's minds, man.
Yeah, but it's all true, and you need to hear it.
Yeah, and
we'll catch shit about it, but only, you know what, then next week we'll have somebody else that's talking about something totally different, and a lot of people want to see him, but then there's a lot that don't, and we catch shit about it, you know.
But, you know, we can't make everybody happy.
Yeah.
In the future, you will roll your eyes and be disappointed that you even had them on your show and not me.
Sometimes we already have.
Yeah.
No, you guys, they're going to allow me to win. It's going to look set up, too. What happens on my Facebook wall, I tell people about certain things, and then some reputed scientist comes out and says, this is what we can do now, and it's something that I said 5 days ago.
Yeah.
They corroborate me intentionally, and it actually makes it, they've done it so many times, they've done it about 30 times in the past couple of years, and it makes it look like I'm down in a nefarious plot with them, but I'm not. But I think maybe that's what they're trying to insinuate, but it's not the case.
Well, I think the best thing you ever put on your Facebook was you were describing these ugly aliens. All of them were ugly, but they give you an AR-15 or something, you know, and I don't know why they did, but you know, you're like, I ran out there,
feel more secure.
And you shot the hell out of the dude, you know, and I thought that was the greatest thing I ever heard. Man, I was cheering you on in that one.
They gave me a pistol one time too. I did something like that too, but they got me back.
Oh, did they?
Oh, they punished me, yeah.
Yeah, you were saying it was like a 400-year-old, like really high up dude.
Well, lizards live a long time. Lizard types live a very long time, longer than humans, right? We're mammals. Lizards live longer than mammals.
Yeah.
There was different kinds of things that I got at different times. Mind you, I thought that I was dead.
Oh, I believe it.
So I did not care. Doom is doom. And no one has insulted Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth, as much as me. And
that's true.
I mean, Chris Benoit, the wrestler, insults her a little bit. And look what happened with him, right?
Yeah, this whole
I've done it 100,000 times more than him, and I'm still alive, only because of all the songs. So I always thought I was dead. So I go for broke. And I said, I don't feel secure here. So they said, here, hold this revolver. This was after a long time. Like, I never got to do this for a long time. And I would gain their trust and get an important sentient being around me. And I'd go,
I wonder if they die.
How?
Yeah.
face because I didn't care. I figured they would kill me anyway. I thought I was dead. Doom is doom, right?
Yep.
Until I found out they can cage your soul.
Oh, man.
So, guess what happens if I die without being able to expose all of this? I am doomed and I basically go to hell. Hell being manufactured, technological, live again and again and again hell through clone after clone after clone. And they can manipulate your memories too. So
does that mean that Queen Elizabeth and maybe Vladimir Putin has been around for a very long time?
It's very possible, but I'm not certain of that. But they're scared of the things, right?
Yeah.
Like, I could show you pictures. I was gonna put one up on my tablet and show you these things, but they're carved on rock walls, cartouches of them. These big bird things and these big bulbous eyes, guys, with perfectly manicured curled beards. And they are real things.
I've seen those. Like one of them's even holding a big old tiger or something like by the neck, and he's huge.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They call those guys Elohims,
Yeah.
which is something in religion too. And those bird guys are Anunnakis. But you guys ever see the movie The Dark Crystal?
Yeah.
When they get old, they look like Skeksis. Their feathers come out, and they get all twisted and bent over.
Just like those guys in the movie.
Yes.
They all look all old and hunched over, you know, and
Dude,
frail.
not even semi like them. Accurate.
Oh, wow.
And that's what they look like when they get elderly. And the other things, those guys that go, oh, those mystics, they call them in Russia. Those are real things too, but those aren't Anunnakis. They are Nephilims, and they're just evolved kind of rodent. They're rodentia type. That thing they do,
yeah,
they come from underground too. That is why they survived underground, because vrills and everything down there, the lizard types, they have very sensitive hearing, they have sonar and everything. Now when these things would go, do that, they call it the cord, right? When they would do it together, it would drive off the lizard types. It would make them driven away from them because it hurts their heads.
That's interesting.
Mind you, they don't have 4 arms. They only have 2 arms, but they look identical. Those were really, really old ones, though. Those mystics. They lose their hair, except for on the top. You know how it just covers up their eyes and stuff? They lose their hair everywhere but the top, which is kind of the opposite from humans. But when they're younger, they have fur all over them. They look like teddy bear hamsters. It's disgusting. Governments know about them and everything.
Well, Mr. Donald Marshall, you've been on for an hour, dude.
Uh-oh.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I didn't. Because I didn't think I was only gonna have enough, to get out of you for like 20 minutes. Because that's what, you told me last time. But I'm glad that.
There's a lot to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even Ra from ancient Egypt. It's not even Ra. He pronounces it Ray.
Right.
And he looks just like that.
The blue bird-headed.
Big bird, but they're not just bird, they're reptile bird.
Hey, what can you tell me about my girlfriend, Katy Perry?
She told me years ago that she was a host. But I don't know for real. She's not very smart.
Host. That's bad, dude. You don't want a girlfriend that's a host.
Damn it!
That means
it's way worse than the movie. It's not a timeshare.
Yeah.
Why do you think they made that movie called The Host? It's to gain sympathy for hosts.
Yeah.
But it's not a timeshare. It's total takeover. The previous person dies. It's not the same.
I'm bummed. All my viewers, all our friends here know that I have a thing for Katie, but we all know
it must be a visual thing, because man, there's nothing up there to like.
Yeah, I know.
You won't like her in time.
Thank Donald. Appreciate it. You just ruined my night. Appreciate it.
Well, sorry about that, but you thank me later.
No kidding.
Okay, dude. All right. This is awesome. Like I said, I was only expecting 20-25 minutes only because of, we spoke a lot the last time we had you on, and
well, I'm so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, I mean, you're there. Like I said, you don't
actually. When you can talk, you have really. I mean, you keep me on the edge of my seat, really. And I read all your stuff, man. I'm like your biggest fan on Facebook, and you don't even know it. But I read all of it all the time,
and I have no idea. Yeah, and I have no idea who you are, dude. So.
Just kidding. I expect everybody to read everything.
Well, I mean, I've been reading it for
It is free.
A long time. Since you've been on Facebook, I've been reading it for a long time.
I'm going to be honest. Alan has been telling me about this dude by the name of Donald Marshall for years. And years and years since we've been doing this, and I'm going, why do you keep talking about this dude? And he heard you, he did his research on you about underground bases and cloning centers, and I thought he was absolutely out of his effing mind.
William Cooper.
Okay, I thought he was absolutely. I was about to kick him off the show because you kept.
I would have thought that myself.
Okay,
by the way.
but then everybody started talking about you, dude, and then when I finally heard Nicki Minaj and the rappers talking about cloning centers, and really,
finally he goes click,
putting them out there, because it takes a lot to me. It takes a lot for me to get somebody on this show to talk about the stuff that you're talking about, because people we're gonna get slack for it, but I don't care, because like I said, there's people talking about you who are well known in the music industry.
Yeah.
All right. So there's got to be something there.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because it sounds to me that this shit could be true.
Yeah. It could possibly be true.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm just a crazy person.
Well, then Nicki Minaj and that other rapper dude.
Everybody, man, to
well,
figure out.
They're all crazy too.
Absolutely.
Jump on my crazy bandwagon. It's all over a ride. Yeah.
Well, I've heard many of them in the old guys, the real old musicians, and they get asked, how come you're still touring and you're 82? He's like, well,
I got a contract, man.
Yeah, I got to fulfill the contract. And then they go, well, who do you work for? Well, we work for the guy that controls everything. Yeah, and they go, you mean everything? And he said, everything you can see and everything you can't see. That's what they say.
That was Bob Dylan, right?
Bob
Dylan said that, dude. And we played that audio on here and freaked people out.
Yeah.
And that was before my time.
That was yeah.
Actually, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So
really,
that person that controlled things back then is not around anymore. And guess who makes the songs now? Well, not anymore. But I made an absurd amount of songs. Wait until you see.
Man, they should share with
from the 80s, Bryan Adams and everything, ran from Madonna and everything. It was crazy shit.
They should be like setting you up with money then, man. It makes me mad they just stole it from you.
I won't need it later.
Really, then, like, I'll go and play a little piece of a song on YouTube, and they'll copyright hit me, right? They suck, dude. I'm telling you.
All right, Donald, dude, I'm gonna let you go, man, because I think you already blew everybody out of the water again.
Yeah.
And that was our intent, because
and this time I'm going to have your name in big lights saying Donald Marshall. Last time I screwed up and forgot to do it on YouTube, but I changed it and it turned it around. So.
Well, I want to get you on here again at a later time, and this time, just like you did today, dude. Yeah, I love it that you opened up, and I know why. It's because you had a couple of drinks in there, and
yeah, that's why.
And it shows, and you opened up, dude. And there's a lot of people out there who are appreciative of that.
Well, next time, let's bring Nicki Minaj or Tila Tequila, or both at the same time.
Well, dude, I tried to get Tia, what's her face? I actually sent her a couple of messages, and she never responded back to me.
You tried to get what's her face?
next time offer her a 40 of malt liquor and a 24-pack of lube rib condoms.
Oh my God. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was Donald Marshall. Thank you very much. And all hate mail to Donald Marshall, care of. No, just kidding.
It might do it. It might do the trick.
It might. All right, dude. You take care of yourself and keep in touch. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Peace out, dude.
Right on, man. Thank you, brother.
See ya.
I'm asking you to show me some forgiveness. It's all for you in my pursuit of happiness.
Donald Marshall and Tupac. Human cloning whistleblower Donald Marshall says he met Tupac many times at the cloning center.
Oh, he knew, helped him make his songs. He wanted to participate in making them, though. Wasn't even black. Was like half Arab or something. Talked to Tupac a bunch of times. He was in it for the money. He was not going to tell about it. Guy's not even dead. He was reanimated into a clone with his consciousness recorded on a chip. Dead clone. On Tupac's album, The Don Illuminati, was he talking about you? What do you think, Kenya? No, Tupac was in it to win it. He used me. We were not pals. Tupac was a dick anyways. He wasn't against them. He was really with them in it. He just wanted money. Tupac wasn't a pedophile, but he was still an asshole down with the Illuminati. Told everybody he wasn't, but he was entirely. Notorious Big wanted to kill Tupac, and he asked the Illuminats at the cloning center if they would care. They said don't kill him, as he's one of our favorite sex slaves there. He said he wouldn't, and then he had Tupac shot anyway. The Illuminats put a bunch of truth serum into Biggie's clone and scanned his mind with mind control stuff. At the same time, Biggie admitted to it, and they had him shot the next day. Tupac's not dead. He's in his next clone avatar.
Some believe Donald Marshall's account proves Tupac is still alive. But what do you believe? Donald Marshall and Bob. Human cloning whistleblower Donald Marshall tells us about the relationship between him and rapper Bob.
Rapper Bob and Phil Reese are killing me at cloning now. Bob is using my posts about him as a premise to speak, be seen, and show off for the others there. Bob was always an Illuminati member. Is bothering me at cloning lately. Die, Bob, die. In the end, he will be imprisoned. I would detail my experiences with Bob at the cloning center, but that's what he wants me to do, so I won't. There are more important things to discuss, and he is a small fish. He is more desperate than most I've ever seen there, and I've seen so many like that. He is worse. Bob is a greedy, desperate failure with no morals or principles. He will do anything for money and fame. Bob was never memory suppressed. He's one scummy bastard and incredibly desperate for fame. He'd do anything. I don't care about flat Earth. Flat Earth doesn't torture me or kill me. Can find out about flat Earth in the end. Flat Earth theory is a theory. Cloning I know for certain is true. And I don't want anything to do with flat Earth theory. The song Airplanes by Bob. I made this and so many others. More songs than anyone has ever made. It was his best one. I made it at cloning. In the end, he won't be killed or harmed. He will be imprisoned. I'll visit him, make fun of him, and shoot him with Nerf darts.
Is this why Bob stopped talking about cloning and started talking about flat Earth to throw us off track? You be the judge.
O.J. Simpson is there, and yes, O.J. did do it. And since I had good ideas, he asked me how to get away with it. I'll say in a nutshell, well, guy was banging his wife that was wanting a divorce. O.J. wanted her back. I was memory suppressed from knowing in my real body then. I did stuff like that a few times. Anyway, the whole thing was down to the glove. I told him after he killed him to drop a glove that was too small for him. He did. It was the basis for his defense. The lawyers and judge also attended cloning, and they all got him off. He asked me at cloning how to make it look like it wasn't him. I was around 20 years old, I can't remember. I only got my memory back at around age 30. I said I don't think he should be free. He has to pay. They put him in jail. He's still there. He was getting locked up one way or the other.
Only know you love love or will you let her go? Should you let her go?
I dislike Marshall Mathers almost as much as I dislike Rihanna. They made this song about me getting tortured. I think they tried to put the spin on it that it was about domestic abuse. Marshall stabbed me in the throat as clones, and I kept punching at him. That's where the line "steel knife in the windpipe" came from. Yeah, he's been there. Yep, made me help him with stupid songs. Pots and pans in the kitchen. I used to wake up early and bang pots and pans to wake my parents. Because I was bored and wanted to wake them up with noise. It worked.
Donald Trump at the Cloning Center. Human cloning whistleblower Donald Marshall has seen many celebrities and politicians at the cloning centers. Now he tells us about seeing Donald Trump at the cloning center.
He's been at cloning since I was a kid, claimed credit for a few ideas of mine. He is down with the Illuminati, knows about everything. Donald Trump wants me dead, too. Guy sold out America for a profit. He literally said, okay, I won't tell about
behind every rich person is a closet full of crimes, and they stay rich by exploiting the good people. So let us not ask for more war. Let us not ask for more death and fear. Let us only ask for the truth. Hillary Clinton at the Cloning Center. Human cloning whistleblower Donald Marshall has seen many celebrities and politicians at the cloning centers. Now he tells us about seeing Hillary Clinton at the cloning center.
They told me Hitler was her father even back when I was a teenager. Hillary Clinton is supposedly his biological daughter. Hillary has met multiple varieties of aliens at the cloning center. She offers draconians as clones, then shreds the clone, painless disposal, and goes to the next clone of her. She doesn't want to, but she is beyond traumatized, scared, and overcompensates in her evil act. She's a hostage, basically. The bilocation of Hillary Clinton. I still can't understand why people don't freak out about this, demanding answers. It's not like it was magic or something. Hillary has a double and tried to get caught on videotape intentionally in 2 different parts of the country. She was in trouble for that at the cloning center. They almost had her killed for it. People talked about it for a while. She denied it, and that was it. People just stopped talking about it. Not many talk about her being in 2 places at once much anymore. It was very obvious and video proven. It just kind of went away. She wants him cloning, but is still an evil scumbag.
Many believe Donald Marshall is telling a lot of truth. But what do you believe?
I told y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, y'all know he telling the truth now. Told y'all he telling the truth.
I like driving backwards in the fall, 'cause it doesn't remind me of anything.
Charlize Theron meets with South African president. News article. Remember when scientists and people of learning would generally do this? What's next? Johnny Depp and talks to pilot. First light barrier breaking vehicle. She's just an actress who made it by selling herself as clones to any old scumbag that would promote her. Now she thinks she's a political consultant. Ha, a lot of them try to go that way. Kesha's parents used to torture me too, kicking me around as a kid clone to make them songs. Then, as an adult for their Nazi kid, Keisha's post on Facebook, she sang help. Kesha is different. The thing is, I made all her starting songs, and named her even, because her name is supposed to be Keisha, but there's a black girl that uses that name, made her songs mostly too. But anyway, the thing that I like Kesha for is that she used to be a fat girl. She slimmed down. There is a psychology involved. Kesha is smart, not narcissistic, and she pitied me, which I appreciate. She's just different than most of them at cloning. Still use me though, but they're all looking to redeem themselves now. Scion Broly is a representation of ex-UFC champion Brock Lesnar. I wanted to name him Super Saiyan Brock, but they wouldn't let me. Russians wanted Brock removed from UFC and MMA. They have some guy, last name Feder, and they wanted to promote him, but Brock crushed him at cloning with relative ease. Illuminati said they messed with his pituitary gland at some point to make him bigger. What would Akira Toriyama say about this? He'd ignore you or pretend he didn't see any questions about me or cloning like the rest do. Ronda Rousey is very fake. They set up fights and people take the fall for her. She has been to cloning many times. She's just a pretty face to fit the part. A lot of athletes train at cloning. She will be in trouble for harming me in a metaphysical state. Yeah, the fights are set up. Her big fights are against clones. She may be a clone herself while fighting. UFC fake fighter Ronda Rousey keeps bothering me at cloning, trying to talk me into trouble, trying to keep the place going. She likes it there. She benefits much. I hate that woman badly. She kind of picked up where Elizabeth left off. She won't leave me alone at cloning. Keeps bugging me. The fights are mostly scripted. Once I was a clone in the ring with UFC fighter Josh Koscheck. I was told to fall after one punch or be tortured terribly at the cloning center. If the fights don't go as planned, they bounce time back and do it again. The Groundhog Day effect. Yes, the Diaz brothers are there at the cloning center. The older brother is pretty mean. He made fun of me and called me a slave. His younger brother tried to be mean to me, like his older brother, but couldn't, and actually cried in pity for me. If they don't keep the secret, they die. Easy as that, pretty much. Also, they might know about cloning, but not know about Vril and hosts. Jennifer Aniston is not a drone. She's a clone there at the cloning centers. She agreed to join to get on Friends. A call for help? Yes. Winona Ryder was nice to me at cloning. Others made fun of her for not being evil, called her soft. Anyone that isn't horrible, terrible, evil at me, they call soft or weak. Well, at one point she went idiot and was like, look, I'm evil too. I stab him too, and was nasty to me for a little while, but then cried and said she couldn't participate, and they all made fun of her again. Jacko wasn't murdered. He went to his death intentionally and willingly. He still lives on in a new body and still attends cloning, sitting in his Jacko body sometimes, just as retarded as he ever was. They had a hard time getting celebs to go to his funeral. They're down with Vril. Michael Jackson was a Vril host. Went pedo when they made him a host. Jacko was one of the worst perverts there. Victimized many people. They had to vaguely threaten people to get them to go to his funeral. And even then, few did. Mariah Carey did. Others did, but no one wanted to. Corey Feldman knows about the whole thing. Tells about a quarter and lies about the rest. Praised Michael Jackson, but was victimized at cloning by MJ his whole life since childhood. A clone center attendee, an Illuminati member, and a BS-controlled whistleblower. Corey Feldman was MJ's ass slave for many years, and Michael Jackson is and was totally down with the Illuminati. He was a parasited host and one of the worst child molesters in the world. MJ was a host, and he isn't even dead. He went to the next body and lives in the Middle East somewhere now. New body, different face. Yeah, Macaulay Culkin is kind of whacked now. Michael Jackson bothered him a lot. Macaulay is a drug addict now, and understandably so. He hopes for my success, but says I'll probably end up dead though. Avatar, a robotic copy of a human body, remotely controlled by brain consciousness interface, organic fleshy robotoid. Originally, MJ was a victim, but then a loyal member. Michael Jackson was and is still a monster. At the cloning center, he used to chase me around with sewing needles, stabbing my little kid clone with them until I came up with a song for him. He and his relatives did much to me. Michael was a host of a real alien. He acted all gentle and nice. He wasn't. He was just weak. I freaking hate him, his ugly mother, and his whole family. Paris Jackson attends the cloning center occasionally, knows marginally what is going on. Maybe Paris can do what Tila Tequila couldn't. He was a drone and a major pedophile, paid off many families, some of them publicized, some of them not. And he used to have sex with the Jim Bubbles. No joke. The song about us. I made that song. They don't care about us equals Illuminati don't care about me. MJ was no victim. He was and is a victimizer. Paris Jackson is no victim. She is a BS liar and is looking for benefits and fame. Was out at cloning just a little while ago demanding that I make songs for her to sing and threatened to torture me if I talked about her activities. There are her true motives. Only one out of all three that's any good is Blanket. Paris Jackson's been blabbing a lot. Bunch of unbelievable shit, I'll say. But it sounds weird. They all say they want me to save them from getting lynched. They say I'm a new age savior, and they want me to be king. Literal king. They wanted me to be a puppet in politics and do what they want. Now they just do what I want. Unsure if true, but Prince, Paris, and Blanket are supposed to be my biological offspring. Many celebrities use me as a clone burn still works. Cloning ain't doesn't. 3 of them get to keep it. Others do. You better not die. Be very pissed. No suicides. I got this. Special shout out to Paris Jackson, who, from the cloning center, views my page. They all do there. Like it's an interactive movie for movie stars. Lady Gaga says it's like having front row tickets to the end of the world, but it's only the end for freaks and hosts. Listen, Paris, don't do nothing stupid. You're going to miss all the fireworks. And our vengeance, if she dies, her death will be avenged in one way or another. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, Blanket Jackson pens online cartoon series Kill 'Em All. Blanket Jackson pens online cartoon series called Kill Them All. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Blanket Jackson wants out of cloning and freedom from the BS. Only one out of all 3 of Michael Jackson's kids that's any good is Blanket. Janet Jackson's song Feedback. I made this song, but then she came back wanting help with the video as she had no ideas for it. At 2 minutes and 2 seconds, it shows what they did to clones of me a couple of times. Cut me all over and suspended my body from the ceiling of the arena, and then a bunch of retarded people run around underneath. Blood rain. Janet used to walk around the cloning center with Catwoman-like claws at the end of her fingertips and would victimize memory-repressed clones there, saying her name at cloning was Black Cat. If someone didn't show her the proper respect, or spoke out of turn, or said anything she didn't like, Janet would rake claws down their face, scratched me up, scratched many. Janet and the other Jacksons do not want cloning exposed. Question, didn't LaToya try to speak out about the Illuminati? Yeah, but she was doing a Tila Tequila, string her fans along thing. For more camera time, she knows all about cloning. She was allowed to say what she said. If she would have said cloning, it would have been an aneurysm for her. Question, I thought their dad, Joe Jackson, abused them and sold their souls. He introduced them to the cloning center, yes. Sold them out, but they have benefits and weren't tortured, just used for sex. Sometimes they'd have to sing at the cloning center. They grew up and did the same thing to their kids. It's a cycle. Just keeps going. They were memory suppressed when they were young about the place. Their dad wasn't. Made a bunch of songs for Prince. When I was a kid cloned there, he's smart as a clone, which usually means you're smart in your real body. He wasn't mean to me at all, but he still sat there and watched me get tortured. He's still there every time he goes into REM sleep. He might have been replaced or droned, Not sure. They act like the original. Well, they watch TV footage of them, practice conversations and hand gestures even. Prince is just as Illuminati as the rest of them. I made songs for him as a kid clone at the place. His last Instagram post. Just when you thought you were safe, he was wrong. Clones of me as a child to come up with songs for her to sing. I made every song she ever did. 5 years old, and Sean Penn brought her there. She was just a dancer in a New York strip club. Or maybe I was 6 or 7, I don't remember. I was forced to make songs for these undead things my entire life. I was a lure they used to bring people there. Someone like Madonna would show a pretty friend clips of me secretly and say we have this magic little boy cloned that makes stellar songs. He'll make songs for you too, but we have to bring you secretly to the cloning center or hospital to have a tissue sample taken so you can be cloned in. It's horrifying. I was an unwilling lure for greedy people to come to get droned by Vril and religious fanatics to come meet New Age Jesus. To get droned by Vril and others. They fostered the notion I was the New Age Jesus for this purpose. There are many drones and undead Asians and Nazis, Russians and others running around in the world. Very many. They do this with a military-like agenda. Major scum. You would not understand the severity even if I explained. I couldn't find the words to convey her mindset. She is so cold and evil. Tortured me herself personally for songs. Even as a child clone there. Can't wait to meet her. She wants me to die. She has a lot to lose. I named Madonna and made almost all her songs since age 5. She is way scummy and only looks out for herself. Get off the stage, you old hag. Lilith is supposedly some snake goddess, evil. The singer Madonna worships Lilith. Says she's Kabbalah, but I don't know, that might be the same thing. I can't add the religious aspect to this yet. The religious fanatics would attack me in text form, all in due time. Cloning lizards and dead chip heads and other implants. There are many different types of chips. She has gotten many people droned. She is what they call a body farmer, finding stupid, pretty people to get droned, either by a lizard or they get chipped in the head. Chances are she is a drone herself. People like David Foster said they made the songs for her. David Foster claimed credit for many that I made. Neo, Jesse J. People like that get permission from the cloners to say they made them. In exchange, they sell use of themselves as clones, as sex slaves. and also sometimes their children if they should have some in the future. The M is not for Mother or Madonna, it's for Marshall. Check out the symbolic pics of the month here. Friends, please listen and read the lyrics to this song. I made this and many more for Madonna as a kid Mark II clone at the cloning center. While under the threat of torture if I was unsuccessful, it's about how I wanted to tell the world about cloning in Vril. What secret did people think she was singing about anyway? Oh, she evil. That's a big affirmative. She's supposed to be a host of Vril. She told me she was one when I was a kid. They told me a lot back then, thinking I would always be memory suppressed, so it didn't matter. I need mass media or an army of people who know about Vril and cloning. Hosts don't breed well. Kids come out normal sometimes, but usually they have autism or Down syndrome, or deformities or organ problems, stuff like that. Ultra mind blow me to keep my brain undamaged, so I'd be more productive with songs and ideas. With the Madonna song, there was no writing involved. They recorded me as a clone and wrote it down later, then claimed the credit for it. Many have. Some in particular claimed many. David Foster, Neo, Jessie J, Linda Perry are a few. I told Madonna I was going to tell everyone what she used to do to me as a clone for songs throughout my life at the cloning center. She told me very specifically to say in my letter that she's not afraid and that no one will believe me and nothing will come of this. I beg you to help me prove her wrong. by loaned authority and reward. They are full of lizard fear. They've both been traumatized since childhood and go along with the agenda through fear. All real humans there are psychologically traumatized into absolute loyalty. They saw no hope. I am the hope. Aliens won't kill me. In the face of unlimited torture by aliens, everyone breaks. People don't even have to get hurt to follow unquestioningly. They just watch video of people they have megadethed before, and that is enough. I'll explain. In the face of one death, some people may be valiant, self-sacrificing, and hero-like. But when they can bring you back to life and skin you slowly again, mess with your guts, kill you once, twice, 3 times, 53 times. It is not possible to persevere through that. Not anyone, not the toughest man in the world. 10,000 deaths by twisted aliens, with no hope of rescue or escape, is quite a deterrent from talking. Inspires ultimate loyalty through fear. That resisting torture thing they do in spy movies is just for the movies. No one can endure harsh physical torture. Everyone breaks. Everyone talks. Remember that old Nazi saying, "We have ways of making you talk." They do.
Started when I was 5 years old, only I was memory repressed back then. When you're not even asleep, they can just bring you there. Rapid eye movement, stage of sleep. That's how they do it. They call it a consciousness transfer.
They can transfer your consciousness into a clone at the cloning station if they have a clone of you.
You don't have to be born into it. You have to be semi-attractive or have some kind of a skill that they want to use or steal from you.
When you don't know what it is, you think that it's your real body. I thought it was my real body, and I thought they were going to kill me. They do that to a lot of people, give them fear of death. I wake up and I'm standing in the dirt of this arena.
Some people are drugged so they think that it's a dream, or they're in the astral realm, the spirit realm. Depends on who you are, where you're from. That's what they tell you. And you don't wake up, so it's not a dream. This is how the Illuminati NWO works. They meet at the cloning station. When they go to sleep, they use it for their crazy stuff. You name it, they've done it.
There's a video audio thing called mind voice. Some people call it artificial telepathy. People think they have to put suction cups all over the head. No. When you're a clone there, they can just put a chip right in your clone's head and read it like that. Most people formulate things in their own voice, in their head. Once you train with this,
You can sit in front of a speaker that's dedicated to your own mind voice, all right? Now you can think in your own head a sound, anything. Listen, think in your own head. There was no sound, nobody heard anything, but you put that in your own head, you can make that sound come out of the friggin' speaker. And then you can twist it and augment it, change it, add to it. Then you can add a drum line in the background. You can do this with the aid of this chip in your head as a cloud. And then there's visuals. The visual thing is harder to explain, but the audio thing is just that. You can sit in front of a speaker and play your own thoughts to yourself.
They all use me as like the catalyst for like this, they call it the show. They said that I'm like the entertainer there, and it's the most amazing thing how I made a song out of thin air out of nothing. At first, the songs came pretty easy, but then they started to trickle down, so they started to threaten me. So I made more songs, and then they started to torture me, torture clones of me. And they just kept on doing that for years and years and years. After I'd made like the first 20, then they all started coming. Like there's numerous cloning stations, and certain people go to certain ones.
There's two different kinds of cloning. There's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, put the cells in, make the same person as a baby. There's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big thick tank filled full of water. They agitate the tissue sample a certain amount of times, and it grows a fully formed duplicate of you within 5 months.
They said it's mostly maintenance. It doesn't even cost that much. It's just, they said it's growing, and then they have to have someone maintain the tank as it's growing.
They have to get like new bodies like I heard it was like every year, but I guess it's like every 2 years, and some people last longer.
Adult Space has an entire floor devoted to cloning. In Area 51, underground, they have an entire floor devoted to cloning. A lot of the deep bases, they have an entire floor devoted to cloning.
The cloning floor is the one that has the big auditorium and the seating and the arena.
They started doing it around 1945. It was all politicians at first, a government and world communications. Then they got bored in these disposable bodies because it loses the novelty really fast. So they started bringing in all these celebrities. All the mainstream artists and all the biggest political people and all the biggest royalties go to this place. They don't realize that it's a contract for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. If you ever have any children, they're included in the contract.
They can kill you remotely from the cloning center. If they apply a constant state of pain to your clone, you'll die in real life.
It's a terrible, diabolical, nefarious place. The sex slaves they bring there, they call that Project Muffin.
They run them through these things called MK Ultra scenarios. They can put a chip in the clone's head and implant sound, visualizations, better than computer graphics.
An example, this guy wants this woman, but he's not as good looking as what she usually goes out with. They'll put this girl, when she sleeps, into different situations where she's in a life or death situation and have this guy save her. They can do this 16 different times. Next time that girl sees that guy in real life, from the visual, she will be automatically predisposed to like this guy. Depends on whatever they program in. They can also do it with fear, so that someone will fear someone the same way that they would be attracted. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America. They call it the catalog. They look at the cutest ones, get the medical stuff from them, clone them, and use them for sex slaves.
They make people think that they've been abducted by aliens. They have a set with a safe saucer. It's got a ramp leading up to it. It's small, and on the inside it's all decked out. And they clone people into the place, make them open up their eyes on the table, and they're surrounded by like these alien guys with fake masks on that are all gonna like take turns on this person, and they freak out, and then they wake up the next morning, they think they've been abducted, and they have archives of abduction porn. Mark 1 clone, they call it an organic robotoid. You got more side effects. You're more confused when you're a Mark 1. They're REM driven as well. So they don't use them anymore, they just use the Mark 2s. It's called a Mark 2 REM driven clone. They can only put you into one of these clones when you're fully into REM sleep. The Mark 3 is a run around all the time clone. No REM needed. They can have it as a set consciousness, or they can do a duality thing. In real life, you have to do absolutely nothing and totally concentrate on walking and talking as this clone. You get a double vision type of thing. You gotta close your eyes and concentrate. They don't go so good. And Mark 4 is supposed to be like top of the line. They just call it a double. And it's supposed to be just like a person. But the Mark II ones, they don't last. They have to get new bodies like every 2 years, and some people last longer. They get kind of rashy. Different types have different ailments. They'll just throw the old clone into this big chipper, like big, looks like a big garbage disposal. They just chuck them in there, and they get ground up and go down. They make 20 clones of you at a time, and just set 20 tanks on growing just yous, and then they pick out the best 5 and use them and throw the rest in the chipper. These creatures are called the Vril. They come up from underground different spots all over the world. These things have always been under us. These bloodline families, they're just lizard helpers, and lizards favored them in the past. They used to bring them up gold and gems from underground that they mined, and they would trade people gems and gold, and they would give them animals, children, all kinds of things, and just cart them down tunnels and cages. Some of these things, Brotherhood of the Snake, Dragon Society and stuff, it's all about lizards. They come up underneath the underground bases. The underground bases have connecting tunnels underneath of them, and they go way down deeper. They need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. There's 3 types. There's a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the Vril type 1. The type 1s are covered in red diamond shaped scales. Vril type 1s are real dumb. Little dragons, those are the Vril type 1. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. Vril type 2 are a little smarter. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall, has a real long neck, and looks like a gray alien. And Vril type 3 run the previous 2 kinds.
lizards have a unique biological property of their bodies. The lizards have what's called a proboscis. It's an ejectable brain and spinal column. The small ones they use to drone people because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably freaking dinosaurs. They parasite a human's brain. This top cap thing on the top of their head comes out. They can do this once in their life. It pulls their spinal column along with it. The human would have to be restrained or unconscious. The thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch. It then starts what they call sweating the quill. The spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead, and it can't go back in. It's one way. The juice that's in the spinal cord gets excreted out of the tip of this thing. They're parasitic cells. The parasitic cells go into the brain. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human. Over time, it'll develop a rash, it'll lose its hair, and they're actually deficient. They're dumber than the original person. And they mimic human behavior. It knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior. The drones of 100 years ago erased any existence of these real lizards from Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Atlantis used to be called Thule, Thule, and they had some pretty good technology. Atlanteans used to use the vril to drone other nations. Lizards did something to Atlantis. They hinted that the vril tried to drone all these people. They had a base in Antarctica. Hitler had heard that there was some kind of magic power in Tibet. So he sent an expedition that cost like billions of dollars in today's money. Met the Tibetan monks, the main ones, and they introduced him to the lizards. They told him there's some kind of base on the South Pole there. They showed him on a map. Hitler got a hold of all the technology, started back engineering it, but he didn't get it fast enough, and the Americans and the Russians took it with Project Paperclip, and they started back engineering saucers. The Roswell crash was a man-made saucer. The Russians and the Americans each got different bits and pieces of technology from Hitler. The Americans got the saucer stuff. They might even got the cloning technology from this Atlantean base. A bunch of billionaires years ago got together and said, we don't want to die, we want to figure out how to live again as clones. So they did that. They put everything that the person is, allegedly, on a microchip and record the consciousness, and then if the person dies that day, they take that microchip, because they can re-record every night, and they take that microchip and put it into either a clone or a real person's body, which has less side effects, which is what they do, and take them over bodily, just like how the lizards do, but with a microchip. The thing used to be as big as a circuit board. They whittled it down so that the microchip is just a bit bigger than an apple seed. The technology is flawed. It's not as bad as, but it's kind of like the movie Pet Sematary. When the person comes back, not the same, and they're all evil and stuff. You don't even have to kill them. You press a button and they shut off like a light switch. There's no pain, there's no nothing. They just don't want to cease to be existing. They gave me back my memory at age 30. They call it the awakening. So I was there for 25 years and I couldn't put it together in real life. They manually, with the push of a button, allow you to remember. So I remembered it all. They had to tell me gradually so I didn't have a heart attack. I got all the info when they thought that I was absolutely loyal to them. It was like they were trying to show off by showing me what they could do and what they had and stuff. And they can give you sodium pentothal truth serum into your clone to see if you will talk about them if you're unmemory repressed or unrepressed memory, and you'll be able to remember all the clone stuff. But once you're unrepressed memory, you always remember everything. They can't keep your memory away from you then when they bring you there. Every time they activate you, you will remember it the next day. And it's not like remembering a dream, and it's not like feeling like a dream. It's just normal as normal. They can give you an injection to make you feel fuzzy so it'll feel like a dream, but it's just normal. So they only unrepress people that are real ironclad loyal. It also makes you smarter as a clone when you are unrepressed memory. So they wanted me to be unrepressed memory so I could think up better lyrics for songs. I was planning to turn on them as soon as they would release my memory to me. I was going to be down at the police station, on the internet, something, until they killed me. Because, I can't continue to go into this place. And I always told them I didn't want to go there. Then they wanted to use me for something called Project Camelot. Well, there was a bunch of kids there, candidates for it. This is a real slimy plan to manufacture a Messiah-like figure to lead the Earth through a cataclysmic catastrophe. They were going to have someone attempt to control the population by talking to them, talking them through a big catastrophe. They were planning on leading people into underground bases and messing them up, depopulating and stuff. I could never do something like that, deceive the world, play with people's religion and things. In the past, I agreed to do their whole play Jesus thing, but it was a deception on my part because I just wanted to get on memory repressed so I could tell the world. For years, I acted loyal to them. I even had to almost give myself Stockholm Syndrome to make myself believe that I liked them because my family members were there. After years of playing friends with them, they told me everything. And then I was a member. I was never a member. I was always trying to deceive them until the day I could destroy them. I made more songs than anybody in the history of the earth. They had me doing just about all of mainstream. It became a religious thing after a while. With how good I did the songs and stuff, and different ideas for movies, catch lines in movies and toy ideas. They kept on bringing me back, and I'd come up with more ideas to keep them from bothering me, but little did I know, I was sealing my doom with them, really. I started making songs when I was about 5. By the time I was hitting about 8 years old, they were saying, what if this kid is like some kind of special religious significance? And then all the religious fanatics started going weird, trying to say that I could be New Age Jesus because it's around the same time and he looks the part. And they said I'm in the Nostradamus prophecies and picture book. They said there's a picture of me in it. It says that the next Messiah initials will be DM. It's a reference in it to King Dawn. First, they wanted me to play fake Jesus for them. We were going to use him to be fake Jesus, but it turns out he's real Jesus, and if we kill him, it says in the prophecies that God will destroy the earth. So they're using that as an excuse to keep me alive. There was a bunch of people there that were saying, well, we're Luciferians, and Lucifer wants us to get Jesus and torture him in the next century, and we'll get good luck and good fortune for doing it. And they call it fleecing the lamb. They included me into some kind of a torture spectacle. They chain me up and, man, they just torture you. And I don't want to even endorse this stuff that they say.
Like, I don't tell people to lay on Jesus or anything. Like, I think that's kind of silly. And it even says in this Nostradamus prophecy that they follow that the Savior of the world comes back and saves the world with truth and sues all of the corrupt lords and performers for legal recompense more than anyone else has in the history of the world. The heads of certain religions, they're kind of united in this thing, and they call themselves the Pharisees. The richest people in the world are the heads of religious sects. They've been getting donations for thousands of years. They've been getting the golden jewels for thousands of years. They're the richest people. Buy people's loyalty and ensure their loyalty with fear of man-made hell, death after death is most. They made a collage of a bunch of different prophecies, the Nostradamus prophecies, the Quatrains, the Revelations, and the Hopi Indian prophecies, Mayan and Aztec prophecies. And they mixed them all together and tried to make some kind of sense of it. These Pharisees, they make the prophecies happen in any way that they can to ensure that religion is still a viable business. They flooded New York using harp. They're making rivers go red. They just made that red cow get born, a red heifer cow. They're trying to put it out there in the public now because they don't know what to do, and they know if they take the first step, they might be killed. So they're using me to take the first step. They want it exposed so that the populace will force them to shut it down. You gotta ask yourself, there's a bunch of people on my friends list, right, that have taken all of my information and they send it to the government and they say, look what this guy's saying about you guys, go get him, right? Government does not respond. Then, Justin Bieber, little scumbag, he says, somebody out there is saying I got them pregnant. I'm gonna quash this right now.
Set the record straight, none of it is true. You know this woman, her name is Mariah. Either of you ever met the woman?
I told everything about what Justin Bieber is doing out there as clones and stuff, and Motley Crue and all these other people, right? I write it out, and all these people on my wall some of them are fans of these bands, so they send it to them, and they say, look what this guy's saying about you, slandering your name, let's go get him. They get blocked. They block their own fans and ignore it. Oh man, it's so funny. So then people come back and like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't believe you. I'm like, yeah, I know, I wouldn't believe me either. Just
I felt bad at first because I was like, I didn't want anyone to believe it, but then I saw that no one was really believing it, and then I felt better.
I'm on a Megadeth album cover, all cut up. It's a picture of a clone of me, all messed up with a skeleton coming out of my chest and Megadeth up at the top. It's not like an honor to be on that cover. They put me on there all cut up, like they slashed me all up as a clone, like I'm dead in the arena there. It's like a joke on me. I asked them to put me on the cover because I wanted it for the future, in case I could ever get unrepressed memory. His name was Sam from Megadeth. He actually stood up for me. He goes, when you send that letter out, send out a picture of that album cover and send out a picture of your own face. People look at that and they say, okay, now I gotta look into this.
talked to Britney Spears ever since she was starting her career. Actually, she was being brought there when she was in the Mickey Mouse Club. And, yeah, I helped her make her songs, the Spears Again and everything. And she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers. So for this video called Break the Ice, she made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes. They look just like that, 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground with them growing people.
Eminem sold his soul to the Illuminati so that he could be famous and, you know, the big label. They had Eminem on a video there, and he was talking like he had just had a stroke. His slurred speech and everything. It was because, well, they did that intentionally as a joke. He needed to be recloned or go into his next clone. That's what they go like when they need a new clone. And they'll say that they went to rehab. They'll go in looking all messed up. They'll come out like 2 months, 3 months later, and they'll look like more beefy and skin color a little different. And they're like, oh, he just ate well in rehab. No, you know what it is.
I don't get paid for this, and I'm not like Ick. I'm not selling a book. Like, Ick makes a dandy profit.
The strange thing was with him, they didn't bring him out to talk to me. They put a picture of his face up on the big screen to talk to me. And I could never tell if these people are being impersonated because they do impersonate people a lot. I'm not absolutely even positive that it is Ick that is there, because I only saw his face on a video screen talking to me. I don't know why it was on a video screen. That still puzzles me, but they said he's down with them and everything, and well, let's say I'm 99% sure, because that whole interview with him and Jesse Ventura, where Jesse was getting all up in arms about him, it was all staged. They talked about how it was going to go at the cloning center, like how it's going to unfold and everything, the whole program. So there's this song I made like a while back. I kept it on the shelf for a while. Radioactive by Imagine Dragons. Well, watch the video, and I'm the pink bear in it. It's kind of like they always want to make videos and movies and stuff. Really, a lot with videos, because they don't have an idea what to do in videos as a basis for the video. So they put in a metaphor about the situation, and music is a metaphor of the situation.
one that I ever did. I don't even want to mention which ones because it sounds so weird. This 5-year-old did this song. Anyway, Elizabeth was there, and I sang that song Lady by Kenny Rogers for her. Kenny Rogers was a sex slave for Elizabeth, for Queen Elizabeth. He, if he ever talked about it, he would have been killed. So I sang that Lady song to her with the hockey boards in between us, and she was all awestruck, and everybody was like, wow, how did you do that? And I was like, I don't know. Can I go home now? They deactivated me, my clone fell limp. I woke up the next morning, didn't remember anything. Alex Jones is down with them. He goes to the cloning station too. He's one of those, he's like a double agent. It's sick. He's only allowed to say, or what they say he's allowed to say. It's comical. They pay for his show. They pay for his TV show. I don't think he wants to attend. Like, not too many people that are there want to attend. They keep a lot to themselves. Like the AIDS virus, they have a cure for AIDS now. Magic Johnson, the spokesperson for AIDS in America, he doesn't even have AIDS anymore. They cured him. They told me about it. It's something to do with oxygen. They super enrich your blood with oxygen, and it drives it right out of you. It cures you. But the thing is, the pharmaceutical companies sell so much anti-AIDS drugs that they would lose a lot of money if the cure for AIDS was put out there. This is why JFK died, by the way. And Marilyn Monroe. Didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy. It is a system that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
Yeah, that's like a big thing. That's why he died. Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She was there for a long time. I contacted her because I've met her there. We talked about disclosing together. So she comes on my wall there and she's talking to me and everything, and I'm like, you gotta tell. And she's hinting and beating around the bush and everything. So then one night, she went on her radio blog and it was supposed to be a pre-recorded broadcast. She goes on and surprise goes live.
Elizabeth, and the pedophilia ring, and the cloning centers. That's right, darling, the cloning centers.
That night she had an aneurysm, or was it the next night? I think it was that same night. After that, she unfriended me on Facebook. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm. She wanted to leave show business entirely. Didn't want to sing anymore, no concerts. Didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the calling station to be used as a sex slave.
She made like a big stand, and she thought that they were going to cave. She's out in the center dirt, and they're like threatening her, we'll kill you, we'll kill you. And she's like, I don't care, you won't kill me. She thinks that she's like Tila Tequila. She can threaten, and they won't do anything. And Bobby Brown knows about it. He was sitting there in the crowd crying, watching.
Chris Benoit as well. They killed him. Well, he killed himself, but the thing was, they were torturing the hell out of him. He tried to go to the cops. They sent him to the mental institution. Kind of like Tila said. He said, Queen Elizabeth is blasting me into another dimension. And she's torturing me there and forcing me to have sex with her. He said this to his therapist. This is like public knowledge now, though. And he was like, oh yeah, here, take these pills. And I was like, no, really, they're taking me to some place when I sleep. They killed Bernie Mac this way with an aneurysm. He tried to start a mutiny there, saying, we can't have this, we all gotta shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said.
He was awesome. He tried to basically save me. Spoke up for me there. He said, we can't be doing this to a human being. I've seen enough of this. This is foolishness. Well, other people started to join in with them. So Elizabeth put a stop to that real quick. They cut him up for hours. And they made everybody sit there and watch him getting chopped, as an example.
Holy hell, Iriside Chatters, drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke, and trying to tune my mind dial just right so some of this crazy world makes sense. From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood. And listeners of this show know I don't like to waste a lot of time up front, but today is a bit of a special occasion, and we haven't had a show like this one in quite a while. But anyone who's followed conspiracy culture since the early days of the internet knows that from time to time these little sagas pop up that can be quite popular. The Hidden Hand story, or John Teeter, or the Robert Connors video. There's no shortage of them, and yes, some turn out to be hoaxes, but others could be very real. Now, one of these whistleblowers who made a huge splash in the deep end of the conspiracy pool was Donald Marshall. On December 2nd, 2011, Donald made his initial disclosure in a lengthy Facebook post that went ridiculously viral. For the uninitiated, I want to read some of the highlights to you. He says, "This is no hoax, this is no joke. My name is Donald Marshall. I have been cloned by a large secretive cult known as the Freemasons and the Vril Society and Scientologists, together called the Illuminati. They make replicated bodies of people to victimize in terrible ways. They clone children for men with underdeveloped penises to have sex with. Some very famous and politically powerful people all getting together for a disgusting time. Most of the G20 gather there to discuss worldly matters and watch gruesome things done to innocent people for sport. I have seen this firsthand and will tell all, as it must be stopped. The political people started bringing movie stars and musicians there to hang around with them. They can control who remembers the cloning facilities and who will remain oblivious, even though not remembering still damages you. I know who's involved, the ringleaders and everything they do. It's basically a torture and child molesting factory. I was one of those children, but when I was young, to keep perverts off of me, I started singing songs, original songs, very good ones. They told me to keep making these songs and I wouldn't get hurt, and so I did. Then they started bringing me there every day for songs as the celebrities wanted more. They called me the goose that laid the golden egg, the phenomenon, but I ran out of ideas. Then the torture began. Now, to tell you about the ringleaders, as unbelievable as it may seem, but you must believe me, this is a world emergency. The royal family of England. Yes, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, and Prince Charles are the worst of them. Unbelievably depraved perverts, all showing off for the celebrities that go there. CSIS, Canadian intelligence, are involved as well, including a lot of commissionaries and Prime Minister Stephen Harper himself. They do what Elizabeth says. Seem to follow her every word without question. It doesn't matter who you are. If you have a cute child or a child with a money-making ability like song-making, they will clone your child and molest them. It's a pedophile's paradise, and it must be stopped. Elizabeth secretly owns a few music companies, Universal and others, with bands under contract. She forces me while under the knife to compose for them. If I can't, she will stab my clone, burn me, and have her pervert thugs smash my body there. It's causing me some kind of heart damage and severe, debilitating headaches. One good person there, Bernie Mac, comedian and actor, tried to stand up and speak up for me, saying it's not right to do this to a human being. He tried to have others join him in speaking out against the clone torture zone while there. Elizabeth and Philip had him tortured so badly there as an example of their power. He had an aneurysm the next day and died. No one will speak up now. They're all very afraid of suffering the same fate. I need decent people with integrity to speak to about this filthy business, to tell who's involved. There's much more to tell, and I'm a wealth of information about the topic. Also, Elizabeth had Princess Diana killed by having someone shine the brightest light known to mankind through the window side of the car. They swerved away from it and hit the divider. It was no paparazzi. Diana survived, though, and while either on the way to or in the hospital, was injected with a high concentration of salt, which is near undetectable, and died. She did this because Diana was going to marry an Arab. Diana hated them, knew all about the cloning stuff, and wanted nothing to do with it, but was afraid of being killed, so she said nothing. I know this and many other things that I'd be happy to tell. I beg you reading this to help me. I swear this to be true with my right hand to God. They stupidly put my face on the Megadeth album, The World Needs a Hero, when I was 23, thinking nothing would ever come of it. Google image search it. I still look the same. It shows what I end up looking like after a clone gathering. I must add, they clone people from all walks of life there and chain them down to stainless steel corpse tables or drug them so they can't move. Send people into the room dressed as aliens in Hollywood quality makeup to make them think they're having an alien abduction. They even dye chicken skins gray and stretch them over a mask for realism as they perform medical experiments on people, cutting them up, probing them, and raping their limp bodies. These victims wake up and think they've been abducted by aliens but don't know where to turn and are embarrassed. The victims even sometimes try to videotape themselves while they sleep to prove they've been taken. To no avail. They're not taken. They've been cloned by the most disgusting perverts in the world. The scum even videotape these abductions to watch later as sick, demented porn. This happens more often than you can imagine. They just keep doing it to random people over and over. I'll be tortured there badly for sending you this. I might die for blanketing the world with this message. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's simply what's happening. What you're looking at right now is the most important document that's ever been put on the internet. Do nothing and allow them to continue to clone your children and sisters and wives and sons, causing them to have learning disabilities, unexplained depression and suicidal thoughts, and all kinds of other side effects. The importance of this is so heavy, people. It's the most terrible thing in the world, and this is your only chance to do something about it. Don't be afraid. Help me help myself and others. I sincerely beg you, Donald Marshall. And that's about 20% of the original message, but it's enough context for those who might be new to this. But like I said, it went very viral, and I would argue that since that time, in late 2011, 2012, most of the major conspiracies you hear about involving the elite and cloning centers came from Don's story. Now, I didn't know what to make of this. Of course, it sounds pretty out there, but I don't put anything past the shadowy puppet masters. So I filed it away in the undecided column. Fast forward to the last 6 months, and you have multiple celebrities tweeting about this very thing using the hashtag #StopHumanCloning. And we've seen Nicki Minaj, Kesha, Tila Tequila, and B.O.B., as well as a few others, reference this very material. B.O.B. even tweeted recently, "Donald Marshall for president." I started digging, and I found a whole lot of people still heavily involved in this material. That one letter and the 1 or 2 interviews he did at the time have spawned websites, forums with thousands of members, several very active and large Facebook groups, and this to me adds a lot of fuel to the fire. And I started trying to reach out to Don, to B.O.B., to Tila T, and finally, a woman named Laura who works with Don got in touch with me and helped set up today's show. And I'm so thankful she did, because sometimes it can be really hard to judge the credibility of this kind of whistleblower when the material is limited to just a few interviews where they cut for commercials every 15 minutes and a Facebook post. And I'm lucky now to have a pretty large light for which to hold these kind of cases up to and allow guys like Donald a little more of an open forum where people can get a better sense of what's being presented, and if they find it to be something credible, they can put stock in. Plus, Don's mentioned new material before, and those who have remained interested in this work are very much hungry for updates and news about what's happened since that initial disclosure. Is it hard to make a judgment call from a Facebook letter? Of course it is, but give it 2 hours of THC and you're going to know one way or another how you feel about a guy. Alright folks, in 2011, Donald Marshall unleashed his first public disclosure on the internet with a letter describing his abuses in a vast underground program of human cloning by parasitic, non-human entities in conjunction with the world's shadowy elite. He detailed several types of cloning done at these underground bases, most notably is REM sleep-driven clones, where as long as they've created a second body for an individual, their consciousness can be transported to these hidden husks at the push of a button. Not only is this the elite's main method of meetups in the modern world, but also the technological solution for their bloodlust and desire to torture, sacrifice, and abuse children to no end. And since Donald's come forward as an Illuminati whistleblower, he hasn't been shy about naming those from the political and entertainment realms that he's encountered below, from Queen Elizabeth, Henry Kissinger, Hillary Clinton and Obama, to Bernie Mac, Tila Tequila, Kurt Cobain, and Mila Kunis. But as odd as this all sounds, the recent trend of celebrities actually tweeting about human cloning centers and their own abuses has prompted me to bring him on to get some insights into the latest chapters of this long, dark, far-out saga. Donald, my man, welcome to THC.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah, I'm psyched for this, man. Thanks for doing it. I've tried to give people some of the cliff notes to the story there because I don't want to just rehash the previous interviews you've done, but I'm sure this is new to the majority of the people listening, so to get us started, can you elaborate on some of the main aspects of what you've been disclosing since that original letter? Anything I forgot to mention?
Well, your intro really was good. I don't know what to say now. You ruined my entire spiel.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, that Vinny Eastwood interview pretty much detailed most of it well, so I don't want to just do another rehash, right? But let's see the finer points. REM cloning. When you go to sleep, you get zapped. When you enter REM sleep, you get transferred your consciousness into a clone. You don't have dreams anymore. Britney Spears, none of them have dreams anymore. They just have clone time where they walk around and talk a little bit dumber than they normally would be. It's all very clear. It's not like a dream. It's very clear. You slap yourself in the face, you won't wake up though. And I don't know, they just got really more and more depraved over the years. I've been there since I was 5 years old. Was memory repressed until I was about 30. And then I remembered, and it was like the Matrix when it floods all back to you. But, yeah, so there's that, the REM cloning. Another aspect. Well, I thought there was only a few kinds of aliens. There's way more.
Wow.
Like, I thought there was only 3 kinds of these vrills. But vrills are only one thing. And they are reptilian, lizard type, but there's other kinds that aren't lizards I didn't even know.
Now, what else have you been introduced to in terms of alien life forms?
Well, let's see. What people think of as grays, but they're not even actually gray. They're kind of beige. And you can't touch them. They're sticky. And our finger oils, our hand oils, burn their skin.
Wow.
Yeah, I held hands with one of them that wanted to hold my hand, and I had to wear a little plastic glove. It's pretty sick. But they look remarkably like the what they call the Asgard in the Stargate movies and series. Well, just the series, I guess they're in. But they look remarkably like that. And their physiology is reptilian as well, like lizard. They don't have scales, though, but yeah. They're real small. They look just like that, though.
Man, that's interesting. So, as far as your personal story goes, how did you get mixed up in this? Like, where were your parents?
Well, let's see. Little did I know. Well, my dad wasn't there, but my mother was. But I didn't see her in the beginning. I was 5 years old, brought there, and they were going to use me for what they call the diddle kit to like be molested by, you know, rich old men or women or whatever. But then I would scream and cry and everything, and they felt bad for me, which is rare because they don't feel bad for much. So then this old guy that was there, there's all kinds of Freemasons there, these Shriners and stuff that you see in the parades, riding around on their little scooters and stuff. They're all a bunch of scum. Like you would think, oh, they wave to the children and stuff, they must be nice. No, they're not. No, they're all ugly and can't get a date and would have a hard time paying for a hooker. So they mess with children. It's really crazy. So anyway, I was crying, screaming, looked pathetic. And somebody said, well, kid, what else are you going to do? Well, what else can we use you for? Do any singing or dancing? And so I started singing a song. And they said, wow, that song was great. Sing us another song. So I did. And then little did I know, someone famous used the song and this other song. And then after a time, I became this amazing song kid that could make a song out of thin air, top 10. So then they just kept on bringing me back, and for a little while they thought it was amazing. And after a time, it just became an expected thing. It became like a magical organic jukebox that could kick and the song would come out, you know?
Yeah, I think that aspect is really interesting. What are some songs people would recognize that came from you originally? Quite a few.
Oh my. Well, this topic, as a footnote, people get angry when I mention this part. They think that I'm trying to brag. I'm not. It's actually shameful because I made a lot of money for evil people and the propagation of an alien infestation, parasiting, body snatching thing.
Right.
Crazy. And I had to mention this part because it's the mainstay of why I was there, why they kept bringing me back, and why I'm still alive. And it's a long story. I'll try to put it in as much of a nutshell as I can.
Sure.
Let's see. Sing a song. Let's see, the first one I made was Lady for Kenny Rogers. And I sang it there, trying to show off for literally this, and I know it sounds absurd, I'm sorry, but for Queen Elizabeth. I sang it right to her at the Cloning Center.
Wow.
She's a depraved pervert. She's mentally insane in 5 different ways. She's got water on the brain from alcohol. I'm pretty sure she has syphilis. She's hinted at that. She was born literally, shall I say, special, to be politically correct. I say retarded. When I'm at cloning and in general mentioning it, I just say retarded. I guess people don't like that. But yeah, she is. She's really whack by many ways. And from being in proximity to scary aliens for most of her life. At cloning, right?
Right.
It traumatizes you, I guess. But everybody at cloning is afraid of her. And they all do what she says. Well, I didn't want to go there. After a time, I gathered up my courage and told her I didn't want to go. And then, well, she was always really setting me up to be a victim. She wanted, well, besides the song making, that was just a bonus. I was always meant to be a victim there. She wanted to actually make it look like I was a bad person or evil, so that people wouldn't care or even try to defend me, make an attempt to speak up for me, because she has nothing. I'll tell you how it is with her. Because she basically runs the place. She's not a victim. She's not a hostage. She runs the place, and everyone is even scared to say that they don't want to go there, because then she'll insinuate that she's insulted, that they don't want to be her friend. And the entire royal family is there. Charles is crazy too. He's been around talking to me and cloning ever since I was a kid. They made an exception with me. I was allowed to go there on adults' night. When there were no other kids there, I would go there. And, let's see. She has nothing, right? She has no gimmick. You see, in the past, it was only politicians. It was a gathering place, a meeting place for politicians to come and discuss worldly affairs. And in the event of emergencies, they could, talk to each other and smooth things over. But then everybody started getting bored. So then they started bringing Marilyn Monroe and different film stars and stuff to make it more exciting. Well, that kept going, and then they tried to turn it into a little private club where everyone would go do depraved things and be in this exclusive club of superheroes that can't die. Right? You can die as a clone, and you'll live in real life, and they have a way to turn off your pain sensors so you can jump down the stairs, break all the bones in your body, and look up and laugh and die. Just come back into the next clone body if they have at least 2 of you made. They can make multiples and leave them to be activated one after the other, which is what they do with me a lot. Yeah. But Elizabeth has no gimmick. Now, when she's there, all she has, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are there. Everybody you can think of that's the biggest people are there. Damn. And she wants to be seen and heard. She's desperate. She's what you call an attention, I won't say that word, but an attention promiscuous person. You can understand the word that I'm thinking. Right, whore. Yes, well, I don't know if you're allowed to semi-swear on the show. Absolutely. Anything goes. Whatever you need to say. Oh, fucking excellent. Well, she has nothing. You see, she'll stand up and she'll go, "Oh, I'm the Queen of England," right? Right. And wave her hand in her signature wave. And she'll go, "Oh, I'm very powerful, I'm very rich." And that's all she has. After that, she has to sit her fat ass down and not say anything because she's boring. She has nothing, no gimmick, nothing. She has no talents, no skills. She's semi-retarded and she make herself sound stupid. She has nothing. Can't sing or dance. She's not interesting. That's all she has to say to all the celebrities. So, when she found me, she then had a little doggy that she could control and walk around on a leash in front of everyone. "Look what I have, this magical boy that can sing songs out of thin air," right? So she used me like that and kept me like that. And then, there's even more grodier aspects to her and my relationship in the past. I won't get into that though, because I'm hearing some music in the background, I think. Yeah, I got the spa channel. I'm going to turn it off. Thanks, man. Cool. Let me ask you a couple more questions about music, because I've heard you say that they use you and others in drug-induced rituals to come up with musical lyrics, and then there are not Nicki Minaj, but that other one. People like Kesha, who came out and said, "Hey, I'm forced to use certain lyrics in my music. I don't want to." How does this work, and does it make the music more hypnotic? Is there an esoteric element to what's going on with the music? I can explain. Okay, Nicki Minaj and Kesha both use songs that I was forced to make. Now, I have to go back to 1980. I was making these songs, and after I made a certain amount of songs, a bunch of freaks there started thinking there were religious connotations to what I was doing. They thought, some of them even said that I was being whispered these songs, melodies, and lyrics into my head from God, even though only a percentage of them even believe in God there. Well, after a time, because I did it all through the 80s, like Bon Jovi, Wham, a bunch of them, but not all songs for them. Only like 2 or 3 on each album they would have. But the strange thing was, and I don't know why, maybe just because of practice, people only wanted to hear those 2 or 3 songs. They were the headliner songs. And I don't know why. So then after a time, I was a teenager, and after a while, they started just using songs just from me. Like, a good example is this band called the Georgia Satellites. They got a song from me called Keep Your Hands to Yourself, you know, and they were like a one-hit wonder because of that song, and that was the one song that I made for them. He even went on Much Music here in Canada, that's MTV in Canada, and he said, listen, there's a bunch of other songs on the album, why don't you listen to those too? And the radio would only play that one song. It's because of the melody. Nobody wanted to hear any of the other songs because they didn't have a stick-in-your-head melody. And I kind of know how to do that. After a time, I learned how to, do that. And it does go to a psychological level. In a way, music is hypnotic, right? But in the past, after I was making these songs, I couldn't come up with ideas sometimes. So then Elizabeth and the rest of them would start to threaten me with being harmed, tortured, literally, like they can cut the skin off you there. And it feels just like real. And you'll wake up the next day all sick and everything, but it really is a good motivational tool to get what you want from someone. And, well, it worked. Eventually I would start singing out a song. I referenced this in hints in many songs about, getting tortured and dreams and this and that, and like hearts and souls and all this stuff. It's all like vague hints about cloning. Some of them aren't vague at all. Some of them are very obvious. And I did them all because I wanted to use them in the future. When I eventually betrayed them and came up with all of this publicly. However, I thought I was only going to get one shot at it and then they would kill me. So I did what I could, but little did I know they were never going to kill me. They wanted me to tell about all of this. And they're all cowards themselves. Like, no one wants to be the first person to talk about it.
Yeah.
And they're using me as like a scapegoat to do that. And no one wants to really be the first person to corroborate my claims either, because they never know if they're going to get killed. Other people have already been killed.
You did talk about Bernie Mac in your original letter as someone who tried to help you and nearly tortured him and gave him an aneurysm.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen any more recent high-profile deaths that are related to this underground saga?
Whitney Houston, they killed her. But she wasn't even a real person anyway. She was something weird. There's these things called alien parasite hosts. And they're all over the world. And you have most likely seen them in the grocery store and everything. It's like that movie, They Live. Yeah, they have this... Man, it's crazy. Let's get this out of the way. There's a certain type of alien that has a biological property to their body. Now, it's called a Vril type 1. Different aliens, it seems only the lizard type. Some of them have this biological property to their body where they can parasite another mammal, or I don't know if there's other things that can do it too, but it seems mammal is the prevalent thing that they use. Once in their life, I said this before, once in their life they have this proboscis that can eject from the top of their head. And it's basically their small brain and spinal cord
most of their brain is spinal cord. And it comes out once in their life. It can't go back in. If they don't have a place to put it, they will die. But they can put it into someone's eye. No, not into their eye, around their eye to the back of the eye. And this thing, this proboscis they call it, will spiral around the optic nerve of a mammal's eye until it gets into a certain spot in the brain and inject a cellular parasitical compound, which is just the contents of the spinal cord. It comes right up and goes out the top. Now it goes into the head of the person, and it parasitically takes over all the cells of the brain. Now, they have to recover after this for like a month. Like, say they do it to a human, they can do it to horses and dogs and everything. I've seen it. Well, anyway, it takes a human like a month to recover. And they can only lay in bed, get up periodically to maybe force themselves to eat and then lay down and sleep again. After this, they can stand up and look around and say, I feel much better now, right? Life as a human is better, they say. And while using a human's body and brain, they become smarter. They can even access past memories, not all of them, but the past memories of the human that they body snatch. It is a literal crisis. It's the biggest emergency the world's ever faced, worse than Nazis. And Nazis are down with them.
Right. I did want to ask you a little bit about the history there. How has the vril lizards interfaced with our human elite throughout time? How did they get connected?
Well, it's all because of Hitler, supposedly, but from recent revelations that cloning seems it's even way further back than that. But Hitler looked into history and found out about some stuff. In his public knowledge, he went to Tibet on a pretty much $1 billion expedition it would cost in these days money. Went to Tibet to find out. And then he found a couple of real type ones there with these monks. The monks protect them because they revere all life. Even these dirty, evil lizards that kill people, poisonous things. Well, Hitler took a couple of them because they said that they knew where this magical place was, Shangri-La or...
Right, inner Earth stuff.
Yeah, inner Earth stuff, but they knew where to point on a map where you had to go, and it's Antarctica. So Hitler sent an expedition to Antarctica, and they went down underground, and they found another type of vril, and the vril type ones. The type 3s are the tall, long-necked grays type of things. Well, and they found under there they found an abandoned Atlantean base with a bunch of technology. Like, it was like a hangar with a bunch of stuff, like big place. And so they got all this stuff and started back engineering it. It worked. They started figuring out saucers and everything.
Wow.
They didn't invent it though themselves. They just back engineered it. But eventually they improved it, like with gyros. Like in the past, saucers didn't have very good horizontal stability control. But now, with those segways that people ride around on, and they don't fall down, that's because of something inside of it called a gyro, a spinning horizontal disc that keeps it upright without falling over. Well, they started putting these in saucers, and it kept them more horizontal, stable. But Hitler is still at this place. I've spoken to him there.
Wow.
Joseph Stalin is still at this place. He has a lot of say there, Joseph Stalin.
So you say that Hitler was the first to make contact in maybe this round, but the royal families of Europe had to be in contact with these things beforehand, right?
They were, but the thing is, these things come up under Earth in many, many different places. Like worms from underneath the apple peel. And they're not all in contact with each other. There's different regions. Some of them have different dialects and everything. It sounds like clicks and gurgles when they talk.
Makes sense, like the people on the surface planet. We're not all in communication. There's still some tribes that are completely off the map, and we all speak different languages, so that makes sense.
Yep. And some of these drills, like the type 1s, they have scales. Some of them are red scales, some of them have black scales. Like they're under the Middle East, they're under England in some spots, under Scandinavia, and they would come up and communicate with humans there. But they didn't know about the other regional drills. Well, they knew that there was others around, but so yeah, England knew about them. They used to call them fae folk, fairies, and leprechauns and stuff, and gnomes, dwarves. Germans used to call them doppelgangers because of their mimicking ability, how they can mimic other human beings. Like there's a lot of stuff in myths that are true, like Vikings and stuff used to call them trolls.
I mean, it makes sense. There has to be an original source for some of that stuff.
Yeah, and so Elizabeth found out about them when she was young, and everybody kept them secret because they used them for politics to replace people, because they were always agreeable to take someone over and then play the part, as long as they can live well and, you know, get to live as a human, because life as a human is much more better than a dirty lizard living underground.
I understand that, man. It is a lot to take in, and I sat on this for a long time. I've seen your original letter close to the time it originally came out. I find it interesting, but there's not much we can do to really vet this information or know what really goes on in secret underground bases. But in the past few years, you have had several big-name artists coming out about this, which boggles my mind even further. I mean, sure, Tila Tequila is saying some stuff, but then you have Nicki Minaj, and most recently B.O.B., both tweeting from their own accounts, #StopHumanCloning. I mean, do you feel a little bit vindicated by some of this?
A little bit, but it really didn't do very much, did it?
Right, I mean, it raised a little bit of awareness, but...
It raised a couple eyebrows, and then people are like, oh, that's very interesting. Oh, well. I don't know. Where's the revolution, man? Like,
that's true.
But Tila Tequila, mind you, she, well, I've had lots of experience with her cloning. She'll hear this, too. She's not a very nice person. She's used songs that I've made for her, too. Like, Rihanna's song Umbrella was supposed to be for Tila. But the problem is, Tila can't sing very well. And, so they used it for someone else. Like, the problem with Tila, she doesn't really have any skills. That's why she's doing what she does now, or little Twitter rants that are pointless. And, you see, all she has is that one reality show, and part 2 of a reality show, Chance at Love, Shot at Love. That's all she got, really, and she's desperate for fame. Now, she thought that I was going to be very famous soon, so she thought, oh, I'll help him now. Mind you, she stabbed me at the place herself, like for a joke, like as a gimmick to be out there to be seen and heard.
Wow.
Now, she asked me to forgive her. I said, yeah, if you help me, you'll redeem yourself. I'll forgive you, I guess. So she went on radio. She was supposed to do this radio show about the evil nobilities of something or other, but she did a surprise topic. She made the entire thing about cloning centers and what happens there. So I was very glad. I listened to it live, and I was like, oh, wicked, this is going to be awesome. And that very night, when she went to sleep, I was asleep at the same time. I was there, sitting in the stands, whereas I'm usually down in the dirt arena. She got threatened that night. She's like, what are you doing? You're not allowed to do that. And she said, oh, what are you going to do, kill me? And they're like, no, we'll have you tortured until you kill yourself to avoid the pain. Then a big Vril Type 3 came out. Like, they're pretty tall, long-necked grays. They even put what they look like in the Star Wars movies, the prequels, like the Attack of the Clones are in it. They're the Camino aliens that clone people. They look just like that, but
those are young ones. Those are the best looking type of ones that you'll ever see. They're young ones. They get a lot uglier than that. The ones in that movie must be the best looking ones ever possible. Yeah, eventually when they get old, they start looking like Pumpkinhead from the horror movie. She was scared for a minute. I was watching, and one of these things came out, and it's like, they can talk. It said, "Why are you talking about us?" She goes, I didn't. I talked about cloning centers, not about you. She says, "No, you were talking about us. You're going to get us all eradicated." So she's like, "No, I'm trying to help him." And what it did, it came up within like 3 inches of her face and screamed in her face. And it just kept on screaming. And the jaw opens up on the bottom, kind of like the Predator, from the Predator movie. And it opened up and it just in her face, and it's kind of a high-pitched screech. Whereas you would think it was like a deeper, more scary thing. But it was a high-pitched screech, and it just screamed and screamed, and her hair is flying back, spit coming out of the thing's mouth and everything. It just screamed, but to her credit, she just stood there. She didn't fall down and crumble or anything. I was impressed.
Wow, man.
But after that, she didn't say nothing. She went out. Well, they told her that she now has to start looking like she's mentally ill to discredit herself from anything that she has already said.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, she sure did. She sure did. And, well, now she doesn't say much.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, these public statements definitely have made me more open to this idea. There's the Nicki Minaj stuff, but I also wanted to point out exactly what B.O.B. said about it, because he wasn't shy. He dropped about 20 tweets on the subject saying things like, "Ever notice a celebrity missing their tattoos or piercings? Cloning center. Anytime you see a celebrity randomly lose their minds? Cloning center." He said, "I swear I don't want attention or money or fame anymore. I just want to get the truth out. The truth that you've all been hidden from since birth." And probably my favorite, the deception is so deep, like literally deep, within the earth. What are your thoughts? Have you talked to B.O.B.? Are you aware of his presence down there? Have you seen him down there?
I haven't met him at cloning, but he remembers very little, but at least he remembers something. He's what you call memory repressed still. I don't know why they are allowing him to even talk. Mind you, my favorite tweet was Donald Marshall for president. But, yeah, we talk on video chat all the time.
Wow. Now B.O.B. also tweeted a lot about the Earth being flat. Was he just getting too excited about conspiracies you read about, or is there something to that?
Oh my God. Well, I wasn't happy that he did that. See, I don't know if the Earth is flat or round, and I don't care, because I gotta get the cloning center shut down, and all these creepy crawler body snatch things found out about, and whether the Earth is flat or round, we'll find out about that in the end anyway by default, right?
Right. I guess if you're being tortured at great lengths for the duration of your life, you really aren't worried about the composition of such a prison.
No. And the end result of, even if the Earth is flat, which I don't know about, I don't care about, I didn't research it, I don't really care. If it is flat, that has really bad connotations for our existence, because then that means that we're all an alien ant farm, basically, and body farm, basically, And I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I don't think the Earth is flat, because
I don't know, it could have been faked, but I seen the space shuttle take off and take pictures from orbit. Although that could have been faked, sure, big deception.
Right. NASA's apparently really front-loaded, heavy-loaded with Masons and this whole Illuminati establishment.
Oh yeah, they wanted me to join the Freemasons. They got a lodge in Halifax here. I ain't joining though. I hate them people.
Right. So it makes everything NASA says pretty, makes you skeptical.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Freemasons at cloning, Scientologists, Mormons. There's a lot of different factions, but there's a lot of Freemasons. Like, parts of their levels of knowledge are like cloning, Vril, different things. They know about it all. There's a lot to it. Like, there's a lot to say. We can't even get it all out in 2 hours.
What else can you tell us about maybe, are these experiences still happening? Is there anything that's happened in, say, the past 6 months that's really interesting?
Oh, yeah. Like, I haven't been there for about 5 days now. But they sporadically bring me there now. Like, you may have noticed, a lot of people say, there's not really much good music out these days.
Right.
That's because I don't do it anymore. I refuse to help them. Like, they put me into a drug-induced state there, and I have mumbled out a couple of songs, and people still use them, but they're stuck for songs now. I didn't just do songs, I made movie concepts and everything, toy ideas, small inventions, like nothing like technological or anything, but just little things like George Foreman grill and stuff like that. George Foreman did not invent the George Foreman grill.
That was you.
Yeah.
A Donald Marshall original. So you mentioned you were there 5 days ago. Like, give us an example. Like, what happened 5 days ago in this specific trip?
Let's see. Well, about 3 days prior to that, I popped up there, and Elizabeth herself, from the front row of the crowd behind the hockey boards, says to me, "This is goodbye, Don." And I was like, "Oh, great." And they used to bring me there every night. And she says, "This is goodbye, Don." I was like, "Oh, good, I can't wait," because she said that so many times, and would bring me back the next night and say, "Ha ha ha ha," right?
Right.
Like an insane, monotonous joke. And everyone else would laugh, but not smile as they laugh, because they have to laugh. It was pretty insane. She would keep on doing it. And she knew that it wasn't very funny, but she would keep on doing it. It would be hard to explain her thought process. She knows the people there don't even like her, but they have to pretend like they like her. It's unbelievable. Well, she says, "This is your last time here." I was like, "Okay, good, I can't wait." Yeah, great. It was really short. I was only there for about 30 seconds. And I was deactivated. When they deactivate you, I've seen it on video, and other people that have been deactivated, you just drop limp to the floor. And then either you have no dreams, or you'll start to have a dream, a real dream, right? And then you'll wake up the next day and you'll remember it. But then, well, of course she lied, and I was back again. And this other guy, a Freemason, was there. They were all pissed off, and I was in a reduced size body of myself. They call it a homunculus. They can make normal size clones of you that look almost exactly like you. You'll have different facial wrinkles and stuff around your eyes and stuff. It doesn't look exactly like you. Each one comes out looking slightly different. These duplication clones, it's not like the ones that are grown from babies. You grow full size in a tube. But let's see, he was talking about, why can't you just come here? We really like you. You're awesome. We want you to stay here and hang with us. Nope, not gonna happen. I already told you. Leave me alone. So
Anyway, that he ended up stomping on my head until I was like unconscious and I don't know, probably died, but that would be the last time I was there. But that was the reason why I was in a reduced size clone, because this guy is a fat old man, couldn't beat me. And that's why I was reduced size, so he could win. And they stomped my head because they're all insulted that I don't want to hang around with them. They're all incredibly disgusting there. And they got really confident with how they can do whatever they want to anyone there. And when they victimize or kill someone in real life, it deters anyone from speaking, right? But with me, it's different, because I always thought that I was just going to die anyway. So I was like, I'll do what I can since I'm doomed anyway. And so they couldn't control me in that aspect. But other people are still scared. And mind you, Nicki Minaj, she erased that tweet after she made it. But other people copied it, thankfully. But don't be deceived. She used to use songs for me as well. And she wasn't talking about it when she was up and coming. And now she's all famous and has money, and now she doesn't want to be a cloning anymore. That happens with some of them sometimes.
I understand that. So let me ask you, are there any songs or sets of lyrics or phrases that have yet to be used, or is there anyone that you've seen recently down there that's kind of being resistant in a Bernie Mac type of way, or anything you could say that, you know, skeptical listeners might be able to pick up something in the news and be like, wow, Donald Marshall was right?
People are already saying that now.
That's true. There definitely is some of that. But is there anything else you could say about the future, perhaps, that might lend some more credibility to the case?
Well, there's no front runners now. Like, everybody seems scared. Like, there was another girl called Cray Sean, this not-so-famous rapper.
I saw that. She does have a 500,000 Twitter followers and the blue check mark, which is hard to get, but she did tweet that she has seen the cloning centers.
Yeah, I didn't know she had that many, but at least she didn't erase her tweet like cowardly little Nicki Minaj. Yeah, she said it. I met her at cloning. I made 1 or 2 songs for her when she was younger. Didn't really seem to help very much anyway. Everybody's like, oh, Nicki Minaj posted. It's really something, but a few years ago, Nicki Minaj wasn't anything. She was just a black girl with a big ass, you know?
Right.
Like, she raps okay and stuff, but I actually find her that she sounds annoying. Like, a squeaky voice and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not listening to a lot of Nicki Minaj myself, but another one I wanted to ask you about before we started recording, you'd mentioned Ryan Reynolds. What's his involvement?
He's there. He's probably been there since he was a kid getting used for that. Not to be so crude sounding, but that's what they do.
It is what it is.
They promote these people for their agreement to be molested children when they're young, usually, or they have rich parents that are involved. There's a lot of Jewish people there, but then again, there's a lot of Nazis there too. So I don't know how that works, because they supposedly don't like each other.
Right. Neither do Democrats and Republicans, they say.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's really weird. And like, take for instance, here's a good example. There's this little girl, little Jewish girl, and she has rich parents at the place. Now, they said, make her a song, Donnie. We want her to be famous. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. But I was thinking, I'm going to think up a really annoying song. So I said, I made this song called Friday. Oh my God. But I did it in a real strange voice, right? I did it in a really annoying fingernails on the chalkboard voice. And the song goes, it's Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday. And it's really annoying to me, and I assumed it would be really annoying to everyone.
I think it was.
But no, people listened to it. They advertised it over and over again. And this little girl is famous now. But I don't know why. And people listen to it. And the way that she sang it, she even sang it in an off voice that was kind of squeaky intentionally, because it's just a sound like me when I did it, which is strange because they also said mispronounced words that I said at cloning too, and they still do it with the mispronounced word, or even a word that doesn't rhyme in a line, you know? It's really strange that way.
Right.
But I forget her name, but she's semi-famous now, and I don't know why they do this. It's really weird. Like, there's a lot of hosts in the world. There's a lot of parasited hosts in the world. More than I thought.
I think that girl's name is Rebecca Black.
Yeah, that's it.
But I mean, that wasn't so long ago. That was a fairly recent one. What was the last song that you ended up writing for someone that you can remember?
I can't even remember. There was like 5. I can't remember. Someone else just asked me that, and I'd have to think about it, because I've been always refusing lately for the past long time, but they pre-inject me with drugs before I'm activated there. So then I'm like all blurred and sing out something, and they use it, but it's even hard to remember now.
I'm sure. Being a drug-induced torturous stupor.
Yeah. Like, I don't do drugs in real life. I used to smoke weed every once in a while, but I can't even do that now. And, you know, I don't do any drugs. I drink beer now, but that's about it. I only started drinking beer. So, yeah, some people have said, oh, he's a drug addict. He's, you know, he's on the crack or something. But I'm not. I wouldn't have the money to pay for drugs anyway.
So, you mentioned about being killed, and I've heard you go back and forth saying that you thought they were going to kill you for speaking out, and then saying that they can't kill you. What's the deal there? Because it seems like you're one of the only people going on at length about this. Why let it continue for 4 years?
Well, for one, I didn't know it, but they wanted me to tell all about it. They used to threaten that they were going to kill me and stuff, but it was just empty threats. They said that even though I was assured that I most likely would be killed, they said that since I went on with it anyway, it makes me look like I'm brave or glorious or something. But in the past, you know that Eminem song, "It feels so empty without me." I made that song when they were talking about they were going to kill me, right?
Wow.
And that's pretty much how it is. It would feel empty without me for them. Because, well, I don't want to make people mad because I don't believe this part, but they try to say that I have a religious significance, saying that I'm Mr. New Age Savior of the world. Some people have tried to say that I'm reborn Jesus, but I'm not. You'll never hear me saying that I'm the New Age Messiah or anything. But what I have said is, after this is all known, people will then refer to me as the savior of the human race. But, you know, that's a given. Once all this is known and it's dealt with, people will say that. But, you know, I don't think I'm Mr. Holy Holy or anything. But they go on with the Nostradamus prophecies and say that it's me. And Nostradamus says that the New Age Savior is supposed to have the initials DM, which I have, and he has a picture book with pictures of the guy that look like me, and that's kind of scary. But a lot of these Nostradamus quatrains, I can tell what they mean, and supposedly only the guy in the end knows how to decipher them. But Other people can to a point too, but a lot of it's about cloning. So you'd have to be at cloning, and I've been there when I was there to be able to tell what he's even talking about.
Fair enough.
But they used to tell me about that when I was a little kid, Nostradamus stuff, and I never believed it. I thought they were a bunch of freaks. But now some of it really fits.
Right.
I actually think there's something to it now.
Well, another thing I was going to ask you about, because in the original letter, as far as prophecies go, you had said that they say the world finding out about cloning will set the stage for the end of the world in 2012. And, you know, what happened there? A lot of people were talking about 2012, but it seems to have not been so special.
Yeah, nothing happened. Well, they made a lot of excuses. They said that it's not even actually 2012, that the years are off, you know. Also, they said it just wasn't supposed to happen in 2012 or whatever. Like, they have people there that make prophecy stuff happen. They're called the Pharisees, right? And they're rich people from different regions of the world. And they make prophecy events happen to, as they said, keep religion viable, to make it look like different religions are real for the masses. They make things happen. Like, I don't know what they're going to do now. Before this big savior emerges, there's supposed to be like an enormous destruction. And 3 days of darkness, right? So that's pretty much the last thing to happen now. I thought it would be at the end of the 4 blood moons from last year. But, no. And at cloning, a lot of people that do want to be out of the place have always been real excited. Oh, excellent. At the end of these 4 blood moons, it's finally over, right? Exposed and we're free. But then it gets pushed back again. And they go, oh no, we have to wait for this. Like, Elizabeth says this. Hell, even the Pope is there. And not just Pope Francis, Pope Ratzinger, and even Pope John Paul II. He's only mostly dead.
Wow.
He survives in a clone. He's still there. He knows all about this. He's always known all about this. I used to talk to him when I was a kid.
I did think of one other name recently that you might have some comments on, and that's David Bowie.
Ah, I've seen him there.
David Bowie. I got 2 more hours of this motherfucking video left. I'm gonna play it up. I'm gonna do the other 2 hours. Yeah, I'll play the other 2 hours later on. Yeah. Absorb information in your sleep, man. Everything that man was talking about coming to pass. And niggas still wanna play sleep. Truth don't need no help. Yeah. The niggas who sleep is woke. And the ones who think they woke is sleep. Know that. 24/7 info in real life, not YouTube. You know, 24/7 with this information in real life, not on YouTube. Because I dedicated my life in the mirror and told myself, my nigga, this what you supposed to do. Leave truth on this earth for somebody. I don't know who, but for somebody. I said, boom.